Hello everyone, I'm your host today. us know if we're live. Mark, we got no
You
audio.
are live.
Oh,
Hello,
there we
everyone. Welcome back to the Western Apprentice Skills Competition here in Delta PC. We're on day 2 of the competition. So today we'll have final projects. And with me is Kim Webster. How are you?
Hi, everyone. Good, really good. Yeah, I'm excited for today. Excited for everyone's specific projects. I think everyone today, this morning, seems more comfortable, a little more excited now that they know that it's going to be something that they're obviously experienced with.
Yeah, absolutely. You can tell out there. So just out in front of us here, we're in the shop. We have the refrigeration mechanics. We have the plumbers and the sprinkler fitters. And you can tell it's they just had their kind of morning meeting, and you can tell everyone's a little bit more relaxed.
Yeah, for sure. Whether that's because, now they're familiar with the shop or just because they know that, the common project can be a little tough because it's maybe something they haven't ever worked with closely. So, yeah, it'll be good. I'm excited, and hopefully we can get out there in the shop. I'd like to go, check out the welding and the oxy fuel and see how they're doing over there. Hopefully we can get that the portable camera out and maybe
For sure.
have a quick word with them while they're working.
Yeah, I think we're gonna let everyone kind of get situated with their projects and kind of get started, and then we're gonna bounce away from the desk here and watch the projects throughout the day.
For sure. Yeah, no, it should be exciting. I wonder how are they on this one project all day? Is that how this is working today? Yeah,
I believe so. There might be a couple people that break out for the oxy fuel project.
Right, because everyone's doing that.
Yeah, but aside from that, they're going to have the majority of the day, probably about 6 hours, I think, on their project.
Right, awesome. Yeah, so hopefully, everyone's not too stressed. I think, I think it'll be good.
Yeah, I think after yesterday's performance, everybody probably went home, got some rest.
For sure. Yeah. That first welcome night, everyone's a little too excited. Maybe stays up a little too late. But I think today everyone went home and got a good rest.
Yeah. So it's now after the common projects and kind of getting your feet wet in the shop. It's everyone kind of has that eye on the prize, to see if they can take home the win. So
yeah, for sure. Did you find when you competed that this day was the day that you were hyper focused?
Yeah, when I competed, it was the same thing. Like you have the nerves, especially you're out of town, all that kind of stuff. But it's actually a surprise. So when the one competition I was at, I trained in the shop. I was working on like fab, so layout, fab, and because I had in my mind it's going to be some kind of fab project, it's a lateral or a layout. And when I got to the competition, they kind of opened the curtain, and it was like a boiler mock-up. It was like boiler, and it was like completely the other scope, and I was like,
oh, okay, deep breath. Yeah, that's the thing. It's not like they, I don't know if anyone's fully understanding of how this works, but they aren't told exactly what the project is going to be. No one is given, it's not something you can go home and study exactly what it is. I know in my year, I was telling Dylan yesterday, at Nationals, the night before, someone happened to mention, there's a huge rigging project. Yeah. And it was like this massive spool with, all sorts of different directions coming out of it. And you had to fly it in, turn it on its side, drop it in through this big frame, and then straighten it back out. Yeah. And I mean, I'd never done any rigging in my life, so it was a bit stressful. But
you're in the manual, you're like hand signals.
Oh my gosh, yes, of course. And they're grading you on everything, right down to like, did you put the little high-vis bands on your wrists? Yeah. Did you put the safety vest on? Like, people lost huge points just for that, right? Because it's like in a job site where, you forget a huge safety measure. There's going to be consequences.
Yeah,
that's how it was in the
home.
competition. Yeah, exactly. So, so no one really knows what they're up against here. But I know the HVAC project, from what I've heard in the past, is usually one of the biggest ones where just finishing it is quite a challenge. So
I spoke before we started the broadcast this morning with the training director from 516, who's kind of heading up the project there, and kind of went through what's all involved, and they've trimmed down some of the electrical stuff, some of the design to really encourage that they want everyone to finish it.
Right.
And hopefully have it start up, right?
For sure. Because I don't know what it is today exactly, but I know at Nationals quite often they have to build like an entire like walk-in freezer, walk-in fridge kind of situation, which is I feel like they have the most challenging project when it
Yes.
comes to volume, right?
So when we get out into the shop, we'll show everyone who's viewing from home. They have basically their trainer's like a big box, and it's actually insulated. So the inside of that box that's out there is a fridge.
Right.
So they have the evaporator coil inside, the condenser outside. So they're responsible for the controls, the electrical, and the piping, and then obviously filling it with refrigerant. So
Right.
So they have
it's intense.
They won't have spare time for chit-chat.
No, definitely. There's no. Yeah, they won't be. There's not going to be a whole lot of the same camaraderie there was yesterday with
No.
asking for help. It's going to be focused, but
Yeah.
also for anyone who's in the Lower Mainland right now, it's pretty hot outside, and I think it's supposed to get up to 30 degrees in the next few days. So funny because I don't know how it works for people, the local people from 516, but I know I was talking to Amber yesterday, and she was like, they're preparing to be busy the next few days.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting. Some of them might go from, this crazy competition to possibly straight back into work, right?
Back into baptism by fire, back on the job site.
Exactly, yeah, which is, I guess, well, I'm going to actually be baptism by fire in the morning. I'm going back to work tomorrow, so it'll be a bit of a shocker from
back in the coveralls.
Yeah, back in the coveralls. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, it'll be good.
So they're fitting up joints for you right now as we speak.
I honestly think there'll probably be a pile of them when I get there. Yeah, I'm assuming they have another welder probably tacking them together, and
away you go.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. I'm hoping my beautiful bench that I've been working on the last 3 weeks hasn't been taken over by another welder since I've been missing it, but yeah, it should be good.
Finders keepers on the job site.
Exactly. The best spots. Yeah, I'll walk back to maybe being shoved into the boiler with the heat. So
with a couple sawhorses and a dirty old piece of plywood.
Exactly. Yeah, it's not quite this beautiful setup that we have here. That's for sure.
Yeah, we have. I don't know exactly what the fitters are doing in the back, but we'll get back there later today to watch the start of their project and then watch it as it progresses. But I know yesterday evening they were tacking up some. I think they had some a 6-inch 90 and a stub of pipe, and they were tacking that up as a base. And I think they're all going to be building off of that.
Okay, so they did start with some sort of base.
Yeah.
Interesting. So we'll definitely have to get out there. Hopefully, I know when we go into the actual shop, it's a little hard on the noise sometimes, but what do we have there? That's the HVAC people that are working on that there.
So each competitor has obviously a station with a job box, and I've been perusing around. I go out to the fitters and I kind of take a look and see what they got, little trinkets in their job box. None of the competitors' job boxes compared to the refrigeration mechanics.
Really?
There's this I was looking in there this morning. It is stacked.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, I want to go see what the fitters and the welders have out there, because there's definitely an endless amount. There's always, when you're on the job, there's always this other tool. I wish I had that. So I'm sure today that'll be happening.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, and the instructors and the people that put the projects together, really trying to think of everything, but there's going to be something missed, or
maybe they want them to see what they can do with the minimal amount of tools, right? They don't want to have every angle finder, every sort of because there's a lot of, obviously, as we were talking to Jay from Milwaukee yesterday, there's a tool for everything now, right? Whereas of course there is a lot of what we do that can be done with less.
Well, there's some tools that are multi, right? And maybe not used as designed, which is obviously ideal, but on the job sometimes you're like,
everything's a hammer when
I could walk all the way across site to the tool crib, or I could just make this happen.
Yeah, right tool for the job is sometimes on the job site. It's no joke, where you're in a rush, and so here hopefully they have everything they need.
Or field fabricated tools.
Definitely, yes.
Is that a thing?
Yeah, definitely. Modified.
If someone comes up to you and they're like, hey, can you stick this to this for me? Sure.
All the time, yeah. As a welder, other trades constantly coming up. Or scaffolder, I broke my hammer, and I'm like, I don't really want to be responsible for the integrity of your hammer that you're going to be swinging above us.
Sorry, bud, I'm not welding your hammer.
Yeah, you're going to have to buy a new one.
Host, do we know who this is?
Yes, that is Jordan. That's Jordan. So Jordan is one of the HVAC guys. I know he was definitely pretty confident, so it'll be interesting to see how he does today, because he's super... he was one of the guys the first welcome night. I was talking to him, and I said, how do you think you're going to do? He's like, oh, I got this. Yeah. And then one of his competitors, who's the local UA 516 guy, he's much more calm and quiet and collected. So it'll be interesting to see if he's kind of, you know, the silent killer without the sort of overconfident attitude.
Yesterday, that group was the last group to do the common threading project, and none of them completed it.
Oh, interesting.
I'm going to go back to
And
the other camera.
so I happened to be in the shop when that project was wrapping up, and I was like, I was actually surprised, like, no one finished it.
Interesting.
But you know, if they're not familiar with the threader or whatever, and it was,
for sure,
it's a pretty tight timeline on that project, and I think actually there's not very many people, if any, that did complete it. So
right, and sometimes, you know, just getting, if you haven't worked on a threader a whole ton, just getting that die set is quite the ordeal.
Oh
right?
yeah, so it was kind of the great equalizer, right? Everyone, it kind of put everyone back on a
even playing field. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
that's why today is so crucial, right? Because obviously, I mean, for the most part, you hope that they will all see this project and go, okay, I know exactly where to start, how to go about it, not where they're, you know, looking at, like, let's say someone has never used a threader and they're just looking at it and they have to just figure out how to use the machine before they even start the project.
Yeah, for sure. And that's one thing with the competitors, for people watching at home and stuff, it's not here's your project, here's the equipment, go at it. If the competitors have not used a piece of equipment or a tool, they're allowed to ask questions. They're allowed, you know, it's not necessarily ask for help, but hey, I'm not familiar with this piece of equipment.
At least give them a little rundown of how to use it, for sure.
Just like the job site, you know, that has kind of a safety aspect of it. And of course, we want everyone to be confident with all the equipment, but if they're not, we at least want them to be safe.
You don't want to just have someone can't even start the project because they're struggling. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, so that's Nolan with 516. Sorry, I just couldn't get my head around that. Yeah. But yes, that's Nolan. So he's so like I said, we were talking about it. Who did we talk with yesterday? Ian, who's the training coordinator for 516. And we were kind of explaining that they're a straight line union, right, where they just have the one trade, which is very different than us, that we have 5 or 6. So it's a lot different. They're quite a tight-knit group, right, which I think would be, I don't know, it'd be pretty cool that everyone in your hall is your own trade, right? Yeah. So the camaraderie there is pretty strong. Yeah. So they're always... you can tell their training coordinators, like, they're super excited and supportive of their own people.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Ian was actually telling me they didn't even have a training program before, and he was working for a contractor, and they used to put a thing on once a week for 3 hours, like on a Wednesday evening. He would donate his time. The apprentices would donate their time, and that's how they came to then start a class, and now they have the biggest amount of training facility. For that, so that's super cool, because obviously, you know, they don't have this huge facility that we have. But
it's important to have you know, that kind of environment, right? It's almost like a club, right, where I've worked alongside a lot of service techs when I was back on the tools, and a lot of them have kind of like group chats going, right? And they, you know, seeing a piece of equipment, rooftop equipment, and say, hey, I've never seen one of these before. It's got some circuit board in it they've never worked on before, so take a picture, send it to the group chat. Like within minutes, somebody, bing, oh yeah, that's a whatever, yada, you know, check this safety circuit, it's common, or whatever.
Absolutely.
And I'm like what a network to have.
Totally, which, you know, we are the same on the job, right? Like, if we need help, like, I'll go to someone from another company. They're still part of our union. We're still, you know, still all brothers and sisters, and so it's nice to be able to bounce things off of each other, for sure, because there's some amazing tradespeople out there who have just been around for a while, or some of the young people that are just very, very talented.
The neat thing about the union environment, where, you know, you might work for different contractors even on the same shutdown or whatever.
100%.
You might be working at the same contractor 6 weeks from then, right?
Exactly.
It's just the way it works.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes, you know, one contractor might finish their scope of work, and so you can literally, you know, go next door and go to the other one, which is awesome. I know a lot of the older people in our hall have told me how back in the day, you know, they would always work for multiple contractors on one site when, you know, one finished the other, and you know, that was amazing. That was an amazing time, and we're pretty much back to that right now. Like, we have the amount of work right now is just, it's amazing. Yeah. You know, when I first started, it was good, but it's booming now, and it's a good time to be on the tools, for sure.
It's different environment out there right now, for sure. Yeah,
it's amazing. I mean, I've never had a time when, you know, right now there's probably 4 or 5 jobs that I've had messages or calls from, which, I mean, it's awesome to to feel needed. It's really cool to know that.
Yeah.
you know.
It's kind of nice to know that if you want to go from one to the next, that it's there.
Exactly.
It's not, I'm going to go one back to the board and see
and
what's
wait.
out there.
Yeah, for sure. The only thing is, of course, the way the jobs work, they never are one after another. There's always like 3 at once that you want to be at all of them, and you have to decide. And
yeah, it'd be nice if, like, say for the shutdown season, if
they
everyone
planned
got
it.
into a room and said, okay, you're going to do
Absolutely.
the first 2 weeks, we'll do the next 2 weeks of March. You'll
and
do,
like you would think, because then we would have enough. We would always have enough staff, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, maybe then we'd have too much. But I mean, yeah, it's with Kitimat and Site C going right now. That's obviously. It's great for the people. It's great for everyone. It's great for those people who can be there. It's great for for us here who want to do shutdowns and things like that, because there's always lots of space right now because so much of our workforce is up there.
Yeah. So we can see here on the split screen, we can see the guys here in the shop. I don't know, Mark, if you're listening to me here, are we ready to jump out from here and get into the shop? For those watching at home, I got the Mark Donnery, our producer, up in the studio. He's in my ear here. All right, you want to do the rock paper scissors again?
Yeah, sure. So what if we win or if we lose?
The winner gets to pick.
Okay.
You rock again? What do you
Yeah,
take
I
me
beat
for?
you with rock last time.
I'll run out. You can run out with me.
Okay. All right. We'll be back.
Sorry, I'm on the wide shot. I need you to come up. Did you say come up?
call you a plumber like they can to the rest.
All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the floor here. It's Kim and Ryan. We're on the floor here at the HVAC area. And we're going to move from station to station throughout the shop and check out the project as we go.
Hopefully not stress everyone out too much.
Yeah, they're telling one another to take their time,
Jordan's
right? So
just trash talking.
they're deep in it right now, so you can see.
How's it going? How's your confidence? Is it as high as it was that first night? Still think you're gonna kill it?
Maybe not quite as much.
Yeah. But yeah, they're right into it.
We came in feeling pretty good.
Yeah.
Now it's like, oh right, we actually have to do things.
Yeah, we were just saying like the most stressful day at work is still not really as stressful as this.
No. Because
Especially when
at
you
work
want
you can fuck up and you're like, oh,
Exactly.
we'll fix it later.
Yeah.
All right,
You can ask for help.
We won't keep you because you got your work stacked against you. So
Yeah, you got to catch up.
I appreciate it.
good on you. Good luck.
It takes as long as it takes. That's what I tell my boss.
That's right. That's right. How's it going?
So we're here. This
You're
is
like so
Simon
deep in thought, I'm
Station
not
from
gonna distract you,
488.
but I looked over at
and,
you and you're just like,
he's not that chatty. He's all business.
yeah, he's killing it. We're gonna just let him focus. Nolan, how's it going? It's going all right. Okay.
The first bit, it's a little stressful just starting it up, but once I got my bearings, it's
You got a plan of attack?
I got a plan. I got a bit of a plan now.
Nice.
So
That's good. Make the plan.
right when you're starting, you just have all these.
Yeah.
Right on. Well, I hope you stopped, assessed, and planned, and you're going to stick to your plan and execute.
I hope so. I hope I don't have to make changes.
Right on. Good luck.
You got it.
All right, so we're going to move over here. This is the sprinkler fitters on this side here.
Sydney, how's it going? Just stressed. Don't want to stress her out, but
Yes,
it's
yeah.
going good?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, you got a plan?
No, not really a plan, but I've done
Winging
a
it
lot
as
of
you go.
things, so I'm feeling okay.
Nice. This is your thing. Sweet. Better than yesterday.
Exactly.
Cool. Awesome.
How's it going?
Oh, it's going okay.
Yeah?
Getting colorful today.
That's right.
Feeling confident?
Well, I at least have the belt. That's it. you
That's
know?
right. The belt does make you look
I
pro.
kind of wish I wore a watch, but that's about it.
Oh.
What can you do? Just gotta work.
You don't need to watch. Just focus. You got it. You got lots of time. It's not about the speed.
How's it going?
It's going good. Spinning on here.
Feeling confident?
Sorry, what was that?
Feeling confident?
Feeling pretty confident.
Awesome.
He is right in it. He's got no time for chit chat. That was the most polite go away I've ever heard.
Yeah. How's it going, guys?
Good. Wonderful yourself.
Good.
Now we're trying to get this project finished.
This your jam? Like you've done
Did
this
you
all
have
before?
just this one project, or do you guys
Yeah.
have two projects
This is the
today?
confidence.
one.
Sweet.
Just this one? Right on. Good luck, guys. All right, from here we're gonna move on over to the plumbing station. Whoa, we got a celebrity here with us today. What do you want to say for the camera here?
I just want to say good morning to everybody. Business Manager Trevor Robertson, UA Local 496 in Calgary. Here is a guest judge today, so we're actively getting involved in the plumbing
Look at all
projects
that
here.
money you got in your pocket.
Things are
Judge.
going well. Well, you know,
The flown in emergency guest judge, right? Love it.
no, you guys are doing a great job, so keep it up. I'm glad to see that you're walking around and showing everybody exactly what's being done here. So some interesting projects on the go, and we've just got underway. So it's going to be an interesting day. It's
Gonna be a great day. Yeah, thanks.
He loves
Hot
it.
potato.
How's it going, guys? Feeling confident? Yeah? This is what you do every day, right? Nice.
All day, every day. So
All
we
day,
got
every day.
3 plumbing competitors here, all doing layout, and
Looks like they've all done this before.
oh yeah, a big part of it is planning the layout, getting
Yeah.
their brackets and stuff.
Make a plan and then execute. Don't
Yeah.
stress and just try to go at it.
Yeah, we saw a few weeks back they had the skills trade, the skilled PC,
Right.
and they had a plumbing project kind of similar to this, and we mentioned yesterday, one person just kind of started at the flange and just started going.
Right.
And I thought, wow, because they were miles ahead of everyone else.
Right.
But when it came finished time,
The people who had planned ahead, probably a little safer.
Yeah, it just a little bit more square, a little bit more straight. Like it just
sure.
there's a lot to be said about the planning. So it looks like these 3 contestants here all have that pretty squared away.
Sure.
All right, so let's go to our wheelhouse.
Yeah, let's go.
So
that's our favorite part.
We're gonna make our way. We got Kai following us here.
Kai's right behind us. So I'm a welder, and Ryan is a steam fitter. So these are our 2 trades. So kind of the ones we're excited to see where they're at. Parts that we fully understand. And there's welding students just in front of us here. So like we said, the school that we're having the competition in is also fully active right now. So these students are just probably all these bends you see. So they'll weld out pipes, cut out coupons, and then bend test them. So that's these are just regular students that we're in front of here. And the competitors, well, there's one right here. And then our other competitor, I'm not totally sure what booth we're in. We're gonna have to find them.
That's one thing.
You go ahead to the steam fitters, and I'll find the welders here. Ryan, you want to take this? You take this. I'll find where the welders are.
All right, sounds good.
What booths are you guys in?
All right. So we're in here now with the fitters. How are you guys doing? Yeah. So, Yep. Roll up. There's no chit chat. In some other parts of the shop, there's some laughing and some joking. These guys are definitely all business.
Are they doing a miter?
So I do a saddle on. Tell me like doing a saddle on.
Right.
So we're here with Brad Funk. Are you one of the judges, Brad?
Yeah, I'm one of the judges for the steam fitters.
So all the cutting, is everything torch cut?
Yeah, it's all torch cut and then cleaned up with the grinder.
Okay. And what's the actual project? What are they making?
We're doing saddle-ons, 6x8 saddle-ons, and then dummy leg.
Okay.
Back into the 90.
Yeah, so they got their work cut out for them for sure.
Well, it's all Sked 80. It's pretty thick, right?
Yeah.
So it's gonna get dirty. It's gonna get dirty and hot here pretty quick.
That's a thick pipe to torch cut.
Yeah. And they didn't have to do their own templates? Templates were provided?
No, templates were provided.
So they just got to do all the layout?
Yeah, all layout.
Yeah. Awesome.
These guys, especially as their first time competitors, they're pretty nervous. Yesterday was a little nerve-wracking for them, so today hopefully they'll get in their niche.
Yeah, once they get the torch in their hand and they start getting in their groove. So we'll be throughout the shop today, so we'll watch these projects progress. And
like you get over to the reefers, they'll be drinking iced tea at lunch, and these guys will be sweating back.
Exactly.
All right, we're gonna move on and find the welders. Were you able to find the booths where they're hiding at?
Yeah. So the welders are they're just tacking up their pipes here, their coupons. They're doing super coupons, we call them, which means they're really, really thick. So here, let's just take a quick peek. So he's tacking it up in here. So see that pipe he's got, it's very, very thick. So that's a lot of weld that's gonna go in there, especially on a tiny pipe. So it's gonna be pretty hot. And then this is our 488 competitor in here. That was our 170 guy from home. So he's just tacking his piece up right here. And it's, so the pipe is about, I think it's almost 3/4 of an inch thick. So yeah, it's a lot of weld that's gonna go in there on a tiny pipe. So he's super focused. We'll come back later when he's through that a little bit more. And then if you just turn here, we got the welding judges, Ray Lemieux here and Andre. They're judging the welders.
So for everyone that's listening at home, we just a little bit of, we're using wireless camera in the shop, and we're getting a little far from home base here, so I'm just having some technical difficulties. Yeah. We got Will Schwartz here with us. A few comments for today's competition?
Yeah, it's a great day so far. We're off to the races. It's busy. I mean, the competitors are doing a great job. They're out of the gate going strong. I think a lot of them yesterday ran out of time with a couple of their projects. So I think they realize that the time constraints that they're under, and they're taking it a little bit more seriously. So busy day for the competitors, for the judges as well. On the back end of things, you know, we're busy keeping everything in motion. Working with some of our great sponsors, RKM, Milwaukee, Vega. So, you know, we've got some very good sponsorship support as well. So
nice.
Yeah, it's a great day.
We were just in the back with the steam competitors, and it's like cold as ice. There's no chit chat.
Yeah.
There's no looking up at the camera. It's all business.
Oh, strictly business.
That's a serious weld coupon they're doing in there.
Oh, I bet.
That's a thick piece of pipe.
They're going to be busy for a while back there.
Yeah.
So.
All right. Well, we're going to take this, and we're going to run back to the desk.
Great.
Right on. Thank you. All right, Mark, we're going to make our way back through the shop. You're listening from up in the shop, and we'll get set up back at the desk.
Colder in here today. So he was getting some feedback on the.
Yeah. At the desk, Kim and myself. So we just took you on a tour through the shop. For everyone that's tuned in, we're live day 2 at the Western Apprentice Skills Competition. All the different trades are working on their final project. This is our second day doing a live broadcast, so we're still learning what our capabilities are, and I guess we got a little too far into the welding shop, and with the wireless camera we lost video, so we might have lost you guys there for a bit.
Yeah, so we're working through the whole thing. Oh, I don't know if I have any audio. Anyways, yeah, we're working through all the kinks of everything, but I mean, it's definitely been a learning progress, but this is super cool that we can do this for, you know, other things in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just like anything, we're learning as we go. To see all the projects coming together, like they're coming together already.
It's awesome, and yeah, there's some tough projects out there for sure. I mean, I know you're seeing that steam fitting project. I mean, in reality, it's a big skill to be able to use a torch well, right? Especially on, you know, a Sked 80 piece of pipe. So that's super exciting that they're going to get into it, because we don't even have that option that much. You know, sometimes on a job site, you know, trying to find someone with good torch skills is not that easy. So that's super exciting. I'm really excited to see how those guys do. And then the welders, like, yeah, that's a thick coupon. So when I say that, they're doing a 2-inch piece of pipe, and the size of it's a 6.625, so it's like a 3/4 inch thick pipe, a 2-inch pipe. So that's a lot of passes of weld that's got to go around there, and it's hot, right? It's gonna be hot on your hand for sure. And what did Brad was saying? The refrigeration guys will be drinking iced tea at lunch, and the other guys will be sweating. So I'm sure everyone will be sweating in their own way, but definitely there's some serious projects out there.
Yeah, when you look at that steam project and all the fab involved, because every cut is torch cut. So if you're not clean, or, you know, you got a little, it's anything you mess up with the torch, you're going to have to clean up with the grinder, and that's going to be time.
And likewise, you know, you want to be a little careful with the careful with the torch and not take too much off, but you also don't want to leave yourself too much grinding to do, because that's going to be a lot of work, especially if they're, you know, there is obviously some time constraint, as Will was saying, that maybe some people realized after yesterday that, the time they didn't, it's enough time to get the job done working at a good pace, but it's not tons of extra time to really
it's not a cakewalk. And I think the common projects yesterday kind of, like you say, set the tone for that. Everyone's like, oh no, this is pretty serious, right?
Absolutely. So everyone's doing good out there. I know the refrigeration guys, the first guys we talked to, they're pretty focused. They're pretty intense, right? And then the sprinkler fitters, they're confident, you know. Both Sydney and I can't remember the last guy that we spoke with, but both of them are just, you know, they're like, this is what we do every day. Right, it's totally our bread and butter.
Just that work.
Exactly. So if you can keep your mind to think this is what I do, that's a big help with keep the stress levels down and just calmly. And because I think the judges are watching also, like, how people are handling it, comfort level, how's it's all going. You know, it's not just about the finished product; it's how they're handling it along the way. So
it's definitely, there's a component to the scoring as to how you carry yourself through the competition.
100%. So it'll be an exciting day. I mean, it's already been over an hour, so they're just under an hour. So they're definitely well underway, a little more than yesterday, because you know, yesterday we're working out the kinks of getting started, but they're right into it now. So they've got a full day ahead of them. You know, I'm sure some of them will be like lunch break and right back in. It's not
no one will be hanging around extra for.
No, there's not going to be a whole lot of small talk happening. So
I think on you know, the refrigeration project has a couple different aspects, where it's got controls, it's got electrical, obviously there's a little bit of a piping component, so there you can see right off the bat they're doing bending and flaring, so you know, just playing off of what they did yesterday.
Exactly.
Where the sprinkler fitters, they basically just have a layout that they're all just going to cut and glue, and maybe a couple threaded components.
It's a big all the projects are very, very different today, so I'm interested to see, you know, whether we take a coffee break and a lunch break, but definitely at the lunch break, to see the vibe in the room, and if everyone's calm and how everyone's feeling. I'm sure there'll be a little bit of chit chat of where people are at, but I mean, you can already see, you know, it's still a friendly competition. You see Jordan, you know, looking over and saying, you know, take your time, right? Trying to kind of get in his head a little bit. So it's a fun competition.
It is fun, and it's I think by the time we get to maybe around lunch, people will have a good sense of where they're at. So either they'll know they've, you know, put in the time in the morning and maybe can coast through the afternoon and get everything tightened up, or maybe they're under the gun, and that's not the
especially
case.
Because, you know, it is a pretty good judge when you're working next to your fellow competitors, because if you're going for lunch and you're thinking, okay, we're all kind of similar at the same place, but if one person you know, is ahead, and I can see one of them right now. He's wiping his brow. He's sweating out there, right? I mean, it's a good temperature in here. It's not hot by any means, so they're definitely working hard if they're sweating.
Oh yeah, for sure. And that's the neat thing here with everyone that had a view of us going through the shop. You can see all the competition areas are open, so it's not like they're shrouded from one another. So you literally can look to your left and right, and
except maybe the welders and the steam fitters.
You can kind of get a feel for where you're stacking up with the competition, maybe, right?
For sure.
That might give you some false sense of
hope.
security
Yeah,
or something,
yeah,
right?
exactly.
But,
Yeah,
it's,
yeah, because I mean it's different. So the steam fitters, they have a little bit of a wall between them just because they're going to be torch cutting to protect each other from sparks, but they can still see a little bit. And then the welders are very much like they're in an enclosed booth.
Yeah,
so.
the welders have no clue how the other welder's doing.
Exactly. So that's yeah, and you can tell both the welders, they're pretty quiet, right? They're not checking on each other per se. You can't. It's a little different in the welding booth. So, yeah, like I said, I mean, personally, I don't think I've ever welded a coupon that thick before. So that's a lot of heat. Because I did one recently that was just probably one step down from that thickness, and I mean, in 2 hours, that piece of pipe is pretty close to red hot. So
you did your schooling here in the school.
Yeah.
So you did your C, your B, and your A here.
Yeah. Yeah,
and
everything.
so you've had coupons in the bend tester there, and you've
for sure.
You've sat and watched
I've probably
sweating.
had 100 bend tests in there for sure. Yeah, because in C level, you're bend testing all your flat plate, and then B and A level, you're bend testing the pipe. Plus, often when we go for a job, if it's a big job, we'll do the job test here.
Yeah.
So pretty used to it. That those booths are definitely when I'm in that booth, I'm in the zone because. They're just, like I said yesterday, they're so well thought out and they're so perfect. So it's nice for a job test. You don't need the extra variables that you have to deal with on site of the stress of, the weather and other pipes in the way and other trades in the way. So those booths are definitely the way to go. So it'll be interesting because, there's nothing, on a job site if the person next to you doesn't do as well on a well, it might be because, they were in a worse spot. But here it's definitely very even playing field.
For sure.
So we'll see how it goes.
I didn't see the coupon. Is it a 2-inch coupon?
It's a 2-inch coupon,
So what do you estimate time to weld that out?
I mean, since I'm sure they're going to take their time, I'd say from when they start welding it after it's tacked, maybe 2 hours.
Yeah.
Which I mean, and that's just consistently welding for 2 hours, it is going to be hot. It'll be interesting to go take a look at it when they're capping or close to finishing it because it's going to be hot for sure. Yeah.
So what's the trick to keep moving side to side or?
Yeah, honestly, with 2-inch, there's not a lot of way to deal with the heat other than just I mean, sometimes they might before they finish capping they might have to step away and take a 20-minute break.
Yeah. So we have a special guest coming on here. We got our producer Mark coming in. He's not going to look at the camera.
Oh, is my face being covered? He doesn't know that was my goal.
So for everyone that doesn't know, Mark Donnery here, he works here at UAPI-CBC. He does a lot of the job ready dispatch training, JLG training, that sort of thing. He's also the producer of the Hall podcast and does a lot of our media stuff for UA 170 and for UAPI-CBC. So say hi, Mark, to everyone.
Hi.
Sweet, thank you. Mark likes to be behind the camera.
Yeah.
Better? There, now everyone can see my face who couldn't see it before. This is good practice. I was telling Ryan yesterday, I kind of want to start a podcast, so be a fun little way to test it out.
For sure.
Yeah. Anyways, so yes, if anyone was listening in yesterday, we're on a new microphone setup today. It's maybe picking up a little less of the background noise. Those mics yesterday were super high tech, so we were hearing everyone's detailed work behind us.
Oh yeah, we had 5 threaders all going at once, and so it was loud.
Yeah, I think that's part of it. It's just there's less machinery going out there for sure. So yeah, it's exciting. I feel good today. I'm excited for them.
So do you remember on your competition, so final project day, what was like when you came out, you saw your drawings, so they give you, here you go, you're going to build this. Yeah. And then what were your thoughts when you got that? Like you start formulating a plan?
I mean, so for ours, it was more of like a big all-in-one spool. I think today they're doing their trade-specific projects is more like different coupons. So they still did all the same processes, but I had to kind of build it into one thing that all fit together. So that was a little stressful because, I don't really do the measuring part of it generally because usually we're always partnered with a pipe fitter. That's the beauty of the union for sure, because I know if I was working, on the non-union side, probably I would be doing a little more.
Yeah, there's no dual dispatch in the union.
No, exactly. So I'm always with a partner that does the math part. So Okay, sounds good. Yeah, Kai's gonna take a shot of us here, so we're gonna kind of be able to see. You guys can see that in the shop, and then the camera's facing towards us, so we're kind of in the background here, so you can see the direction that we're looking out. So where we can kind of see the refrigeration. Oh, there you can see it there. So there's Amber, and the camera's looking back, and that sort of garage door behind us is that garage door that he's walking towards. That's where we're in that back room there. So we kind of have a good view of everyone looking from the other direction. And then we have Mark upstairs kind of keeping an eye that everything's conducive and you can hear us wherever we are. So it's been quite the setup. We're it's a little bit of trial and error, but I think it's going pretty well.
Yeah. The probably a week ago.
There we go. You can see me in the background there.
A week ago, this was the loading bay, which is 364 other days of the year.
Yeah.
But obviously this is our home base for the studio. So around here, and so
we got a sweet little setup back here. Now you can see that we're actually just in and we were a little green room there, where we get our little interviewees teed up. So yeah, it's a good little setup we have here, and I definitely think we'll see more of this in the future for other events here.
Yeah, for sure. This this was kind of a trial run for us with doing the live broadcast. And I'm sure we'll see more stuff like this in the future. So with your final project, when you were welding out, and I don't know about the competitors today, were you allowed to change position? Or did
no.
However it was built, you had to
so generally, I think what they'll be doing today is, we call it 6G. So for anyone who doesn't know, that's where it's kind of like on a diagonal plane. And the idea of that is kind of that you're getting the experience of welding it like this, but rather they put it diagonal. So that's how all of our weld tests are done for whether it's jobs or weld tickets. So I'm assuming that's how they'll be doing it over there. It's kind of the most complicated way to weld it, I guess, because you're getting all the different angles. And on a 2-inch, your angle's changing a lot in a short amount of time. So when I did it, I know it's they're going to be doing stick, TIG, and some wire feed. And especially for us, like, we don't do a lot of wire feed at work. So when it's something you haven't done a whole lot of and have a whole experience, it's a lot. And then generally as an apprentice, we don't weld a lot of pipe. But because, we're the piping union, that's what they'll be testing on today. So welding pipe is kind of, when it comes to welding, that's kind of the top of the line, right? I mean, unless you're doing something underwater, perhaps would be the next complicated thing. But pipe definitely is, the higher ticketed items and things. So, it should be interesting to see how they go. I don't know either of them personally, so we'll see how they go. They do. They both seem, they're quiet, they're focused, but I'm sure they're feeling good. So I don't know if they were aware of the thickness of that coupon. So the biggest part of that, like I said, will be the heat. And I do think, hopefully it works out for them that they can maybe get it mostly filled up, and then we'll be having a coffee break, because definitely I think stepping away from it would be a benefit to because the heat in that pipe's going to be pretty intense.
Let it cool down for a bit.
Let it cool down, for sure. So I'm sure they're aware of this. I'm sure they've talked it over with their training coordinators. I think everyone's kind of gone over a plan before they come here generally. So
for sure.
You
definitely want to come in prepared. When I competed, similar story to you, and it was like, hey, there's this like big rigging project. Like, how much rigging you've done? I'm like, next to zero. And they're like, oh yeah, so it's they don't know what it's gonna be, but there's gonna probably be some component. There's gonna be this. The one I did had a transfer, so you had to lift, and then you had to transfer the load over from one spot to another spot, get it rigged back up without allowing it to touch the ground, right? And we're looking at it and going like, okay. And there's just this like pile of slings and shackles, and you're like, all right, like rigging Lego. Let's lay this out.
And you're also trying to do it all safely and properly. Oh, there's I just want to point this out. There's Sydney up there. So I know she was super confident. Just yesterday she had a little bit of nerves, but she was killing it. But I went up when we talked to her earlier today. She's like, no, this is what I do. This is my jam. So I'm confident. You can just tell she's really focused, and she's not, doesn't look like she's having to really stop and focus on what she's doing. She's in the rhythm of it.
Yeah, she's already got the next joint planned after this one goes in.
Yeah, that's awesome. And I know she maybe has some friends and family watching at home, so that's super cool that this has given us the opportunity that, friends and everyone can be seeing what she's doing here, because it's pretty cool. Especially, I know I personally had the same feeling of being the only girl in the whole thing. It's a little extra pressure, right? Because everyone's obviously rooting for you a little more, which is awesome. So, and she, I believe, just finished first year, so she's also quite new to the trade. So to be this confident and willing to come and even attempt this is amazing.
She's for first year, take the girl being out of it, because that doesn't really mean anything. But
exactly.
But being a first year with some like second, third year, she's holding her own for
exactly.
sure.
Yeah, it's funny. I was at work talking about, that I was going to come here and be sitting with you. And one of the guys said, oh, how did you do? And I said, I won this part. And he said, oh, out of the girls. And I said, no, like that has no bearing on this whatsoever. Right. It's not a, it's not that kind of competition. So, I mean, really, it should be a level playing field. So the only difference here is, if you're going up against a third or a fourth year, could be quite different, but looks like she's right in there with them, so that's awesome.
Well, that's the great thing about the trades, and these apprentice skills competitions. There isn't a women's division. There isn't like a men's division. It's just the division.
Totally, because I mean, really, it's not the same as comparing, strength in a sport or something like that. No. It's perfect. But yeah. I wonder if there's definitely not a rigging component today, but there will be a rigging component for them, whoever makes it to nationals. So.
I would imagine when they get to the Montreal, there will be some rigging portion.
Absolutely, yeah. So actually, maybe later on I'll get that picture over to Mark so he can pull it up on the screen. I have a picture of the rigging project that we had to do, and it was stressful, but it was awesome. It was awesome.
Yeah, we had in Edmonton, local 488. They have, I don't know if you've ever been to their yard or not, but they have this huge mock-up with it's like 3 or 4 stories. It's got vessels, different things, and then they have a kind of a spool rack off to the side. They have a crane on site, and so they have a bunch of different iterations of rigging you can do there, and.
Yeah, because there's full rigging courses at this point, right? I mean, it's especially like even for the Boilermakers, for example, they have like specific designated riggers on jobs, which is awesome. We have people that specialize in it on our industrial sites for sure, but for the general, we all get to experience some rigging in our career for sure. But some of it's pretty big for sure. I've been on job sites where we're rigging in like 42-inch pipe spools and. With the whole plant's watching us, it's a pretty big deal, and it's kind of the big thing everyone's eyes are on, so that makes it a little extra stress, kind of like this, right? And all the eyes are on them. You can see, not all people in the trades are really wanting to be the face of something or be displayed. So it's big to be in this because that everyone's going to be watching. It's
there's a certain level of confidence you need to be here and be putting your best foot forward, but also having everyone watching is just like you say, that next level of pressure on you, right?
Yeah, and usually it's just the people in the shop are watching, but now it's also whoever's tuning into this broadcast, which is really cool that people, their friends and family, because generally if you're coming from another province, you probably can't bring anyone with you just because obviously it's during the work week. So the fact that people can be watching at home is really cool.
Yeah, and depending on where everyone's watching from, you do have the ability to send in comments, questions, and Mark will be fielding some of that stuff up in the studio, and so we can answer questions and respond to comments as well.
Yeah, and if there's anyone you want to, sort of see a little more of or anything, if you're specifically watching from home, I know, like I said, Sydney had mentioned that maybe her boyfriend was watching from home. So if you want to, have a certain time when you're able to watch, we'd love to put her on screen, have her say hey, because that would be fun for her too, I'm sure.
Absolutely. It's this is an experience that both of us can speak from experience. That it's unique. Right, it's
definitely
you're always going to remember being at the competition. All these competitors, whether they win or not, are going to take away so much from this.
Yeah, I remember when mine was over, I remember just thinking like, okay, it's exciting because I'm going to be a journeyman soon, but also sad that I know I can never do this again.
Yeah.
Right? There is people, I know there was a steam fitter from Local 324 when I competed. He competed again the next year because he was, a second year and then a third year. So he was able to do it. When I competed, I was like going into fourth year. So I didn't have another opportunity. I remember thinking like, I wish I could hold back from being a journeyman just so I could do this again. But it's a great experience for sure. And to be able to go to nationals for, quite a few of these people is a super cool time.
Yeah, and if for all the competitors that do move on to the national event, it's got another kind of day or so added to the competition. The level of all the projects is a little higher, but also you get looked after. You get taken out. There's some swag.
Definitely, yeah. You're definitely wined and dined a little more per se. Get to go to maybe some sports games and wherever you are and some fancy dinners, and there's generally we have people from UA Canada here today, but there'll probably be some people from UA International. So it's a really, really cool networking side of things as well. And people always remember.
Yeah, for sure.
Which, I mean, it's a perfect example for us here today. Obviously, we're here because we had previously competed. I know that's why they asked me to come here, was I could speak from experience, and same with you as well.
Yeah, never know. They might be on the sports desk.
Exactly. We're gonna be. You'll see us on Sportsnet next week. We'll be commentating the Stanley Cup game.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah. Speaking of that, where is the Stanley? Where are they at right now? Are the Oilers still in the running here? I'm sure there's some Oilers fans in this room.
We'll have to get Trevor from 496. He's an Oilers fan.
Is he?
He is, yeah.
Oh, I didn't know you could live in Calgary and be an Oilers fan.
Yeah. I don't know if we were supposed to say that out loud.
We outed him. Oh, that's too funny. Yeah, and then it'll be exciting for them to go to Montreal because I don't think Nationals has been hosted there before, so that'll be a new thing. And Montreal is such a cool city. So
and one of the exams will be en français.
Oh, just an extra level of stress. Yeah, no, it'll be exciting for them, and that'll be in June. So when they finish here, they don't have. They can. A lot of people. I know what I did after I won here. I went back and started practicing immediately for nationals, right?
Yeah.
Because that's a whole nother level.
Yeah.
The next step up in the competition and the next step of kind of want to get through to go to Ann Arbor in Michigan, which is where the international competition is. So
it's one of those things I know for myself. You compete at the Western level, and it's you kind of come in, it's fun, it's whatever, and then you win, and you're like, oh, okay. I guess I should maybe take this a little bit more serious.
Yeah, that next step is you want that ring. I know for me personally, it was a crushing experience. We're ringless. Yeah, we both did not make it past nationals, which is heartbreaking. It was very heartbreaking for me personally, but still such a cool experience to be able to have participated.
Yeah,
for sure.
So we're working with some camera stuff here. We're gonna probably get another camera angle, getting out back into the shop. For what everyone's seeing at home, you can see currently the plumbers.
So they're still doing layout there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, everyone looks pretty focused for sure. I'm trying to think what time. I don't know what time they have a break at. I think there will be a coffee break for them so they can step away. And how they'll do it is, you have to take the break, which I think is good because obviously some people would just feel like they have to work right through, right? So union appointed breaks, as we say them, you have to take
your
them.
break.
Yeah, for sure. So I think Kai's just out there walking by with that's the camera that you saw Ryan on us earlier, and he's just going into the welding shop to kind of see if we can improve the feedback a little bit, and maybe we can get in there to get some of the steam and welding shots later, because they're definitely going to be doing some pretty cool stuff in there.
We'll throw a shout out to Kai, our field cameraman. Kai is a film student right now.
Yeah.
And so he did a 14-hour workday yesterday because he worked his job after.
Oh, he did.
And so when he came in the morning, he looked just as nervous as all the apprentices did, right?
Totally, yeah. Because I mean, he's a film apprentice basically, right?
Yeah. So
this is a cool opportunity for him, and yeah, he's super focused. He's taking it super seriously.
Yeah.
I think he's gonna maybe pop into a welding booth or something here. You guys can't see. We're just kind of following along with them, testing how the feedback is in the welding shop. But hopefully, it can we can get you some shots later, because I know there's definitely some people at home that want to see the other trades as well. Oh, he's gonna put the camera right over the top.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, it looks like the welders are at it. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, so now you guys can see, so he's poking right over the top of the weld booth there. He's trying to just get a bit of an angle.
So part of us being out in the shop here, we're trying to get this footage without, interrupting the competitors. Obviously, they have a task at hand, right?
Yeah. Oh, so there you go. There's a perfect shot of that weld coupon that he's already working on there.
Yeah.
So it looks like he's just taking a look inside.
Yeah.
But so see, as I told you, it's on that sort of 6G position on the slant there, and looks like he's maybe got a flashlight. He's probably taking a look at his route there.
Yeah.
Oh, perfect. He's gonna light up here. But yeah, you can tell. I mean, there's a little bit of nerves. Oh, that's a really good shot. That's awesome.
That is awesome. So for people that are following along that aren't welders, they're gonna weld out the root first.
So they'll do the root first. That's with the 60-10 rod. So the pipe's put together and there's a gap in between, and then they have to fill it up, and it basically has to fuse the metal perfectly. They can't miss any edges, because that, again, in the bend test will open right up. So he's just putting the first part of the root in there. You can see as the light's coming through the inside of the pipe. And so that's kind of that's one of the, I'd say, the most stressful parts of welding is usually the root, because you need that to be solid, because there's not really a lot of give in a test. So yeah, it looks like he's getting it in there good. By the way you can, I mean, I can see, being a welder, I can kind of see how it's going in there. Yeah. So it looks like he's doing well. And then, yeah, like I said, so let's say that root, he's going around the pipe once. He probably is going to have to go around the pipe another maybe 12 times on that. That's how thick that piece is. So it's a lot of heat to go into it. As you guys can see from there, actually, I mean, how thick that pipe is. That bevel you're seeing there is, I think it's probably about 3/4 of an inch thick.
Yeah.
Might even be an inch thick almost. So.
Yeah, so and you think of that, that's, what's that, 37-degree bevel on there?
Yeah.
And so you think of how wide that is when that's tacked up.
Exactly.
That's a lot of fill in there.
It's a lot of fill, yeah. The cap itself will probably be, like 4 or 5 stringer beads of weld. So yeah, he's taking a look in there with his flashlight now, just making sure that it went in okay.
So, okay.
Yes, that is, yes. Sorry, Mark's just in our ear, sort of keeping us up with what's going on here. That we didn't mention, that's our own 170 welder. And that's Brandon South Flat. So yeah, that's our own local guy. So we're excited for him. And then the other welder, there's only 2 welders, unfortunately, in the competition. So the other one is from local 488. That's Justin Cladis, and I'm not sure if one is farther along in their apprenticeship, but we'll find that out later and see, because it is interesting to know, if one has more experience than the other, perhaps.
Yeah.
So I believe now, I think that's still Brandon, and he's got quite the fancy welding hood there with the leather on it, and that thing he has on the back of his hand, that's sort of a heat shield, which is, it's good he has that on. I'm hoping both the competitors have that with just doing that very, very thick hot piece of pipe.
So do you change rods if they're doing stick all the way out, they're going to change rods from
so they'll do a root and then a hot pass, which is the pass after the root with 60-10, and then they'll switch to 70-18, which is the low hydrogen rod. And that's that's generally, I mean, that's what we do. I'd say that with stick welding, that's pretty much always how it's done with those 2 rods. And then they're going to do a TIG joint later. I think the TIG will just be the root and hot, and then they'll switch to wire feed.
What's the purpose of the hot pass?
The purpose of the hot pass, it's basically because with the 7018, it's quite easy to blow through the root because it gets pretty hot. So the hot pass kind of cleans out the sides where you might have some slag inclusion. But interesting for the other welder who's 488, which is in Edmonton. In Alberta, they actually don't do a hot pass with 6010. They do it with 7018. So who knows if he's been practicing it that way, but it's definitely a different way to go about it. So this is the 488 welder now. So I believe he's put half his root in, and he's just going to clean up that start and do the other half of it.
Yeah, I guess if any root or any joints failed, it's probably at the start and stop.
Definitely. Start stops are definitely the hardest part for sure, and on the root, I'd say especially. You can risk some slag inclusion in the fill, but the root's probably the part where I'd say most welders are kind of the most stressed, and you're looking in with a flashlight, and then you're just you're hoping it went well, because it's not that easy. It's not that easy to get it in right. Oh, look, there's a comment up there. It says this live stream's the best. That's nice. We're learning, so it's been a learning process for everyone.
For sure.
We're having our own broadcaster apprenticeship right now.
We are, we're definitely first years.
Yeah. But I'm glad they got the feed going out there. Hopefully they're able to get out to the steam fitter part as well and see how they're doing, because it'd be pretty cool to watch them do some torch cutting out there.
Yeah, what a great shot.
Yeah, that's awesome.
We got some people that just came into the green room sitting down. We got Dylan and Leslie. Are you guys going to be jumping in here next?
Yeah.
Right on.
Nice.
You let us know when you're up.
Sweet. Yeah, they're ready. All right. Well, I'm excited that we have a feed of the welder now. I'd be happy if we just stay in commentary this weld all day.
Hashtag rate my welds.
Exactly.
If anyone is brutal and critical of their own trade, it's the welders, right?
Definitely.
Because part of obviously welding, there's a structural component, of course,
for sure,
but there's definitely a visual component too. So it's easy to kind of be.
Oh, what does this say? I had Brandon in my foundations before I went on mat leave. Good luck, Brandon. You got this. Oh, that's nice. That's Dana Stevens. She's one of our welding teachers who's on maternity leave right now. I want to say maybe she'll be back within the next year. I know she was really, really killing it as a teacher, and everyone says great things. So that's cool for her to watch one of her students in there. That's awesome.
That is awesome.
But yeah, the welders are very, very critical. Whenever people say, you're a great welder, and most welders, oh no, I'm not, right? Always downplaying it. I mean, it's also hard to have your confidence tested on every single weld you do, because at any time something can go wrong and you can have a fail. But
you're leaving your welds around the job site almost like a signature, right?
Exactly.
And you don't want anyone to be able to pick yours out for the wrong reasons.
Exactly. Yeah. And if you fail a weld, I mean, people say if you haven't failed a weld, then you just haven't welded enough.
Yeah, absolutely.
But when you fail a weld on a job site, it's harsh to call it a repair, we'll call it, but generally everyone knows about it somehow, so it's a little hard on the ego every once in a while. But like I said, everyone has repairs, and if you don't, then you're just not working enough.
In my working career, I did a lot of boiler retrofit. That's kind of what I did, and you get a leak here or there from time to time, and you guys, you got a leak. I'm like, if you don't get leaks ever, you don't put pipe together.
Yeah,
it's gonna happen at some point. Obviously, you don't want that to be the habit, but if you're putting enough joints together, it's just a matter of time.
100%. Yeah. You can't beat yourself up about it.
No. Learn from it and move on.
Exactly. Yeah, and you can't be afraid to ask for help. Asking other welders for help, and I mean, the same with the fitters, right? There's always new techniques. There's always changing things happening. So you just got to keep up on it.
So looking at the joint that they're doing here, would you, if you're allocating time for yourself, are you gonna put a little bit extra focus into that route and spend a little bit more time there, and then maybe get a little loose on the fill?
Yeah, I'd say so for sure. I mean, I think they'll have enough time to finish it, without stressing out too bad. But like I said, spend a little extra time, but leave yourself enough time to let that thing cool down before you cap it, because. Yeah, it's gonna be hot, but it looks like he's taking his time on the route for sure. because it's definitely not the part that you want to rush on.
Yeah.
Well, should we pass this over to Dylan and
all right,
Leslie
you boys ready to jump in the hot seat here? Mark, we're going to switch up on the desk here. We have coming up next on the desk, we're going to have Leslie Yellowknee and Dylan Fettis.
I'm Max Fair. I'm a UA 170 pressure welder.
3, 2, 1.
I've been welding for about 15 years. I got into it as a young kid, just building go-karts, and as soon as I was done high school, pretty much I came to the UA school to start my apprenticeship, and got signed up to start doing my C ticket. It was awesome. Having a little bit of experience in welding shop, just working, right? Coming here, everything was outfitted with top-of-the-line, brand new equipment. The instructors were knowledgeable. They set us on a path to being busy, working all the time, and being at the top of our trade here. 100% I'd recommend welding to someone. My name's Max Fair. I'm a B-pressure UA 170 welder.
And I think we're back. Looks like we're back on. Hey, everybody watching at home. My name's Dylan. I have with me Leslie Yellowknee. He works with the UPIC here. Leslie, tell me a little bit about yourself and what you're doing here.
So yeah, my name is Leslie Yellowknee. I'm from Big Stone Cree First Nation. I'm the Special Projects and Indigenous Relations for UA PIC and UA Local 170. I've been with UA PIC since August of 2022 now. So some of the things that I do is I work with the foundations coming in and out of UA PIC. A lot of other things is I do a lot of the Indigenous relations, all of our members and apprentices on the school side, but with 170 as well, doing outreach, business development as well. So any opportunities with projects, things like CNOC, with Squamish, or projects with MST, which is Musqueam, Squamish to Tsleil-Waututh on the development, and then things with Fluor Canada if we're needing some apprentices up at Kitimat. I try to support them in that aspect as well. So some of the things I've been able to do in the past 10 months that I've been here. So we've partnered with Musqueam, Squamish and Tsleil-Waututh. They came together as 3 nations. We're actually running a piping foundation. So just so everybody knows, Squamish actually has a training and trade center right below Second Narrows Bridge.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and we're running a piping foundation down there. They're doing essential skills right now, and Raven Hillenbrand is going to be the one who's going to be teaching that class. So she's down in Richmond right now with the youth training and trades class, and she'll be heading up there pretty soon to start teaching. Another thing is I used to work for the Urban ISET of BC. ISETs are Indigenous Strategic Employment and Training, so they are federally funded. They help the Indigenous community get into the labor market. So basically, I worked in the trades department, and Access is the Urban ISET of BC. So they're coming to ask for a welding foundation. So they're going to start here in the next 3 weeks doing a full welding foundation.
That's interesting. So welding foundation, that's a 6-month program?
Yeah, so 28 weeks. One of the great things too is they're going to have opportunities to do their CWBs as well at the end of it. And Daryl will be the instructor for that class. A couple other things, we actually have a full piping class running right now, piping foundation. Johnny is our instructor for that. I have another welding foundation running right now. Daryl is the instructor for that. Daryl is one of our newest welding instructors. Then we have another welding foundation, and Andre, one of the senior instructors, he's the instructor for that as well. So
yeah, so there's lots of things happening around here from the sounds of it.
Yeah, lots.
It's a good time as a young individual to if you're interested in getting into the trades, whatever trade that may be. It sounds like there's lots of resources available to folks out there, it's good news, I think, for everybody around, right? I mean, I know I see it out in the field a lot of the times. There's a big labor shortage, right? I mean, it seems to be tough to get guys to stay long term in places in in the industrial aspect, for sure, right? I mean, people are kind of moving from here to there, or job might be a little bit better over here, so nobody seems to be able to man their jobs adequately. So I think there's lots of opportunity out there. So with the access program, I guess once they go through their foundations, they'll have their CWB, so they'll essentially be able to go straight from that and join the workforce, is what the hope is.
Yeah, that's the goal. So a couple of places we're trying to look, one of the parts that I try to do is the outreach for employment as well. So Ideal, one of our partners, hoping we can get a couple spots up there. Fluor Canada is another one. They're starting to take some of our C welders as well. So the plan is, once we get towards the end of the program, start working with employers, get them actually to the graduation. So Access, they actually have grad ceremonies. It's kind of something we do in our culture. Okay. So we actually have ceremonies around it, and we'll actually have employers like that. C-SPAN, they come out, bring them to the grad ceremonies, and most times, like C-SPAN, great employer, come out and actually do like letters of employment. Will Schwartz, director of UA PIC, he's actually come out to the grads before. We've actually hired piping students right out of the foundations before, had them employed here at the school, helping us, cut pipe, bevel pipe, just kind of get them introduced into the piping trade, and then seeing what their work ethic was, had them dispatched out for work just a few weeks later. So yeah, that's kind of the plan.
Yeah, it's beautiful. We are really, I think, lucky to have we have an amazing training center here. Between all of the talented and knowledgeable staff, and then just the facility itself, it provides a lot of opportunity for young apprentices and people who are new to the trades to really hone in their skills and grow and go from there, right? So it's
just to talk a little bit too about what you're mentioning about the work shortage or the worker shortage. I personally, in the time I've been on the board, or I've been a part of the UA since 2017, which isn't crazy long, but I've never seen our board this busy with the amount of jobs listed on it.
It's very true. I mean, I hear it all the time from, when you're on a different job and you get travel cards coming out, and they just can't believe it, right? They just call in and listen to the job tape, which just lists all the jobs that we have going, and they're like, man, it takes 10 minutes for the tape to finish, right? Like, they're always blown away. They're like, we don't understand. It's never like that at our home locals, right? So
yeah, I know. I feel like, the past 5 years, I've always been told, like, at one point it's going to get to a point where, like, we're not going to have enough workers. Everybody's going to retire. Yeah. We're going to need more people. And I've been hearing that, and I feel like we're finally there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it's to the point where it's like, there are not enough people to work to man these jobs, but we're doing our best. That's why we're running so many programs here. Just trying to get enough apprentices out there, but it's still not enough.
Yeah, you're really right too. I mean, it's something that I've heard over the course of my apprenticeship and stuff, and as I've gotten older and I have my trade qualifications now, I can really see it. And it's almost before I used to think, okay, sure, that's what they're saying, right? And I guess that's good for me and my friends and my family that also work in trades. But now that we're kind of here, it's more of a nuisance really, because it makes everybody's job a little bit harder when you don't have the correct manpower there, right? Especially in regards to like young apprentices or around that first, second, third year apprentices. Those are key players in the day-to-day operations of a job site, right? Whether or not they might think so or other people might think so. Like, when you don't have those people there, it really shows that, hey, we need these people here every day, right?
Yeah, just having that next generation come in and take over these retirement spots, and I'm still pretty young, but there's still so many more people out there retiring every day, and hopefully, like, all these apprentices we're getting through, just continue with these apprenticeships, getting their red seals, everything with the compulsory trades coming through. Like, it is very important that people are getting their red seals, because even in my time, I have seen people not wanting to go back to school, stick with level 2, and just because they're making great money up north, or working industrial, right? And for me, it never made sense, but I hope we continue this trend of continuing with red seal trades and completing certifications. So yeah,
it is nice and important, I think, to get your red seals and your trade qualifications, because even if you're younger and you start apprenticing around in your early 20s, you can get your trade qualifications, and maybe it's not really what you want to be doing forever. Maybe it's not what you're completely passionate about, right? I mean, I know lots of people, including myself, that I really enjoy what I do for work, and I couldn't really imagine doing anything else. But maybe you're passionate about music and you like doing stuff like that, or like some other hobbies that could potentially be a career in the future, but maybe just not right now, because you need to be able to financially support yourself to harbor those skills, right? So it's good opportunities for people like that, because there's nothing saying that you have to do it forever. And then once you get your trade qualifications, you always have that to fall back on,
Yeah, it's funny. You kind of reminded me, like when I was 19, that's when I started the trades. I got my ticket when I was 23. And, I continued working in the trades for the next, 5 to 6 years. And then I started helping people. I started helping people get into the trades. And I've been helping people now get into the trades and be a part of the trades just as long as I've been on the tools.
Yeah.
And you never know where a trade certificate's going to take you. Like I grew up in Alberta. I didn't grow up here in the West Coast. But I moved over here. My whole family's back in Alberta, but I love it here. And you just never know what a Red Seal is going to do for you. And now I love helping people get into the trades. Like that's really where my passion is.
Yep.
I'm still a part of it, but honestly, I haven't picked up a tool in 6 years, dude.
Yeah, which is it's really nice, and I know you do a really good job here. I've heard many people talk very highly of you, and it's those jobs especially are really critical to our industry as a whole right now, because maybe not everybody grows up with their parents saying, "Hey, trades are a good idea," right? I think there's a bit of a stigma behind it even though it's pretty clear that our skilled labor force is shrinking. We're really the people that build the future of British Columbia and the country as a whole. The hospitals, the schools, residential communities, those places aren't going to get built without guys like yourself or me or anybody else that's involved with the UA or any other of the local trade unions around, right? We're pretty essential, and I guess that was kind of highlighted during COVID too, right? Lots of people were told to stay home and not to work, but I know at least for Local 170, we were all mandated to go to work, right? We had to be there and to keep things running. So
yeah, that was it, man, and that was always my biggest thing. When I was working with the guys taking foundations, I let them know, when COVID was happening, we were still making our wages. We were still out there working, building these bridges, building these buildings, these ships, these hospitals, and just doing what we had to do and being a part of community. And that's really what this is. It is a community, right? And a part of UA, we're brothers and sisters. We look out for each other, we support each other, and that's the one thing I love about UA 170. It's when a brother needs support, you help them, and that's what I've seen here in the local. And furthermore in that, when we would come to school and we come together and be a part of this, it's something bigger than us, right? And that's what I love about this, and being a part of the skills and getting to see these competitors come year after year and after year and grow and finish their apprenticeships and come back and actually get to be a part of the podcasts and have the Red Seals after, right? It's something great.
Yeah, this stuff is a pretty big deal, right? Something that stuck with me is I always remember people that teach me stuff, right? So I have good relationships with my past instructors, and also journeymen that I've worked with when I was an apprentice out in the field. You don't forget guys that are kind and understanding, and also that want to pass down their knowledge, right? Because that's really how you grow as an apprentice and even a human being, right? And there's a lot of that here, right? Being a part of this, I competed in a previous year, and to be back here and watching all the competitors this year going through all the same emotions and stuff, right? From being excited to be here on the meet and greet day, and then I'm sure some people were feeling a little bit defeated after yesterday's Common Core competitions. It's really fun to see, right?
Yeah, no, definitely. I actually sit on the board for Skills Canada BC as well, so we just had provincials. So getting to see a bunch of competitors come across, the province and compete against each other, and it's just a friendly competition, right? And at the end of the day, it's really what can you do on the day and see what you can complete. And as a steam fitter myself, I know what it's like to do practical projects in school under a time.
Yeah.
And sometimes it is frustrating, but when you actually get to finish the project and see what you built in front of you, you take pride in that. And actually apply that when you're out in the job site, and it's great, right? I wouldn't have it any other way, man.
Yeah, it's interesting you talk about the time limits and the time constraints, because I don't know why, but every time I was in a competition like this, or I participated in Skills BC and Skills Canada when I was an apprentice, every time I had a short time limit, 2 hours, but it's a smaller project, and you just feel like, okay, well, that's a lot of time to do this, and then it kind of starts coming down to the last half an hour, 15 minutes, and you're sweating trying to get your pieces together and stuff, right? And it's strange because I just feel like when you're in the field working, you don't have such tight time constraints. Obviously, you're trying to be efficient and get the job done on time, but you don't have all the associated stresses and stuff going on. I guess everything seems to go a lot smoother for the most part, right?
Yeah,
which is pretty funny. I guess also too, as an apprentice, you typically you have a journeyman around you that's there to support you, depending on where you're at in your apprenticeship. Maybe you're working directly with the journeyman, or maybe you're working indirectly with the journeyman. But usually there's someone there to offer you quite a bit of guidance and support, right? So for these projects, I think it's tough for a few people because they have to make all their own decisions and deal with that, right?
I think that's huge growth too as well. Like it's like you said, I've had some really great journey people across my apprenticeship, and working with great welders, great journeymen, and people across my path. But those times when I was alone, having to do projects all myself, I think that's really where you grow a lot, because you have to make your own decisions. And and opportunities like this is really what you take. It's an opportunity to grow. Learn what you have, not having somebody there to support you. Obviously, you do have people, judging, and it's under a time constraint. But at the end of the day, it is a time to grow and see what you're made of. But like I said, it's just for a competition. But hopefully, you take this opportunity to learn something and move forward.
I think they are. It's a big skills building as much as it is a competition, because I know I felt that way. At least I think a lot of other apprentices who get their trade qualifications and then they get the journeyman status. So now all of a sudden you're out in the big world all on your own, right? Everyone kind of expects you just, hey man, well you know what's going on, right? You have your ticket, so you should be able to figure this out, right? It's an interesting feeling going from being like you feel like you're pretty good as a 4th year apprentice and you're at journeyman level, but once you actually get there, there's a big jump in expectations of you're the one making the calls, like the apprentices here are doing today for their own projects, right? You don't necessarily have someone to lean back on. Like, you could talk to your foreman a little bit. We got Ryan Campagna, one of our steam instructors, coming in the background here.
How you guys doing?
We're doing great. We're doing great.
Awesome. No, we've been listening to you guys in the classroom. You guys are doing a great job.
Okay, right on. Yeah. I don't know if we were having some technical difficulties or what was going on there, but Ryan came to make a quick cameo either way.
Yeah.
He was my instructor just last year, so it's nice to see him out here poking around the competition and saying hi to some of the competitors and the other instructors and facilitators that have been around here.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So, that was just, Ryan came to say hi, which is awesome. If any of you guys ever come down here, don't be afraid to say hello to him. He's a very knowledgeable guy. I often, I'll shoot him a random text when I'm out in the field when I'm unsure of something, because he seems to know a lot. So it's always very humbling when I text him, because I like to think that I have a good understanding of most of the program material and what's going on out there. But every once in a while, I'll be like, well, I'm not really too sure about this. So I shoot him a text, and he usually answers me fairly quick with a good description or answer for the question I have, and then I very quickly feel like an idiot. So that's awesome.
Yeah, definitely one of my favorite guys, because he's one of the steam instructors down here at UA Pick, him and Jerry. But great colleague, great instructor. I've heard nothing but great feedback from all of his students. So yeah. Just to kind of tie back a little bit, I remember when I was just transitioning out of my last year. So when I took steam back in Alberta, it was a 3-year trade.
Okay, yeah.
So it wasn't a 4-year back then. After compulsory, we did, now it's a 4-year trade across the board. But back then, it was only a 3-year trade. So back then, level 2, actually, it was like 2 and 3 put together. So a lot of people were actually failing level 2. Back in Alberta, it was a lot harder.
It was a compressed.
It was such a compressed level, right? But I remember finishing my last, level 3, and that transition of like, okay, here's the grinder, here's the package. Like, you're the journey person now. Like, you can't rely on us anymore, right? And having that a little extra pressure.
Yeah.
But again, you take that opportunity to grow and see what opportunity you can take out of it. But yeah, man, like I'm glad I took that, and years later, you know, you grow from it and become a greater tradesperson.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely, I'm sure it's the same for a lot of commercial guys too. Like sometimes you're in a plant, and especially when you're a green journeyman, and the drawings that you have don't really work, and then they're like, well, just go in there and figure it out, right? You have to go from like a point A to a point B, but you got some weird offset in the way, or maybe one of your flanges is, you know, not square, so things are a little bit tricky, right? And it's like, well, you don't have anyone there to answer you, right? It's just all on you. And I'd assume commercial is pretty similar. I know that, you know, they get their mechanical drawings, and then all of a sudden someone's like, here you go, and then maybe you're trying to run your supply and return of your hydronic lines, but you have some big duct in the way or something, and it's just kind of like, yeah, I mean, in that situation, I think you kind of would ask your foreman a lot of the time, but there's a lot of things where you just kind of have to, you know, use your judgment and just go with it, right? Because there's not always going to be someone there to answer your question, so you can't really be standing around. And especially, you know, if you have younger guys working underneath you, you kind of want to be a good mentor and leader in that position, right? And just say, hey, this is how we're going to do it. You know, when they ask you why, you got to have an answer for them, you know, so.
Yeah, no, especially in industrial too, man. Like when you used to cut out old lines and they give you a package, right? Like that package and those lines were like 30 years ago.
Yeah.
Right? Like you if you went off those dimensions, they would be totally off, right?
Yeah.
So like every time you went out, you always had to measure, you always had to double check, right? Because I've actually seen guys go off the drawings and they'd be like 4 feet short.
Well, that's the funny thing is even if you get engineering drawings, a lot of the time they'll add a little note in there that says field verify, which is basically just the engineer saying, hey man, I think this is what this is supposed to be, but just in case you fabricate it and it's not, I don't have any liability because you were supposed to field verify, right? Which I think is awesome, because it's like, well, that's great. I mean, clearly my employer has paid a little bit of money to get these drawings made up, but at the end of the day, if the piping doesn't work, that's clearly my fault now, because you know, which
I've done a few of those. I've done a few mistakes. I've cut a few flanges. I've had to cut a few welds before, but yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it's always a good experience though, and you know, it's nice once you kind of catch your groove too, and you feel like, yeah, okay, I do have a good grasp and understanding of how this is going, right? Which is then where it kicks in. You can start being a mentor to other younger apprentices. And
yeah, I think that's a huge part of it too. When you start becoming like a new journey person, like being able to teach somebody else, I think you learn a lot more too, right? Because once you actually apply what you learn and then be able to give that to somebody else, like you really understand what you're reading and what you're doing, because you're able to give it to somebody else, right? You know, here's how to bevel, here's how to level this, plumb this, you know, do a 45 here, things like that. And then, you know, I guess in my time, during my apprenticeship, it was a little bit different, right? At times, you know, maybe I was getting a wrench thrown at me.
Yeah.
You know, maybe I did have a welder yell at me a few times here and there. So a little bit different, right? You know, I try to be a little bit softer than kind of the way it was given to me. But you know, that's just the way it was back, 10 years ago when I was in the
Yeah, I think it is a really good time to be an apprentice, I think, in BC and in Canada. Just because of the, how things are going these days. I think we've made a lot of strides in the way that we treat others, especially women in trades. I think they've rightfully gained a lot more respect than they have gotten in the past, which, there's some antiquated ideologies, I think, on stuff like that. It's always I'm always really happy to work alongside women and see them out there. They tend to work a little bit harder than some of the guys in my experience. And then there's no bullying or harassment anymore, right? Like nobody stands for that. Your union brothers and sisters will stick up for you, and B, the contractors, they're not having any of that anymore. So
no, for sure, and I agree. Like just seeing kind of where that trajectory is going with our sisters in the trade, the percentage has definitely gone up in the past 3 years alone. Even with Indigenous, right? Like with Truth and Reconciliation, that's gone up. It's not what it was 10 years ago when I even got into the trades. Even within an industry, its trajectory is just going up and up. And honestly, for me, like I feel pride. I guess if you were to ask me, like, what do you feel? Like, I feel pride. I feel proud to feel like a young Indigenous man in the workforce of our industry and to be a part of it. Like, you know, I'm 32 now and I still get to help guys that are, you know, in their young 20s get into the trades and get great careers at C-SPAN or Parkland and be a part of our UA, right? And get to stand, you know, shoulder to shoulder, you know, not above, not below, but like shoulder to shoulder, man. And, you know, with our sisters together. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's good. Well, I think we have a next guest coming on, but thanks so much for coming out and giving us a shout, Leslie.
Appreciate it, brother.
That was Leslie Yellowknee. Oh, we're not live. Perfect. Perfect, Mark.
I heard about the program through a few different friends that have made it to Red Seal or just went through the Foundations program, and they highly recommended it. I really enjoy the hands-on experience. I very much enjoy being creative, the fact that we're working all the time, welding or studying. It's a very immersive class. 75–80% more in the shop, and then I'd say the other 20% is in class or at home studying. This entire time I've felt complete support, whether it be from the director, whether it be from the supportive staff or my teacher directly. Both my parents are very supportive. I have a younger brother who's extremely supportive. Just extremely excited that I've committed to such an awesome program with such an awesome opportunity. That was the decision to make the jump, was really to get myself certified and have a spot in the industry. I would say 5 years from now, I hope to be Red Seal. There's many different avenues within the industry, and welding's just the beginning of it. I would recommend it 100 times again, and to anybody, and I have been currently recommending it to a lot of people, just for the fact that you have a very hands-on learning experience. Everyone around you is willing to support you, whether it's your classmates, your teacher, your head welding instructors, you know, your counselor. Everybody is there for you. It makes you really want to work harder and do the best that you can. So it's just a very supportive, you know, positive work environment to learn in. I'm Alex Gain. I'm a welding foundation student at UAPIC, BC.
We're back after the short break. I have with me a new guest, Chris Hendrickson from Local 179. Hey, Chris, how you doing today?
I'm good, doing well. How you doing?
I'm doing well. It's nice to see everyone out there. Why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself and what you're doing in Saskatchewan?
I'm the assistant training director for Saskatchewan Pipe and Industry, which is a training provider for Local 179 in Saskatchewan. We have the facility in Saskatoon and Regina. I've been there since 2012.
Okay.
So dual ticketed, refrigeration, steam fitter, pipe fitter.
Okay, that's awesome. 2012 is quite a long time. I've heard you guys recently have picked up something changed. I think something to do with the sprinkler fitting. You guys have new programs.
We got awarded the apprenticeship training for all 3 years of sprinkler schooling late last year, September, October last year. We just brought on our new instructor, Rashawn. So by August, September, we'll be putting on our first course, and all things going ahead. You know, we're ready.
Yeah. No, that's awesome. So it's 3 levels. So, but basically that, like the training authority in Saskatchewan has certified you guys to offer the programs.
Yeah. Historically, the sprinkler trade was always in Alberta, so our apprentices actually had to travel to Red Deer to do all their training there. And so once it became a compulsory trade in Saskatchewan, they figured that we should probably be taking care of the training within our own province.
Yeah.
And we went up against a couple of the other providers, and we were lucky enough to be awarded that.
Yeah, that's amazing. That's awesome. That's a big win for Saskatchewan, the apprentices, and UA Canada as a whole.
It's a long time coming, so yeah, we're looking forward to showing what we can do. So
yeah, right on. Yeah, that's great. How many competitors do you guys have here this year?
I have 3. I have a refrigeration, I have a sprinkler fitter, and I have a refrigeration.
Okay, right on. Okay. Oh yeah, it looks like we have quite a few spectators here today.
Oh yeah.
I think today's a better day as far as I think, you know, broadcasting and for people coming in to watch. There's not as much going on today, I've noticed. Like there's lots, but everyone's kind of consolidated into
Yeah,
their...
because yesterday was all the common projects, so that we had to kind of shift them all around the shops as they did their common projects. Today they're into their major projects, so yeah, they're in one state, situated spot, so it's a little easier for spectators to
for sure,
see what they're doing, right?
Yeah, which is nice. I'm sure there's also quite a few people watching at home, friends and family of the competitors, and maybe brothers and sisters in their respective locals, which is great to see. I mean, I think it's the first year we've had a live broadcast like this, and it's been pretty successful so far.
Absolutely, yeah. I know there's a few people in our home office watching on the link right now too. So.
Okay, right on. Yeah. No, it's been a lot of fun so far. What do you guys have planned for the future in 179? Is there any big upcoming job projects? Or?
Oh, we've been stupid busy here this year. It started kind of last year. We're in shutdown season, of course, industrial and that, but commercially, our province is blowing up all around it. So. We've got lots of opportunities for all our trades here for the next few years.
Yeah, okay, so it's a good time in Saskatchewan if
absolutely.
You want to look at. Sounds like sprinkler fitting could be a good one if you're in Saskatchewan.
Absolutely.
They have that new training program.
Yeah,
so.
Absolutely.
But sprinkler fitters, plumbers,
refrigeration
mechanics,
steam fitter, pipe fitter, instrumentation, welding, of course, right?
Yeah, it's across the board. It's a good time to,
absolutely.
Yeah, that sounds great. So if you're interested and you're in Saskatchewan, you should probably go check out the local and talk to them. It's a good time. What's going on out there? Oh, it looks like maybe are we close to break? Is that what's happening?
It's getting very close to break.
Oh,
yeah, we have break at 10 o'clock here. So
just doesn't look like there's a whole lot of action. Oh, the plumbers are bent over. That's why I couldn't really see what was going on there.
Yeah, so they're doing their rough-in projects right now. It looks like so.
Yeah, looks like we're having. Yeah, there we go. Having some issues with camera 4 in the steam fitting area, but.
That might be the grinding that's affecting number 2, right? So.
That could be, yeah. There's a lot going on back there. I know in when I was competing, the steam fitter project was fairly robust. We had a lot of skills that we weren't really used to using on a day-to-day basis involved in it.
Yeah, and the steam fitter program, depending on what you're doing, right? You're gonna highlight one skill and maybe not use another one that you maybe saw in school, and that's about it, right?
Yeah.
So
I think that's the common denominator on that. I think is tube bending. I think we talked a little bit about this yesterday, but I think and even the competitors I talked to today, they said well, I could have done better on that one, right?
Yeah, that was the consensus right across the board.
Yeah.
Everyone, but they all did well. They all dug in and got the project done and did themselves proud, and their locals proud. So
which that's the big goal at the end of the day, right? I mean, I was commenting this towards the end of the day yesterday that everybody seemed to do really well with their common projects.
Yeah.
Nobody, from what I saw when I was poking around and stuff, nobody was really like clearly running away with anything. So coming into today, it was kind of fair game for everybody. It's really their time to showcase their trade-specific skills.
Yeah, I believe that too. I think today's going to be a good day for everyone. Everyone's close in all their trades, so we'll go forward. And then they have their written exam, of course, tomorrow, right? So there's another way to kind of showcase their trade in that.
Yeah, the format's a little bit different this year from what I understand. Is they have 3 written exams. So there's one trade-specific. They have the NOSC. UA history,
the foundation one,
and then they have their common core foundation exams, which I think when I was competing we just had one main exam which kind of encompassed all of the common core and the UA history. So
I believe there was one exam at one point in time, and the first few 20 questions or whatever was the history portion of it, and then you went into your trade specific. So
which I really enjoyed as I was competing. I mean, it's something that not too many people I guess get to read through all that stuff unless you really have to look for it. Whereas when you come and compete here, it's kind of a crash course in UA history and
well, it's nice to know it's on the Brightspace learning resource, right?
Okay.
So now they can just log in and go through the course at their own pace and go through the history part of it, right?
Yeah.
So UA Canada has done a really fantastic job with that. So.
Yeah. I've noticed that they're heavily involved in apprentice development, which is really nice to see. Not just, UA Canada is hugely involved, like at least in our local 170. It sounds like all the locals across the country are obviously heavily involved, but I think UA Canada really tries to go above and beyond to make sure that the apprentices are getting the resources and the opportunities to grow.
Absolutely, and they offer a lot of NOS courses too, so for all the memberships, so we can make sure that they have those skills for the job site that they need, right? So.
Yeah, no, that's true. I'm actually just signed up for a NOS rigging course in June, so
yeah.
I'm excited to take that one because, especially in the industrial world, you pick up a lot of it as you're working, and you do go through rigging while you're in school, but it's nice, at least for me, to say that I have that, right? And it's going to be nice to take the program because
it's a really good thing because it'll go through all the little aspects, and then you actually get to work with a live crane too, right?
Yeah.
So it's as real as it gets. So.
Yeah, because we use rigging every day on the industrial sector, but there's definitely been times, it's more so as an apprentice, but even as a journeyman, where I'm not. It's hard to be fully confident sometimes in what you're doing if you're not 100% sure, especially in an application like that where this is a big health and safety issue, right? So. To be able to take that course, and then I'm sure I'll come out of it feeling more confident in different complex lift situations.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I said, they'll go through all the aspects of it too, so you have that better understanding of it, and you have people around you that are in the same situation, so you can learn off each other as well, right?
Yeah. So there's lots of big things happening around here, and nationally through UA Canada and the NOS training programs. Looks like we have some plumbing going on, yeah.
Close up.
It looks like he's trying to set his floor flange, from what I can see here. Looks like the projects are coming along quite nicely. Actually, I was back in the steam fitting area a little while ago, and they've completed some of their dummy legs, from what I could see.
Nice.
So everything seems to be moving along fairly well. So is there anything that you'd like to see moving forward in the future change at these events, or are you pretty happy with how they're going?
I've been involved with these ones when I first started in 2012 until present, so they're just getting better and bigger as we go, so I'm pretty impressed with them, and all the locals step up, and all the coordinators and judges that come out are doing a fantastic job, so I wouldn't change anything.
Do you have anything you're looking forward to at Nationals? I mean, I'm sure you'd like to see one or two of your apprentices make it there.
We'll see what happens. Nationals are always a good time too. It's just the next level of competition. And then to see who goes to the international, right? So, which is a big deal because they're representing their home local and Canada, right?
Yeah. So. It's a huge deal. Okay, well, I think we're going to have our next guest speaker come on.
Okay.
Thank you very much for
Have
coming
a
on,
great
Chris.
day.
Yeah.
Talk to you soon.
You bet. That was Chris Hendricks with Local 179. Hendrickson, my bad. Looks like we're back after our little break. I have a new guest speaker with me, Mr. Jerry Rise. He's a steam fitting instructor here at Local 170, UAP ICBC, UPIC. How's it going, Jerry?
Good, Dylan. How are you today?
I'm doing quite well, man. I'm doing quite well. I had a good sleep last night. seen some of the competitors out and about after, and you know the stoke seems high today.
Yes, yeah, everybody's doing each trade doing their own individual competitions today. As of course yesterday it was a group adventure. And yeah, everything's looking really good out there today.
Yeah, everything seems good. Everyone's kind of in their own little areas, which is nice. It's a lot easier for everybody that's trying to help facilitate it, like yourself. And I know I've been running around a bit here and there. So it's nice to see everything come together at our home local, right? I mean, you're involved every day to day here as an instructor. So I'm sure you guys have been prepping for quite a while.
Yeah, a lot of preparation to go in to put an event on like this, and we have a lot of really good help here. And as you can see, we have our tech guy here with our great setup here, so we can do this live coverage.
Yeah, Mark Donnelly has been instrumental, key player in putting this all together for everyone who's watching at home. I know we've brought him up a few times, but really without Mark, none of this would be possible.
Oh yeah, this is great.
Yeah, so I mean, I would be really happy if I got to see, you know, one of my brothers or sisters from my local compete, or if friends or family of the competitors. I'm sure it's a great resource for them all, right?
Yeah, oh for sure. Yes. Yeah, I have a son that's in the trade as well. He's a steam fitter apprentice. And,
young Lucas. Shout out to young Lucas. He's a good kid, man. He's really doing good out there.
Yeah, he likes the trade. You know, it's a really good trade. All these trades are good, and there's lots of opportunity in each one here that we offer our schooling for, right?
Yeah, Leslie and I were just talking about the climate with how there's a huge labor shortage right now, right? And it's tough when you're out on the job site, and you know, your job's made a lot harder just because of the fact that hey, we can't get journeymen to come out and be like, there's not enough apprentices, right? And apprentices are really integral to the success of the job in every case, you know.
Oh yeah, and the future of the trades too.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
We need to bring the apprentices in and put them with good journey people, and get them trained when they start out so that they will be good journey people.
Yeah, mentorship is a huge deal, right?
Exactly.
And I think it's one of our core values here at Local 170, right, is to foster safe and respectful places for people to come and learn and harbor their skills that will allow them to be successful in the future as journey persons, right?
Yes, very much, yep. I think one of the key things about these apprenticeships is in these different piping trades is that, you know, everybody's always getting positive reinforcement. You know, you're always learning on the job. Not everything's always going to be perfect, right? You learn as you go, and you have your mentors, your journey people, above you helping you.
Yeah. It's an interesting process to, you know, I had the privilege of working with some foundations students here over the last week who were helping out while we were setting up, and it's a little bit funny to see them and then to think back about, you know, myself when I was just totally green in the trades, right? And you know, just simple things like properly putting in earplugs, right? I think that's a pretty basic task that is on the job site you'd expect people to know, but then, you know, I'm showing them how to, you know, set up a saw and explain the safety equipment that we need to use and why we need to use it. And then, you know, it's just kind of funny to think, hey, like I have to literally show them how to put the earplugs in, right? But it's everybody starts somewhere, right? And
that's right.
You know, and it's a long process, but if you stick to it, and you know, 3 or 4 years, you should have enough experience to start thinking about, hey, yeah, I could probably go write my trade qualifications. And
oh yeah, most definitely.
Yeah.
Yes.
Tell me a little bit about your work history. What's your background?
My work background, I'm a steam fitter. I actually got into this right out of high school. I have family that were in the trade, welders, and it just seemed like the thing to get into. And, you know, 17-year-old kid starting out, and just jumped into it. And 33 years later,
here we are.
Here I am.
You've got your son working in the trades now too. That's impressive. That must feel good.
Yeah, it's a great feeling to know that, you know, he's doing this and he enjoys it. The main part is enjoying what you do, right?
Yeah. We talked about that earlier. But you know, might not necessarily be the thing that you're most passionate about, but as long as you enjoy it and you're interested in it, I think it's worth doing. Because obviously you've made a good career of it, but there's nothing saying that you have to do it forever, right? Maybe you have a different hobby or something that you'd like to make into a career, right? Trades are a great avenue to financially support yourself. And then also have that peace of mind that, hey, I have these equitable skills that I can always use, that are always going to be needed.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, and with that red seal, you can take that pretty much everywhere.
You can go anywhere, yeah.
Anywhere in the world, just about everywhere.
Yeah.
So
it's it's a really positive thing, and it's a great achievement for anybody. Or wherever they're at in life, however old you are, right? I mean, it's never too late to start in a lot of cases, So it's been really good to me, and it sounds like it's been really good to you, right? I mean, the financial stability that it provides is, that to me that's a very important aspect to it.
Yes, very much. That's what we need these days. We live in an expensive place, and we need good wages, which we have, and they're getting better. Good benefits through the UA.
Yeah.
And also what we were talking about, being an apprentice and having good journey persons to work with, and those people you work with, you're going to work with if you stay in the career for your whole career.
Yeah, it's interesting, when you think about it, the guys you're in school with and the guys you meet when you're younger, and then I don't think about it a whole lot, but every once in a while it'll become a topic of conversation. Someone around your age that you've worked with for a few years has a kid, right? And then it's like, holy cow, in 30 years we're going to be like the older guys, right? And talking about how our kids are idiots, or how one of our kids is doing this, or we'll see somebody's kid as an apprentice starting out, right?
Yeah.
So they're lifelong relationships that you build with your brothers and sisters while you're out on the job or in school. For many of us, I mean, I don't really plan on doing anything else. I'm really passionate about my career and what I do, right? I really enjoy it. So you're very right. These people that you spend a lot of time with, these folks too, right? If you're working away from home and stuff like that, they really do become your brothers and sisters, right? You spend more time with them than almost anybody else. So.
Yeah, no, definitely. That's what your work career is, right?
Yeah.
You build lifelong friendships through this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's tons of support too, right? I mean, at Local 170, we try to harbor the idea that it's a big extended family, right? If you need to rely, you can always call the hall if you're having issues, mental health issues or drug or alcohol issues. We have many programs available to our membership to help with all sorts of things in their life, right? Which is that's a big thing for, I think, myself and many other people, right? It's always nice to see everybody healthy and striving.
Yeah, we have good programs here.
It looks like we're actually. It looks like we've gone for a break now. So I think with that, we'll leave you guys. We're gonna have a quick 15-minute coffee break. Obviously, the competitors they've been working really hard all morning, so I'm sure they could use a nice little rest and let the mind go other places for a few. So. With that, we'll go for break, and we'll see you back in 15-20.
Yeah, good talking to you, Dylan.
You bet.
Hello, everyone. I'm your host today, Ryan King. Today on the podcast, we have Max Fair and Travis Cassia. Welcome to the hall. Hey guys, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
Good. Thanks for coming on.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for having us.
It's this is our first time having two people on together, so we got a little bit of feedback noise we're working with. Yeah. We also have the shop running full speed right now, so there's a little bit of grinder noise. So people that are listening, you might hear some of that in the background. So welcome. How let's start. What trade are you guys?
We're both welders.
Okay. And do you start your trade as welders right from the get-go?
Not me, no. I started out as a plumber. I don't tell everybody that, but my dad's a plumber, fitter by trade. He's been a 170 member here for quite a long time. He bounced around with the non-union thing and then kind of came back and joined back up. And I had started working in the summertime in between grade 11 and 12 with him, and then he wanted me to come back after high school, and I did, and I did my 4 years of schooling. I did one at BCIT, one at PVC, and then my last 2 years here at the Hall.
Yeah.
So I got my tickets at 22, and I worked for a little bit for PML and Trotter, Templeton Mechanical, quite a few companies, and then I had helped on a pipeline job in between, and I kind of just fell in love with it. And so I did that when I was like 20, that helping job, and then I came back, finished my apprenticeship, got all that done, and then I was working, and I got a phone call from a fella who's a welder here, and he said, "Hey, would you like to come help me up in Dawson Creek?" And I said, "Absolutely." So I went, and we were on tie-ins there, and was working with him, and we were up there for 3 months, going on 4, and he said, "You know, you kind of have a knack for this. You're very attentive and you pay attention, and you know, you told me that you were kind of done with the plumbing trade. What would you want to do?" And I thought to myself, well, I could transfer my hours over to the fitting side.
Yeah.
And I never ended up doing that. I kind of just was interested in welding, and he said to me, "Well, I could probably get you into school. Let me talk to a few guys." And I came down here a week after I got home from that job, and I was signed up in my C level. I did my C and B back to back, and I haven't looked back since.
Nice. So, right on.
Yeah, it's been good.
Yeah, so kind of a different career path, but still got to where you're at now, right? And I think the more people you talk to, everybody's got, you know, it's very seldom does someone come in, especially young, and come in at the, you know, 18, 19, 20 and be like, yeah, I'm going from here to there, right? It's usually they try something and then they see something else that maybe they're more, you know, either they like more or it's more adventurous. Like I'm sure, you know, high-rise plumbing versus being on the pipeline, there's two different animals.
Oh,
right?
100%, yeah. Completely different worlds.
So what about yourself, Max? How'd you get started in the trade?
I started out pretty young, just kind of screwing around. I picked up a welder, I think, for the first time when I was like 12 or 13 years old. My grandpa was a welder in the Hall, right? So third generation.
Nice.
I didn't go to school for it until I was like 20, though. I don't know why I didn't in high school. I mean, I knew I wanted to be a tradesman, but what exact path I didn't know, right? And yeah, so once I learned a little bit about it, I was working in a fab shop when I was in grade 9 or 10, and then that was my first job. And then I went out pipelining when I was 19 or 20, and then same thing as Trav. I got back from that and signed up for school right away. Yeah.
You went on tour with the carnival and you were in, right?
Big time. Yeah.
Right. Nice. Yeah. So what's from starting welding to having you got A ticket, A pressure, like what's
they've changed everything now. I didn't actually do my A.
Yeah, me neither.
That's all just like specialty alloy kind of stuff, right? I just like I said, being kind of a hobbyist at home, I played with it a little bit, and really the only thing you need it for, I think, is like, you know, one-off jobs, right? Yeah. It's not very common, and that's something that, you know, is needed, right? So yeah, I just got my B done and my journeyman ticket, and yeah, that's all that I've really needed, right?
So from being out helping, so that's kind of the, would you say that would be like kind of the entry level to the pipelines? You get out there as a helper?
Yeah, I mean, if you're in the pipe trades, definitely you'd want to go out there as a helper. There's a ton of different things you can do. From, you know, if you're a fitter, you would probably go on a prep crew to start, picking up shavings and helping out wherever you could. And then, you know, they've got preheat as well on the front end or on the back end, post heat. And yeah, I mean, pipeline wise, going out as a helper is the best seat you can have to learn, for sure. You get to see it from all different aspects. I mean, they've got, you know, mainlining where you're in a shack and you're helping on the automatics. And then, you know, if you're usually a good enough helper, you'll stick around and go on tie-ins afterwards, or vice versa.
If you're not, you end up on dingles, I guess.
Okay, Mr. Dinkles, say leaves.
Yeah, dingles is you got to have strong wrists for that. That's cleaning up the welds on the back end. So yeah, I mean, there's a ton of different avenues you can go on, but being a helper, definitely if you want to be a welder or a fitter is definitely good to see it. I mean, you're making cuts and you're watching that pipe get lowered into the ditch and fitting it up and watching you're down there the whole time. I mean, as a helper, I was out of the truck down there the whole time.
Yeah, you definitely want to be down there learning. Not, you know, if you're, you know, that kind of separates the two groups of people. I mean, a lot of people get into it just, you know, for the money and they're ambitious, you know, 15 years of helping, right? Whatever. And then you see other guys who are down there learning, you know, getting to know every aspect of every angle and learning the whole show, right?
Well, that's the difference, right? You see that on you know, any different job site. You know, there's the people that are there for the paycheck for Friday, and there's the people that are there for the career, right? And so they're trying to build their skill set. They're trying to learn as much as they can, right? How did you find guys and girls like sharing the craft with you when you guys are kind of starting out?
So when I did my C level, I think we had 2 or 3 girls in our class, and they were really good. You know, they paid attention, and they always say that women can be better welders than men because they have, you know, a better attention span and better hand-eye coordination sometimes. But yeah, I mean, we've worked with a lot of women in the trades, and you know, it's good to see them out there. A lot of them work really hard, and they want to learn and they want to be out there. You know, you can make a career as a helper, definitely. They say when you first start helping, you go from, you know, $100,000 a year helper to a $50,000 a year welder. So, I mean, there's definitely a career to be made in that aspect of it for sure. But yeah, I mean, it's good.
So from the point when you're out there helping and you're like, you know what, okay, I want to start putting joints together, right? What was that like? Was that like 1 year you're out helping, the next year you've come in, went to school, got your tickets, and you're out welding? What does that look like?
I guess it's different for everyone, and I guess the pay, like how busy we are with work too, right? Like right now we're really busy, and like when we both started, we went from helping shacks and bugs, or bugs in the shack, and then tie-ins as well, and kind of bounced back and forth before we started bug welding, right? And then yeah, I mean, you typically start off there, right? And then move to tie-ins, right?
So I've been watching you guys out back. You guys have been welding on some pipe in the back there. You guys both have your rigs out there. At what stage of the game are you like, okay, I'm gonna rig up here? Like, 'cause that's a big commitment, I imagine.
Yeah, it's a big investment and big commitment time wise. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, for me after school, I got a lucky break and went out to Saskatchewan and did 280 kilometers of 36-inch on a bug. Fantastic job. And I got back and I was like, okay, I got some money here. I'm gonna, you know, should have bought a house, thinking about it now with where we are in our lifestyle down here and the prices of everything. But I rigged up pretty much right away after I got back from that job. I had my truck already. And then I went out to Alberta and bought a skid and welder. It was all set up. I paid like 10 grand for that and slapped it in the truck and got it to where I wanted it to be and rolled with that up until just December of last year, pretty much. You know, it was there. I didn't really use it too much, a little bit of side work here and there, fixing buckets and stuff on excavators and little things here and there, but it was just there more or less to have in case I transferred over to the commercial rig welding thing here, or
in case of local pipeline work, break glass.
Right. So yeah, and then Matt, we went up to Clearwater with Bannister, did some casing work. I still had my skid set up, and then Max had built himself a deck for his truck, and I was like, I had worked off a deck truck a few times, and they're just so much nicer to work off of, right? Hopping up in the skid sucks, and changing bottles and all that. So yeah, we built one for my truck, and it's fantastic. No.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you got to make it comfortable for yourself, right?
That's right. I mean, and the nice
and
thing,
functionable. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. And the nice thing about having your truck is, you know, if you're a bug welder and you're a good enough bug welder, sometimes you get to move on to the troubleshooting or the goose welding side of things, and you get a rig check for that. And, you know, you're not essentially using your truck all that much, but it's there and it's ready to go. And then kind of how it works out is, you know, if you're on the goose or troubleshooting once in a while, you'll get a stick welding opportunity towards the end of the job, and then your truck's there and you're ready to go. That's kind of how you move up the rank of breaking out onto tie-ins. You start on those bugs first and learn as much as you can, and then helping in between or whatever it may be, and then you might get lucky enough, get a call and break out.
Yeah, and that's and then it's no looking back from there, right? No. So you're kind of running as a business owner to some degree, right? Yeah. And then obviously all the stuff being set up with the union, you're kind of looking after all that stuff, and then making sure your truck's running and in good condition, and your life's all squared away to be out of town for.
Can't be running too much of a gypsy wagon. You gotta have it somewhat together, right? But getting everything dialed in, and you're pretty much ready to go on the fly to work, right?
I was years back. I was up in just south of Fort Mac, and we were on the site, and I had a young kid with me. I was driving truck then, and the Swamper was with me. He's like, "Oh, look at that guy's welding rig!" And this guy had I think it was like an F450 Harley Davidson edition, jacked, like all done up, skid in the back, like nice looking truck, but tons of money, and it was like a young guy running it. Yeah. And right beside him was an older gentleman, had like a early 80s square body Chev with a flat deck, and it looked like it should have been out of a museum. Rig on it, and they're both welding spools side by side. And the guy's like, "Oh, look at that Ford, look at that Ford." He's nice truck, right? Young kid. I'm like, the difference between those guys is that guy probably lives at home still, like with his parents. Yeah. That guy has probably a cottage or a lake house and a boat and whatever else, right? Because he's probably had that truck since the dawn of time, right? And looked after it.
Yeah, you look after your truck and your machine to look after you, right?
They're billing out at the same rate, right? Exactly. So one has payments, one doesn't, I guess, right? But
I mean, your truck gets shit kicked out there, and the welder that I was helping at the time in Dawson Creek, he had a Chev like I have now. It was just an extra cab. I got the crew cab, right? And he said, I was like, "What do you think I should get for a truck?" Because I had an old Dodge 12 valve, wicked truck, but it was a club cab, so the extended cab didn't open up, and you want to have a room in your back seat for everything, right? And he's like, "The best thing I can tell you is don't buy a truck you love." He's like, because they get ruined, right? So
you learn that as you go, right? And especially after building the deck, right? Like I got rear-ended a few months in, right? And it's just like, fuck, like you put all that time and money into building it and like doing it yourself, and then something like that happens, or like you say, just having helpers, like not take care of your tools as well as you would, right? Just kind of throwing shit around, and
So we've been super fortunate last couple of years here with the work we've had locally, like in our province. Essentially, as soon as you start welding on that pipeline, you're working yourself out of a job, right? At some point, it's going to connect somewhere, and you're going to be done, right? So
well, take the work while it's there, right? It's that's what my grandpa always told me anyway, right?
Usually, best day of the job is getting hired and getting laid off, right? The two best days of the job. But I mean, as it goes now, with everything being so expensive down here, you want to try and ride that out as long as you can, right? But I mean, once the job's done, there's so many different avenues as a welder you can go into, right? Like I work in a shop here once in a while in Coquitlam, and with my old man, he works there, so it's nice working with him. And then we've both done the industrial thing a little bit here and there, and you just try and stay as busy as you can.
Yeah, it's pretty busy industrial side, I think.
Yeah, the industrial board's been hot. It's like there's tons of work there right now for sure.
Commercial picking up too. I know when this pipeline stuff wraps up, hospitals, I guess BC's revamping all the hospitals, right? So
there's lots of work there right now. Right? Being a ticketed welder, you have your option, right? You could probably pick something close to home, or pick a job you want to be at, right? There's so many out there.
Definitely,
So how old are you guys?
30.
I just turned 30 on February 17th. Yeah.
So you guys still got a long road ahead for sure. So what do you guys see for the future? Like what's?
I just had a little guy. He just turned 1 a couple days ago. So thank you. It's going good. He's lots of fun, but I kind of chased the money out of town for a while, and it was really good. I love working out of town. You kind of get away from your stuff here, but once you have a family, you kind of miss them, right? So I mean, it's nice being at home. That's why we're both trying to test for this Trans Mountain expansion here in Chilliwack and get on there. It's right in our backyard, so it'd be nice to get out there and be home every night. And I mean, other than that, 10-year plan, buy a house, and I wish I was there already, but I've got everything I could ask for other than that. So
Yeah, it's you talk about rigging up or buying a house or like there's no crystal ball, right? Shoulda, coulda, woulda. You can't look at tomorrow because tomorrow's gone, right? You've got to focus on the future. So you have your skill set, which isn't going anywhere. Obviously, you have some ambition, right? So the future is wide open, right? Yeah. So being home, that's a huge, like if you can get work in your backyard, which very seldom do you, like for myself, I worked in the Lower Mainland almost exclusively. Never did I work within like a minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes from my house. Always the work was like 2 bridges in a tunnel, one direction or another, right? And it was like, why can't, like, well, there's just no work near my house, right? But to be doing what you guys are doing and have, the potential to, have a big spread right in your backyard, that's, being able to go home.
Like, I mean, I'm 6 hours away, but it's still doable on a weekend, right?
Yeah.
So, but close enough. When I actually got pretty lucky when I was an apprentice, and I think you bring that up with the 2 bridges in a tunnel, right? I started at Ideal once I had my C ticket, and I was in the shop for a week or two, and I got sent out to Lafarge in Abbotsford on Bradner, and I lived just on the Langley Abbotsford border, right? So it was awesome. It was like 8 to 4 we worked, and so I got to sleep in a little bit, and because all the other guys were coming from Surrey or Vancouver or whatever, right? So that was great, right?
Yeah, the travel's tough, like, and it wears you down, right?
Oh yeah, big time.
It's the hardest part about getting to work, right? Is driving there, waking up and getting there, right?
Yeah.
We see that, with the commercial guys working in the Lower Mainland here, like some jobs have trouble filling because just their location geographically, right? Or the lack of parking or different things. And
parking's a big one, right? That's really big. Like you're paying to park downtown and dealing with traffic and all that, right? And I mean, I guess that's the good thing about being a commercial rig welder is you kind of there on site, right? So you don't have to worry as much about that. But yeah.
So is there anything, if you started today knowing what you know now, and you're like, you know what, I'm gonna go, what would you do different?
I think I would probably I don't know, I'd probably go for that commercial rig welding side of things.
Yeah.
But 5 years difference, that's kind of when I started. I started on that job in Saskatchewan in 2018. I didn't have a family. I didn't have a girlfriend at that time, and I don't think I'd change anything, honestly. I just wish I would have started the welding trade a little bit earlier, but I don't.
I was just going to say the same thing, yeah.
I don't regret having that 4 years of plumbing experience under my belt either, right? Nobody can take that away, I made my old man proud, made myself proud, got that ticket out of the way, and doing what I want to do now, so.
Well, I know.
Ticketed too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have some friends of mine that are in the firefighting, and they all have trade tickets. And he's like, when we start, they're like, you got to have a job coming out of say high school or university or wherever. They're like, you got to do something. You can't, He's like, and even their kids are like, our kids, they're gonna take a trade of some sort just to have in their back pocket, whether they use it, whatever. It's skills they learn. Yeah. And that they're life skills, right? Whatever, if you're handy, right? I'm sure there's stuff you do every day that you learn somewhere along the way, how to hold a tool or how to do whatever. So that stuff stays with you, and you just build on those skills, whether you're going from one trade to the next or whatever, or maybe you get into management or you're a superintendent and you don't touch a tool ever again, but at least how those tools should be operated, how the job should go. You learn these things that you progress with, right? They stay with you.
Yeah, as you go along, right?
Yeah.
So you guys are in the back. So you guys are prepping right now to test. Is that what you guys are doing?
Yeah, just kind of getting a couple things dialed in. We're using this Bowler BVD 100 rod. It's like a downhand 7018. So just trying to get it all dialed in and just kind of work out the kinks, right?
When are you guys going to test next?
Hopefully the end of the month.
Yeah.
So, just trying to get things dialed in, get a little bit quicker, and do what we need to do. Those tests aren't easy, right? I mean, it's nerve-wracking, and you got an inspector breathing down your throat or down your neck, sorry. And you got to keep the pipe hot, rods hot, everything's got to be good to go, and you got to stay within parameters, and And it's not an easy thing, but
So the procedures, would they have like a list of procedures that you would kind of read and kind of study over beforehand, and then?
Yeah.
Yeah, they've got, so that job has a few different procedures they're doing. They have like a casing procedure now, which is pretty wild. I mean, we were on a few casing jobs and it's like slam it together and fill it up and we'll pound it in the ground, right? But this job, they have that different procedure for different thicknesses of pipe, right? I mean, it's still the same procedure, but they're basically running 60-10 bead or root, 80-10 hot pass, and then that BBD 85 rod all the way out. And then they're doing, so if you get through that test, you get to move on to the same first 3 passes, so bead, hot pass, bowler, and then an uphand flux core bug, just a single head bug. And you've got to make 3 of those in a row to get onto the job. So if you fail one, you got to go back to the start. So
We, in the trades, you know, there's always like fitter, welder banter and jokes back and forth, right? And all this, but when it really comes down to it, like, you know, as a fitter, I passed my red seal. You know, obviously you got to be able to do the job, but I don't ever get tested on my joint, right?
Honestly, you should though, right? And it was kind of cool, like you say, with the shop being so busy, just walking by there. I've always said this, that when we were in school, we should have fitters working with us, and like us working with them. That's a real life scenario, right? Like, and again, the school's done a lot out there, setting everything up like it would be in a real life situation, right? So it's good to see that, like them working hand in hand, because that's how it's going to be in the field, and that's we're both building our skill sets together, right?
Yeah.
So
the only thing is we never get X-rayed. We don't, you know, like that's, you know, the part of the welding kind of career that's, you know, there's obviously a level of stress attached to that, right? There's like, you do a joint at the end of the day, and you know, if the conditions weren't ideal, or you're just like, man, it's gonna get looked at, right? And it's every you know, think of things in our life, right? So you get your driver's license. Tested once when I was 16, done in the back pocket, and never tested again. Till you're, you know, whatever, old or whatever. But a lot of tickets, you know, you get your plumbing ticket. No one's ever asked, what'd you get on your IP? You know, there's no secondary testing, right? It's, you got it, you're good to go.
Pass is a pass, right? 70 is 100, so.
Exactly. So
funny, like, you know, you can drive a forklift, you got to retest that every 2 years for some reason, right? Or even our welding tickets, right? I think it's kind of a money grab from the government, right? Like, you got to pay your inspector fee and your test fee and whatever their paperwork fees are and all that, right? So it's like you're welding all the time, and when we go to a job, you do a job test, so. Right. Yeah. I mean, sometimes it can be nerve-wracking, like you said, like this being newer for us. But like, I remember just starting out doing the CWB plate. I was just like so overwhelmed, and it's like now keeping them up to date. I go in there, and it's just like I don't.
Now you can throw plate together with a rod out of the mud, and with you just looking away and just.
It's all experience, but yeah.
Just slap it in there and go.
Back to what you were saying on the fitting aspect of things. Having a good fitter and a good prep as a welder makes your life easy. That prep is 100% everything, right? If you got a shitty prep or a bad fit, once you sign on to that thing, you own it. You don't own it anymore, right? So having a good fitter and a guy that you can get along with and let him know how you like it.
Yeah. Well, you got extreme ownership. Like once you tack it, you bought it. That's yours. And
so
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and it's the same thing in any avenue of welding or you know, pipeline, commercial, shop, industrial. Working with a good fitter makes your life way easier.
Yeah.
So.
Well, you get a good crew together, and just like any work site too, right? You could be working anywhere. You could be working at Subway, and if the person beside you is miserable to work with, that's a tough day at work, right? But if you got somebody that's, you know, that's nice to work with, that's, you know, a lot of times when you're working together with some good, you don't need to talk much, right? They can see you reaching for something, so they know what you're going to need next, right? And it's kind of a dance, right?
That's right.
Yeah. And I mean, it usually does go that way. It usually flows pretty good. I don't think I've been on too many jobs where it's been like that, where you're partnered up with someone or working with a fitter who's you can't really get along with, right? It's nice thing about working in the hall, right?
That, you know, to tie it back to the hall, you know, that's the good thing about the brothers and sisters that we work alongside. You know, we're all getting good wages. We're all getting the same pension. We're all getting, you know, everybody's benefiting equally, and it just creates a nice work environment, right? It's, you know, people have their off days, of course, right? People got things going on at home, and, you know, especially on the road, when you're away from home a long time, you know, there's all kinds of stressors that you don't see.
Your mental health can, you know, take a toll for sure, right?
So for both of you guys, you know, you're pretty young guys. You've been in the trade now, say 10 years roughly. How have you seen the welding trade progress with like technology and stuff like that? Like, are you seeing new stuff just in the 10 years you guys been doing it?
Definitely. Yeah. I mean, 10 years ago, they were kind of doing cellulose for everything, which is like 80-10, you know, 60-10 and 80-10. That's how a lot of the jobs we were on helping wise was 2 rods, 60-10 bead rod and an 80-10 hot pass all the way up to your fill and your cap. Now they've changed to this bowler, which is a German rod or Swedish.
Something like that,
anyways. And it's just a higher tensile strength and a stronger rod, so they've been running that. And then, I mean, this uphand flux core bug thing, it wasn't really around when we first started. It was wire, like the guys were running, you know, dual shield wire uphand or downhand. And there's so many different things these contractors want on these jobs, rod wise and wire wise and all that stuff. But yeah, I mean, the scanning now, like the UT, the ultrasonic testing and the X-ray, they're picking up.
It's over the top,
that is, you know, tiny.
Mosquito landed in it.
Yeah. So I mean, they're it's pipeline wise. I think it's very hard to make it, and to get out there and, you know, get clean welds and just be confident walking into that ditch or walking up to that pipe and being able to put a good clean weld in there. The technology for sure has definitely gotten pretty crazy, right? So
you think as if you're looking at the welding career as a whole, you know, you got people that build brackets and containers and weld up, you know, truck boxes or whatever, and then you have, you know, guys like yourselves that are welding on like gas pipeline infrastructure, right? Like, so there's a huge spread, right? So you think of the quality at one end compared to the quality at the other end, right? Like that's, you know, so the technology's there, obviously the testing is there, right?
Well, back to what you were saying about like working with people beside you, I feel like, you know, people who are doing more manufacturing work, it's like you're doing the same thing every day in the same place, and it just becomes more of a dead end. And you know, personally, you're just like,
Well, we were joking about, you know, guys in the booth, they're doing their B levels, and you know, they work in the same booth every day for however many weeks. They're comfortable with the machines, but I'm like open up the curtain wall, you know, turn the fan on, maybe turn on a sprinkler, maybe put some water on the floor, and then don't let the joint, you know, 6G or whatever right at eye level. Let's put it on the floor in the corner. You know, and you know,
definitely
let them bang that out, right? Because it's that next level. Because there's, you know, you guys know, once you get out there, you're never gonna have
a JLG and have it hanging off the side of the
exactly right. You're never gonna have that perfect joint. It's you know, you know, you hoard yourselves in. You do everything you can to make the inspector happy ultimately, right? And get the job done, but. You know, real world, right? Like sometimes, like you see it out there. Sometimes it's just blowing, and you know, the only pipeline I've ever saw myself personally is what I drive. You know, the spreads I drive by on the highway, right? But some days you look over and you're like, oh man, those guys are soldiering today. Like it's tough today.
Yeah,
right?
we've had some bad days. That's for sure.
It's definitely not a fair weather trade. That's for sure, pipeline wise, anyway. But I mean, same thing industrial. You know, that Parkland does a shutdown every couple of years, and I've seen some photos. I've never been there personally. He has, but
I have always rainy season, right? Nothing's covered. It's all out open. No sheltered buildings or nothing, right?
It's funny because we were talking about that last week, and some it was, you know, the rain and the snow coming down, and for some reason I'm picturing it's all indoors. I don't know why I had that picture, but they're like, no.
You're just used to a mill or
none of it's indoor. It's all outdoor,
open,
and nothing's operational, so nothing's warm. Like there's nothing to like put your gloves on, or it's like you're wet from the jump. I'm like, I never thought of that. I'm like, that gives me a new perspective, right? No, but it's, you know what? That's the work, right? That's the work.
It's not all unicorns and rainbows, right?
So you guys got anything you want to add before we wrap up?
No, thanks for having us.
Yeah,
and,
thanks for having us.
If you want to get into the trades, definitely look into the hall here and come to school and pick what you want to do. There's a lot of different avenues and some good money to be made. It doesn't matter what you do.
Yeah, I don't think the opportunities, the work we have on the board, you know, kind of the environment we have right now, it hasn't been like this, or at least for a very long time. Like it's
been quite a while, yeah.
It's wild.
I don't know if this is a rumor or not, but I heard that they're paying for schooling now.
There's so there's a couple different, like say for welding, there's welding foundation course.
Yeah.
The courses right now, it's 20-something weeks. You know, forgive me for not knowing the facts exactly, but it's all funded. So
yes.
So you my understanding, you get coveralls and boots. You get your lunch every day. You get a bus ticket provided, and the course fees. And so basically, you'd come out of that with your C level.
Wow.
And so for people that want to, you know, switch careers, or if if they're coming out of high school and they want to start fresh, there's so many other opportunities as well. There's a piping foundation course as well. Similar deal. 6 months, you come out of it, you have some hours and your first year school already done. So whether it's plumbing or steam fitting, sprinkler fitting, so there's all kinds of options. So
yeah, that's pretty nice, because I know when I did my schooling, C and B back to back, I paid for both, right? So I mean, if you're a young person looking to get into the trades, now's your time, right?
Well, you'd mentioned that when you did your plumbing trade, you went to BCIT, PVC, and here.
That's right.
So seeing 3 different schools, what was your take on them?
I did not like PCIT.
No.
That was so long ago. I didn't like the program there. PVC was good. We had a teacher, Ian Cornwall was his name. He was fantastic. He was an electrician and a plumber by trade.
Yep.
Very in depth and thorough.
Yep.
And then he was fantastic. When I came here, it was good as well. I had I believe Glenn was his name. He's not here anymore.
Yep.
But yeah, again, a very smart teacher and very good. So yeah.
Yeah, I always like I like to hear people's perspective when they have, you know, a different view, right? Like myself, I went to school here, all four years, right? So I can't gauge, you know, it's only what I've heard or what I see, right? So what we're gonna do before we go is I got a list of questions I'm gonna ask you guys. This is gonna be like the hot seat. So I'm gonna ask you a list of questions, and you guys are just gonna answer. You can answer at the same time, which is the first thing that comes to your mind. All right. So we're gonna start off here. Number 1, 155 or first class room in 70?
155.
Yeah.
Days or nights?
Days.
Dodge, Chev, or Ford?
Chev.
I already knew that answer with you guys. Stick or TIG?
Stick.
Red or blue?
Red.
10s or 12s?
12s. 10s and paid for 12s.
Full pull or dragging up?
Dragging
on.
Black or double?
Double.
Bowler or Lincoln?
Bowler.
Up-hand or down?
My name is Haley Dore. I'm in the Welding Foundations program. I'm super excited, especially with the union and what they can provide. I know that I've got my back covered, and I know that there's a lot of really good people in this union, so I'm really excited. I heard about the program through a friend's girlfriend. She had gone through the program a couple years prior, and she suggested it to me. I love all the different types of welding we've tried. I've loved the support and all the faculty that are here and helping. Leslie's great, my instructor, Daryl West, he's fantastic. I would 100% recommend this. I've already started recommending this school to different people. I boast about this school to other people. I can't even count on my hands how many people I've already began to request it to. I didn't know that we were gonna get equipment, free boots, coveralls, tuition paid for. When the school came back and offered that, I was absolutely thrilled. I was boggled. Definitely felt supported throughout the program from the instructors, from my parents, from my friends, from everybody. Support is is everywhere. It's like a little mini family here, and everybody's really nice and very supportive. My name's Haley Dore, and I'm a welding foundation student at UA Pick, BC.
We're live. Hey everyone, welcome back to the live feed here. I'm Ryan, your host at the table right now. We're back just after coffee break at the Western UA Skills Competition, and the apprentices are midway through their projects, and they're going pretty hard. They just had a much needed break to relax a little bit, gather their thoughts, and plan on how they're going to finish up their projects. I got on the camera here in front of me, which you guys aren't able to see. I can see the sprinkler fitters getting partway through their project. They have it looks like a blaze, like a PVC style project going together. And I can see the fitters. We got 3 fitters in the back of our shop here at UA Local 170. They're fitting up lateral and a dummy leg, which you can see there. And so we got 3 competitors back there. All the fab is torch cut, and we have a welder in the shop there doing all their tacks for them. So torch cutting, grinding. Here we go. We got a couple of our sprinkler fitter competitors with their projects there, so you can see how they're coming along. So they have all 3 takeoffs there are going to link back into one another. And then one of the fittings has the like a MIP in there that they will be using to pressure test that project once it's completed. And we got, we'll probably see here a video clip here in a bit. We have a couple of our sponsors have our, we have the UA PIC BC e-bikes, and we'll probably get a shot of those coming in here pretty quick. The guys are out. Couple of people out ripping around on those. So for everyone tuning in, this is day 2 of the Western Apprentice Skills Competition. Day 1 was multiple common projects that every trade has to complete. So there was a bending project, there was a steel threaded project. There's also a torch, like an oxyacetylene torch plate project as well. And then today is primarily the final project. So we have HVAC technicians doing kind of like a refrigeration system. We have the sprinkler fitters that you see here doing this piping configuration. We have plumbers doing basically a bathroom group with drainage, venting, a couple different material types there. We have the welders in the back doing 2 different coupons, 2 different processes. And who did I miss? So we got the plumbers, the sprinkler fitters, we got the steam fitters in the back doing this dummy leg and doing a lateral. And yeah, they're all focused and they're all going pretty hard at it. Yesterday's competition with the common projects saw a lot of the competitors working on stuff that they're not necessarily comfortable with, and they a lot of them came in pretty confident and pretty quickly got thrown out of their depth. The bending project was pretty tough. And the threaded project, which I thought would be kind of one of the standard projects, actually turned out to be one of the tougher projects. Not very many competitors completed the threaded project in the allotted time. So a lot of that scoring will go down to precision. So the scoring has a whole bunch of different criterias based on the project, but obviously, end to center, center to center measurements, meeting any of the footnotes in the instructions, cleanliness of the work, how square it is, how level it is, etc. and then how you run your station and how you hold yourself as a competitor. It also has some weighting in the judging as well. So we have judges for each respective trade from different locals around, volunteering their time here at UA 170 shop here in Delta, BC, and it's quite the competition. So here you can see the video you can see on the screen here is one of the fitters, and they're just checking the dummy leg coming off the bottom of that 90. They're working with Sked 80 pipe on all their pipe that they're working with in there. So they were given all their templates, but they still had to do the layout, and then all the template cuts were torch cut. There's no zip cut, and then they'll be beveling with the grinder for any bevels that they're required to do throughout the project. The couple of the stations earlier this morning, Kim Webster and I were walking through the shop, and there was a bit of banter. We got a couple of the e-bikes rolling up here. So we have we got the Lincoln Electric bike and the V10 bike, along with we got the trailer, the pack-out trailer there that has a whole bunch of pack-out equipment on it from Milwaukee. A few of our sponsors for this week's events. Mm-hmm. All right. The competition today, I think, probably will wrap up about 3 o'clock. So all the competitors had roughly 6 hours on their main projects. So budgeting their time, is definitely crucial to ensure that they get through these projects in the allotted time. You can see different approaches, especially at the plumbing station. So we have 3 plumbing competitors doing their kind of mock-up, and you can see kind of different people are at different stages. You might think one's further ahead than the other, but some of them have spent a little bit more time on the planning phase and on the layout. So they're laying out their brackets, they're laying out, they got clamps and guides and stuff like that. And I think come near the end, they'll all kind of come together at the same time, where other people have, put a flange down and then they're just starting to build off of that. So we'll see in the end, I imagine of all the projects that get completed, it's going to come down to precision, right? So is, the elevation's correct? Is the grade correct? Is everything straight and level? Any of the special notes, a lot of the projects have, specific footnotes and, stuff that needs to be maintained throughout the project. So it'll be tough to see if everyone, doesn't have any oversight on any of those special footnotes. The HVAC competitors, which happen to be right out the door here, you guys can't see, they have basically a trainer setup that is a refrigeration unit. It's going to be like a fridge, basically. So they have a evaporator, compressor, and then they have a condenser coil, or evaporator coil in the fridge, and then they have the condenser coil up top, and they need to pipe between the two. They have to do the controls, they have to do the electrical, any safety switches that need to be wired in, and then they have to purge the system, put it under test for pressure, and then they have to charge it with refrigerant, and then ideally they're going to hit the switch and it's going to be operational. And then once that's finished, then a portion of their project actually is to decommission that system, so to evacuate all the gas and then take the whole system actually back apart. So they have definitely, from me looking in, it looks like they have the biggest time constraints. All right, so we have Dylan Fettis coming in on the V10 bike. And we have our other judge, I'm sorry, I can't remember her name, from 516. She's coming in on the Lincoln Electric bike. So both of these bikes are e-bikes that we have here at UAPIC BC. And they tour around with the training trailer and come to a lot of the events that we attend throughout the year. And it's just a neat way to start a conversation with people that might be interested in the trades. And they're definitely a cool thing to have for us to play with, because it's not always work. Sometimes we get out there on the bikes and have a little fun. So we're back here in the shop now with one of the competitors in the, so this is our back Oxy Fuel Lab at UAPIC BC. And this is where the 3 steam fitter competitors are competing. Oh, and you just got a quick shot of Kai. He's our on-call camera guy for today. So he's helping Mark Donnery with some of the camera stuff throughout the shop. He's our kind of guy in the field. And he's an apprentice in his own right. He's in film school currently as well, so he's putting his best foot forward, helping us out. Hopefully here in the next bit we'll be able to get a chance to sneak the camera into the welding booth, where we got 2 competitors in the welding field. So we have one competitor from UA Local 488. And we have one competitor from our home local here at UA 170. And they're both welding out. It's been dubbed the Mega Coupon. It's stick root and stick fill and cap in 6G on a 2-inch coupon, and they've been going pretty hard. So we got note here sent up on the screen from Dana saying that Matt was one of the welding apprentices, was in her training class, and she's rooting for him, wishing him the best of luck. If you're watching this through the UAPIC stream, you can submit comments, questions, and Mark will get them up on screen, and we can throw some shout outs or answer any of the questions you may have.
Hey Ryan.
Hey Dylan, how's it going?
It's really good, really good. Amber and I just got a chance to take out the sponsored electric bicycles.
Yeah.
Super fun to ride around. It's a beautiful day out here in the Vancouver area today. So
nice.
Yeah, it was really fun. I haven't been on one before, and they're pretty cool.
Yeah, they boogie. How was riding the one with the trailer?
The one with the trailer was it was a little bit tricky to start.
Yeah.
I got it up to speed, and it was kind of, you could feel it tipping back and forth either way.
Yeah.
But it was stable enough, right? At first I was like, holy crap, is this thing gonna, go down on me, right? But no, it was a lot of fun. It's sure really nice to have those here. They've got them all decked out, and the sponsor stickers and stuff, and the one's got the welding hood on it.
Yep.
So the Lincoln Electric one, and
yeah, they're super cool. We throughout the year, UAPIC has their large 5th-wheel training trailer, and then at UA 170 we have the Wage Wagon. So we go out to a lot of car shows.
Yeah.
And the bikes are great for like grabbing lunch, right? So we can they're like the escape pods, and we'll go tear off on them.
Yeah, no, they're really cool. I'm sure they draw a lot of attention too. You guys have laced them out pretty good with we got the Viega, the Mega Press bike. It's all copper taped up, and it looks like it's built out of Mega Press and copper pipe. And the Lincoln Electric one, it's got that welding hood on the front of it.
So we're into the steam shop here, with the steam fitters. And
yeah, I believe that's Tegan from 179 grinding away there.
Yep.
Looks like he's putting some finishing touches on his dummy leg.
Yep. Yeah, it's coming together. So the competitors, when they come in, they might have an idea of kind of what they're going to be getting themselves into, but they don't actually see the project until they walk up to the booth.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I know when I was competing, I really had no idea. The facilitators and the instructors, they do a pretty good job of kind of keeping you outside of the loop before you get into the competition area, which I think is great because it makes it fair for everybody, right? I mean, you kind of bring your general trade skills to the table and you're hoping for something that falls in your scope, right? But I think the project definitely captures the majority of the skills that steam fitter should possess.
So we got the drawings here. So this one here. So this is when you look in there, you see the part that Tegan's fabbing right now. That's this dummy leg right here. So he's working on this here. So they need to bevel this edge here. And then they also need to torch cut and bevel the saddle on for the dummy leg as well. So they got their work cut out for them.
They do, yeah, and it's interesting. I mean, when I was competing, I didn't have a lot of experience fabricating dummy legs. There's something that we talked about in school, and obviously I understood what they were and what their purposes were. But I had never fabricated one before. So it was a little bit tricky. If you look at the drawing again, it's tough to figure out exactly where your center should be, right? Because you can see that they want to have it 18 inches off the center of the 90. So it's really important to do a proper template development and layout, and also it's fairly critical to make sure that you're quartering the pipe or however many ordnance you want to have on the pipe. It's essential to have them in the right spot, right? So a lot of prep work goes into.
You can see in the video the 6-inch 90, so he's marked center line on there, and then all the contestants in the steam portion were given templates, so they just had to do the layout of it. So if it was me going in, especially with the torch cut, I would start here, I would do my layout, and I would get this set, and I would leave this a little long, right?
Yeah,
and
well, you always want to leave yourself an out, right? Especially when you're fitting with hard pipe and welded joints. It's essential to make sure that you don't pipe yourself into a situation where it's like, hey, I'm too short now, right? Yeah. I mean, it's always nice to have a little bit of trim when you need it.
Yeah, well, they all have a toolbox, a job box with all the stuff. There's no pipe stretcher in there, so
yeah, no,
they cut it short. They're done.
Yeah, and I mean they only give you so much pipe. I think you might have a little bit of chances. Like if you mess up on your template and on your cutting, you might be able to squeak in one more cut, but like it's not something that you can be doing over and over again. That you have a finite amount of pipe, and they really don't give you any extra. So you need to make sure everything you're doing it counts, right? There's a small margin for error.
We see him going on the dummy leg there, and it's all three competitors have chose to start there. Another portion of that project, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, is going to be this saddle on.
Yeah, the saddle on. Is it a saddle on, or is it? It doesn't specify if it's a saddle on. Because I think when I was competing, it was a stub in, not a stub on, but. I think they do their best to try to change things every year, so it's not the same, right?
Yeah.
But I definitely struggled with the repad. It's another one of those things where unless you've worked on them before and you've done them before, then it's a totally new experience. Like I said, you can use your general trade skills to make the final product, but it was quite a challenge for myself and I think a lot of the other competitors when I was competing. To make that, right? Yeah. You could clearly tell that there was one or two guys that had worked with them before.
Yeah, the reinforced pad still has to be beveled. It has to be torch cut, right? So depending on how much experience you have with the torch in your hand and how smooth you can be, right? If and you got to walk the line because you don't want to cut it too short. But if you leave it too big, then you're going to spend a bunch of your time on the grinder.
Yeah, well, it's worth noting too that. Oh, we have a comment here. Al Phillips. I like the other host better. Is she going to be back? You know what, Al? I'm not too sure. You're stuck with me for now. I think most people like the other one better, but you get what you get sometimes. It is worth noting that they're using Schedule 80 pipe, so to go in there and face stuff and rework it with the grinder is not the easiest task.
No.
So you want to.
No.
You want to make sure that you're doing as good as the job you can with the torch, because it saves you a lot of time in the end.
Oh, so is Trevor going to be a guest again today? Absolutely. Trevor Robertson from 496, he definitely will be back on the program at some point, by popular demand, actually. So you can see the one competitor here, so they must be allowed to discut the end. They part of their specs, they had to torch cut the saddle on.
Yeah, I believe they were allowed to do that, because I think in order to, I think you might be cutting the end. So they want to have a beveled end on the end of the dummy leg, but they want to have it torch cut. But if you're going to do that properly, you could torch cut your wraparound mark.
Yeah.
But I think in order to get a proper bevel on it, you want to make sure that you have a clean cutting area, right, to your dimension, and then you want to go in after and try to cut in your bevel.
Yeah.
That way you don't take all the land off of the pipe, right? Because if you do that, then again you'd be too short. You'd be kind of screwing yourself over, right?
Yeah.
You wouldn't be able to get your final dimension. So
yeah, for me, I would try to cut that bevel, knife edge a little long, and then hopefully be able to bring that land in and kind of walk it back. If you're trying to get, I don't have the exact prints or the dimensions, but they're usually plus or minus an eighth or something. They're going to give them on some of these things.
Tolerance should be probably plus or minus an eighth or 3 millimeters.
Yeah.
That is a good way to do it, I think. But I think for as far as the competition goes, it's they're not allowed to face down the pipe or anything. So I think it's pretty critical for them to try to make sure they get the dimensions bang on.
Yeah.
I believe this is Isaac that's been working on his project there. He's local 170.
Yeah, when we so at the start of the competition today, it started at 8 o'clock sharp. We gave them about a half hour, everyone to kind of catch their wind and get going. And we toured around the shop, and when we went back into the fitters area, it was like you could cut the tension with a knife. Like it was all business back there.
Yeah. It's definitely a pretty serious project. Like I said, there's some things that I'm sure some of these competitors haven't really encountered before. So it's that's a big thing to deal with, stress-wise, anxiety-wise, when you're looking at something and you're like, oh crap, I've never seen this before. And then there's nobody there. They're not supposed to ask the judges or any of the facilitators or anyone around them any questions pertaining to their project, or else they'll lose marks, right? So I'm sure it's very high stress moments.
Yeah.
Also, I think yesterday I'm sure a lot of people got a little bit humbled, and they kind of figured out how the competition works and their times and stuff, right? I'm sure they kind of.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier, about the common projects yesterday, kind of putting everybody in their place a little bit.
I think everyone came into it like high. Some people had high expectations, and then so yesterday I think a lot of them kind of got a real taste for holy crap, this is a little bit harder than I thought it was going to be, right?
Yeah. It's Kim and I were discussing it when we were out on the floor. It's this is harder than most work days. Right?
Oh, yeah.
At work, obviously, you're being safe. You're working to get stuff done, and you're keeping steady. But this is a whole different ball of wax for sure.
Yeah, it's completely different than the work environment with A, being in a competition, and B, as an apprentice. The big thing, at least what was told to me when I was an apprentice, is if you don't know, you should ask, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
There's no shame in asking, especially on the industrial side, because most of the stuff we do could be pretty dangerous, and if you don't have a full understanding of what's going on, then that could be catastrophic. Yeah. So
well, the stupid question is the one you didn't ask, right? So we've had instances where we've seen on like shutdown jobs and stuff where you got a valve with a silicone coating or something, and someone thinks that's the packaging.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
They take the knife to cut it open, and it's like, no, that's part of the valve, and and then that has monetary
monetary and really like timeline implications. You know, because
absolutely.
it's some of these parts that they source them months ahead of their shutdowns, their scheduled shutdowns, so that they have everything there, right? And it's like, you know, especially as you get towards the end of the job, if a mistake like that happens, it can be really detrimental to their timelines. Which
could have been solved with a simple, hey, can someone come over here, take a look at what I'm working on, and hey, is that supposed to come off or is that supposed to stay?
Yeah.
They might look at you and be like, no, that's supposed to stay, of course, and you're like, okay, I've never seen it before.
Yeah.
You know, thanks for the heads up.
It's a good point. Like, even as a journeyman, if you're unsure about something, there's lots of knowledge and skill around the job sites, and you know, it's a lot easier to ask and then to not ask and deal with the consequences of that, right?
Yeah, and if you know, if, like on the job site, if everyone's taken you know, absolute responsibility for everything, right? It's, you know, extreme ownership. It kind of falls on everybody, right? So it's if you're a foreman watching this, you know, encourage the journey people around you to ask questions that they don't know, and then if you're a J-man, encourage the apprentices to ask those same questions.
Yeah, definitely. I think if we look on the screen here, Jordan, one of the HVAC tech mechanics, he looks like he's adding refrigerant to his system. So to me that means it looks like he must be getting close to, you know, that's a major milestone, I guess. You know.
Yeah, absolutely. We got a comment here from Darren Vo. He says, great competition so far. Thanks for sending in the comment there, Darren. Glad that you're enjoying the show.
Yeah, it's nice to see everybody at home looking and being engaged and stuff, right? I'm sure they didn't have this when I was competing, but I'm sure the competitors probably really enjoy knowing that, hey, their friends and family are out there, and they can watch them live and get real world updates instead of, you know, having to sneak off and send a quick text to your brother or whatever, right? Hey, I'm doing okay.
Yeah, well, these competitors, you know, they all have family and friends rooting for them. Some of them have, you know, spouses and children at home, and so it's neat for them to be a part of it while they're away from home.
Yeah,
you know,
definitely.
Doing what they do, right? Yeah, it's like things like, you know, like FaceTime have been a game changer for the industrial world, right?
Oh yeah, big
where you're
time.
away from home,
Big
right?
time, yeah, it's super nice actually. It's the day and age that we live in, it makes life a lot easier if you're going to be traveling or on the road for work. I mean, I still think it's tough to maintain relationships, especially you know, those relationships that you have with your kids. That's a big one, right? But as far as you know, relationships with your significant other, I think it's a huge improvement because you can actually have that FaceTime with them, right? And
absolutely,
you know,
and it, you know what, having that, like, you know, a lot of our industrial hands, they work away. That's just the nature of the game, and to be able to have that link back home, everyone on the job is happier, right?
Yeah.
And if everyone on the job's doing good, the job's doing good.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That's part of it for sure.
It's amazing how much like group morale really it's a huge part of a successful job, right? I mean, you got to be there, you got to want to be there, right? And if you're happy there, you're going to be producing a higher standard of product and in a more efficient manner, right?
Yeah.
Everyone's, you know, going to be happy to see each other collaborating together as much as they can. So it really helps out on the job sites for sure.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And you know, we were talking about, you know, the relationship, you know, you have, you know, with a welder and a fitter. If you're paired up together for the long duration and you guys get along, it just makes life that much easier.
It does.
Right?
It's interesting how that works. And a lot of times you'll go from different job to job with the same people, right? So you spend a lot of time with the folks you work with. So I think I'm going to step out here though, and Kim's going to replace me, and I'm going to go walk around the floor and check some stuff out.
Right on. Thanks, Dylan.
You bet.
We got some Kim coming in here to take a seat at the desk, and then we got another guest in the green room here, ready to.
I'm a UA 170 pipe welder.
3, 2, 1.
I've been a welder for 5 years. I like the fast pace of welding. It's a challenge for sure. Being outside, it's nice to be outside, and it's great money. It's a good job, and once you get good at it, it's enjoyable for sure. I would definitely recommend welding to anybody that's interested in a fast-paced trade and working with your hands. There's a lot of different things you can do with it. It's great. I did my schooling here and I learned a lot. Definitely an in-depth course that first 7-month foundations course, and then you move on to your B pressure. Yeah, I definitely would recommend it to anybody. Got pretty much full medical, full dental. Benefit-wise, aside from all that stuff, you feel proud. It's a brotherhood and a sisterhood here, and just makes you feel proud to be a union member. My name is Travis Cassia, and I'm a UA 170 pipe welder.
Oh, hello. I lost my audio there for a second. All right, well, we'll just give it a second here. Oh, no. Oh, okay, there we go. Now we're back. Sorry, guys, little technical difficulties here. Can you hear me okay now?
A little bit, yeah. It's kind of muted.
You can turn it up just a little here.
Oh, wow.
Better?
That's, yeah, way louder.
Yeah,
Thanks.
okay. Hi, everyone. This is Al Phillips. He's the big boss, business manager.
Business manager, financial secretary.
Business manager, financial secretary, 170 legend. I said, I was like, I'm going to be in charge of interviewing Al because, well, we're just the best. So how do you feel that it's going so far here with everything?
Well, the competition is something that we've been involved in for quite some time. The UA had it back. If you look in the display cabinet, you'll see that we have a competitor that won back, I think it was in the 60s. So they stopped the competition for quite some time, but they brought it back online in 07. So Local 170 did the first, we had a local competition, we did the Western and we did the National that year. So we've gained a lot of experience over the years.
Mm-hmm. Were you the training director when they first brought it back?
Yes, I was, yeah.
So that's the position that Will Sports, who's come and spoken here a couple times, so he's kind of been doing all the behind the scenes, and so that was Al's previous position before he became our business manager.
So, I mean, a lot of the stuff we did back then, we've learned from our mistakes, redoing the competition. We always try to improve it and raise the bar. You can see this year with the live streaming. I was on a meeting this morning, but I also have it live streaming in my office.
Yeah, we were getting critiqued while I was chairing a meeting. He was also
just doing some quality control.
Fixes, yeah.
So if you see some strange things happen to me while I'm on here, it's because Mark's getting back at me from the booth. I don't know if he's
gonna
poor
Mark was getting told all morning.
Enter some emoji over my face or something, but and now I can hear him in my ear talking to me. So.
But I think overall it's gone really well with the live stream. It's been like a super cool part to add to this, and cool that everyone can follow along at home. I know some of the friends and family of the competitors. I know Sydney came up to me this morning and she's like, "Oh, thanks for my boyfriend said he saw you talking about me." So it's cool that the competitors are excited about it too.
Yeah, I was just before I came on was talking to Will, and he told me that one of the competitors' parents are here, so I think he might be arranging to have them come on and say hello. So
oh my gosh, that would be super cute. Yeah, I'm definitely into that.
I don't recall too many parents being involved, so that's pretty nice that they would come and watch.
That's awesome. I'm sure.
Competition.
I'm sure whichever one. I'm sure the competitors over the moon about their parents being here. A little secondhand embarrassment. We love that from our parents always.
So, I mean, we've been doing this for quite some time now, right? You were a competitor as you were in Toronto, so
yeah, I was a competitor in Victoria, and then in Toronto that was in 2017.
So, what do you think? Do you see a lot of changes from when you competed, or?
Definitely a lot of changes. I know it was when I first competed. First of all, we were at the college in Victoria, so we weren't at a union hall, Camosun College. So that was a lot different. It's a really nice facility, but definitely different to not be in a union-owned facility. So it was different, but really good. I feel like the organization is a lot more now than even it was when I was doing it. At least for the Western Canadian side of it, it was great. But yeah, this is a step up for sure. But Nationals was, I mean, I thought it was amazing how they'd put it on. I was telling them before how we got wined and dined and Canucks games, and you get to stay in a beautiful room, and you got, for Nationals we did get to bring someone with us, so that was like kind of a nice touch, not have to be alone out there.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Camosun College and what 324 have over there is a unique arrangement. They're quite good at what they do. I guess Jamie McPherson would have been the coordinator back then.
Yeah.
Jamie has a lot of experience in these competitions, both him and I and the other coordinators over the years. Were judges and built some of these projects. Jamie's here with us this week.
Yeah, he's with UA Canada now,
with
right?
UA Canada. I don't know if you've had him on, but
not yet. No, we were kind of planning around that, so he hasn't quite made it on, but he plans to.
Him and Ray are pretty busy in the background there.
Yeah, they're doing some judging and that.
Right.
Yeah,
so
I know,
we also have Darren Baugh.
Yeah,
He's
so
here.
that's the new 324.
Yeah.
Well, probably not new anymore, but newer to me since last time I was around, Jamie was definitely in charge for sure. But yeah, it's been really cool to see everyone here, and for me especially, you know, when I ran into Jamie and Ray in the hallway, and of course they kind of, you know, remember me competing back 6 years ago, especially because when I competed, I was same with how Sydney is here. I was the only girl in the competition, so people kind of remember that, which is really cool. It's cool to have everyone's support. You know, when you're one of the girls, you got everyone's wives and girlfriends and moms on your side too. So that's it's nice to see more girls coming out.
Right on. I don't know if anybody saw, if they're still watching or were watching a few minutes ago, we were off on a different machine, so we were making some comments. So if anybody's out there watching, you feel free to make a comment on the YouTube UAPICBC YouTube channel, because we'll be able to see here and interact with you if you have anything to say.
Yeah, and it pops up right on our screen here, so you know we can. We were just kind of razzing them from the other room, but I think everyone's been doing a good job. I know Ryan's having a good time. Ryan's in his element. Al was saying, you know, Ryan's going to be sad when he has to go back to his regular job.
Yeah, he'll have to hang up the sport coat and put him back to work, I guess.
Yeah, exactly.
I know. He'll have the podcast.
That's why I took the blazer off. I'm back in a t-shirt. I'm slowly transitioning back to my coveralls tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
Where I'm going to feel, it's going to be a different feel from this for sure. Back, ready to be back welding. I see this is our 488 competitor that is on our side screen here. It looks like he's going at it full bore.
So when I can see the red square, that's the split screen. Yeah.
Yeah. So that top right screen, that's
not
all
the
of
mega,
us.
but the super coupon.
The super coupon, yes,
right.
Not the mega coupon.
Well, correct Ryan on that one. The
yes.
super coupon. Right.
And as Al corrected me, the coupon's at a 45-degree angle.
45-degree angle, not just an angle.
Again,
that's it.
I'm a welder, so to me it's an angle. Al's a pipe fitter, so
yeah. And
a little more of a
are you done yet? Is the question, right?
Yeah, exactly. Or tack it, constantly tack it.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, for sure. I've had my fitter message me pictures of joints saying tack it. They're obviously wondering when I'm coming back here, taking time out, you know.
Oh, yesterday you had that? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
For sure.
Yeah, but it looks like they're doing good there. I mean, I'm imagining by the look from this angle, I think it looks like maybe he's capping it. So, but that's going to be a big cap on that thing because it's such thick pipe.
It's pretty heavy walled, that one for sure.
Yeah, that was.
We were talking to Ray on break about it, and I said, really, like, why are you so hard on the guys? He says it builds character, so. That's why they have such a
they're definitely going to be the ones sweating the most, like literally and physically of how hot it is in that booth right now, because that little coupon is definitely radiating heat. So I did say to both of them, you know, don't be afraid to take I figure it was okay if I said it to them both. I said, don't be afraid to take a 20-minute break before you cap it, because it definitely makes it pretty difficult. You do have to rest your hand on that thing, and it's pretty hot. I know. Our 170 guy has quite the leather sleeve on his arm to protect himself, so hopefully they both have that going on.
Yeah, and I had asked Ray a question there on break. You'll see that the one competitor or maybe both have the file sticking out of the end of the coupon, and that's just a trick of the trade that Ray had told them so they can lean on their arm on the file.
Because the pipe's so hot. Yeah, right. For sure. No, that's definitely a good tip, because I mean, I've come close, but I've never welded a coupon that thick before. That thing is pretty intense. So I said to Ray, where'd you even get that thing from? And he literally just said, oh, UA Canada supplied that, right? So that was, Ray's a welder by trade, so he just wanted to see them suffer a little bit.
So one of the interesting things, I've been watching yesterday and today, the broadcast here, and what a fantastic job everybody's done. But the reason we're able to do all this is a lot of this equipment is provided to us from the Union Training Innovation Program grants. So our behind-the-scenes man, Mark Donnery, he was on screen earlier. I saw him.
Yeah,
he looks pretty good on this side of the camera. Not bad.
He does. He likes it behind the camera, but I think he could hack it over
Maybe
here too.
Give Ryan a run for his money there as the host. But Mark was fortunate enough to go and be asked by the UA. To go and show all the other locals how to use some of this equipment.
Oh, cool. That's awesome. I didn't know that.
Yeah, Mike Gordon, UA training coordinator for Canada, for UA Canada, he is providing, along with Mark's assistants, a package for each UA local so that they can do similar. So Watching from Vancouver. Good luck to everyone. Russ, St. Eloy.
Oh, is that who that is?
That
nice.
must be Russ,
Awesome.
yeah.
That's awesome. So Russ is the president?
Yes, Russ is Local 170 president. Yeah.
Yes, so he's in charge of, he mans all of our meetings. He gets to be, you know, the big man up front with the gavel and everything. So anyone who comes to union meetings, that's who that was, just commenting there.
Hope you're feeling better, Russ. He was here for our annual general meeting on the weekend. It was a little bit under the weather, so normally he would have been in Ottawa at the Canadian Building Trades this week, but he had to stay home. So hope you're feeling better, Russ. Thanks for chiming in. We appreciate that.
Oh, so the Building Trades Conference is at the same time as this?
Yes, often we have, we have Mark Glazier, our business agent that's out there in Ottawa, talking to a lady from Enbridge. We have a north-south pipeline that hopefully we're going to be building for them. So he's over there in Ottawa dealing with that. And a lot of our building trades managers and our executive director are there in Ottawa this week.
Nice.
Yeah.
So and that you were able to miss that to be able to be here.
I would rather be here, unfortunately, for them.
Yeah, this is a fun event. It's a good time to be part of it. The energy around here, even just that first welcome night, everyone's super excited.
Yeah, talking to the apprentices and seeing, you know, the look in their eye when they see the first day here and the safety meeting we have, and then how everything's organized, everything's taken care of for them, and they can just concentrate on their work. And I saw earlier when you interviewed everybody, or tried to, you know, some complied and some didn't even look at you, right? So
yeah, some kindly, you know, said, yeah, go away, basically. They're really focused, which, I mean, yeah, that's awesome. All the power to them, right? You can see one or two of them, they're okay to say hi, but some of them are just hyper-focused, which is great. I mean, either way is awesome.
Okay, so we just got an update on our Russ. It was the wrong Russ, so I hope you're also feeling good, Russ, but the editor of a local magazine. So thank you for your comment, Russ. Oh,
there we go.
Aha, sorry,
Editor of
different
Site
Russ. There we go.
News. Cool, that's
well,
awesome.
welcome, and thank you for chiming in. Site News, appreciate it.
That's awesome.
So here's one thing the competitors do not understand, is they do not understand that there's progression. So once they're successful here, so on Thursday, we will have a winner in each category. They have some practical assessments they have to do tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
And then the bar gets raised again, right? Then they have to go and do the national.
Definitely.
Yeah, they have to do the national. So this year that's in Quebec.
Yeah, which is the first time that they've held it, right?
Yeah. Local 144. So there was a period of time where the UA and its locals in Quebec, we didn't have great communication together. Nothing to do with the language barrier, of course. But definitely we are closer to those locals now. They're contributing to all of our events. Local 144, interesting fact, this year is 125 years old, the same as Local 170.
Wow.
So in November, they'll be holding their 125th. So a lot of history there. And, we're really happy to be going out there. So these competitors will then have a different competition, because often here you can have a competitor from each local, where there'll only be 3 competitors. Right?
Right.
You've got West, Central, and East. And then, if they're successful there...
Ann Arbor, yeah.
Ann Arbor, Michigan, and that's each district, right? So Canada being District 6, they'll be representing the whole country, so...
And how many districts is there at that?
6 districts,
There's 6,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, it definitely gets more intense, and you can see, how day one was here. Everyone's kind of having a good time, a little camaraderie. At Nationals, it's like... When you're out for dinners and Blue Jays games and this and that, I mean, there's obviously the camaraderie there, but when it comes to the competition day, it's definitely it's a step more focused and more intense, because whether, people want it even a little bit more now that you're that much closer to that. I mean, that ring.
Yeah, the ring is an interesting story for sure. The Canadian winner, they get a UA ring, and no business manager, no business agent, no training coordinator, no Canadian director can have that ring unless you win it. So Larry Slaney, our ex executive director for training.
Mm-hmm.
See, Mark's getting me back for yesterday because he's talking in my ear. Yes, you're distracting me. Oh, there's a comment from Barry Donaldson.
Oh, he's a big
Hi from Kitimat, LNG. Good luck to all the competitors.
That's awesome. And Barry met with all the competitors.
Obviously, Barry's working hard.
Yeah, exactly. Barry's sitting behind his desk up there.
Sitting behind his desk at the school up there. So thanks for chiming in, Barry. But that Canadian ring, that's designed here in New Westminster because we did the first competition. So Cartwright Jewelers designed that. They are no longer in business. They're a family business here that was around for over 100 years. But we were able to get the mold for the ring. and we shipped it back to Ontario. So they're still making the same ring, and that's the only way to get it is to win the competition.
Heartbreaking thought to think about that ring. I was so close.
You came very close. I mean, I guess the other guy was a little bit more serious, right?
Yeah, I guess so. He just took it more seriously. I was having too much fun.
Yeah, I know. I remember the results of that competition as we were there in person. So you didn't lose by much.
No, it was a sad couple percent, but yeah, it was a heartbreaking time, especially with who I had kind of trained under was Merv Kobe, who was our head of our welding section in our school, and it was his last thing before he retired, basically. So I was sad not to bring that win home to him, but I know he was still proud. It was still a good experience.
Yeah, it was nice to see Merv yesterday. He was here in the building, so you were able to see him during lunch break, I understand.
Yeah, and we walked through the welding shop, and I think he's happy to see that his sort of designs. He actually told me a story about walking into the back of the welding shop, or before it was the welding shop, and the layout, and saying, we want to blow a hole in this wall and plan it out and have the welding booths here and everything. Sorry, we're getting spoken over here.
Yeah,
just
that's
a little
okay.
tips in the ear. But anyways, Merv was saying when he walked through the shop with you, and Joe, our old business manager, said, "Oh no, we're not going to do that." And Merv said you just winked at him, and here we are with that welding shop today.
Right,
so
that's right. I mean, no offense
through.
to Joe, but yeah, Joe had different ideas, and luckily Merv and Barry, who were our instructors at the time, we kind of gave them carte blanche to do what they saw in their vision, right? So
yeah, every little thing was thought out in that shop.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
It's still operable today. They're still working in there. It's still functioning. We haven't adjusted it much from those days when we first built it, right? So it's a good design.
It's a good shop. It's a good shop for
sure. The really cool thing about when we built this place was, all the union trades that worked on it, they knew what they were building, right? The sheet metal workers, for example, if you look at the ducting, you won't find another welding shop with a better laid out extraction system than what we have, because they knew they were building the union school, right? So
yeah, it's great. Yeah, there's like hood vents in every booth that are taking away those fumes that aren't so good to be inhaling all the time. So it's a well thought out shop for sure. I mean, I'm sure it was the same, if you're like last year at 516 for the refrigeration. It's like when you're in the place where we offer the courses, it makes a big difference of having the proper setup.
Yeah, we're very fortunate here in BC to have 3 locals that really take serious the training of their members, and in 3 different ways. Yep. Going back out to the shop, are you, Mark? Okay, Mark's just talking to me. I don't know.
We're not total professionals here. When someone's talking in our ear, it's a little hard to talk and listen.
Yeah, sorry, Mark.
Okay, yeah, so I think they're going to take us out to the shop again in a minute here, and the steam fitters are well underway with their project, which is it's a pretty tough project with the saddle-ons and the dummy legs. So it looks like everyone's
I was watching them earlier
good.
and the comments about how they all started the same way, right? So sometimes there's more than one way to build something, so it's interesting to watch the different competitors do things differently. So I think we're going to switch this up here. I think Will's going to come back on. I just got to go check on Trevor to make sure he's working. I don't want him to be slacking, so I haven't seen him in the shop. They're judging, so I got to report to the Canadian office.
He's having coffee and some cookies.
Yeah, I got to make sure he's doing his job right. Or
they're taking care of us here with the delicious food from
bread and
cheese.
Catering. Shameful
some
plug.
some delicious baking.
So yeah, thanks for having me on, Kim.
No problem. Good to talk to you.
Thanks for spending a couple days with us.
Thanks, Al.
Okay, we'll see you.
All right, I think Will's going to jump in here. Oh, okay.
And I am in plumbing level 4.
3, 2, 1.
The way I got into plumbing is actually a very long story, as it started off in landscaping, which in turn went into irrigation, and from irrigation went into plumbing. A lot of people think about plumbing and they just think, oh, it's toilets and crap pipe. And that's not all that it is. We're learning about water tube boilers, fire tube boilers. We're learning about big industrial settings and how these boilers are used in certain applications. I find that that's very intriguing in that sort of sense. Level 2, we did a whole setup in the mock-up. We had to run drainage for a basic bathroom. So you had your tub, your toilet, and your lab. And we had to run all
cast iron underneath and test it and make sure that everything held and everything was good to go. Another practical that I was able to do at the school here was for backflow, being able to work on double check valve assemblies, pressure vacuum breakers, which is very cool to be able to put your hands on things and get to actually do that experience. I think it can be a really good job because it's so hands-on, there's so much to learn. You get to work with a ton of different people who come from all different backgrounds, all different experiences. There's so many different avenues that you can go down that you don't even think about. You know, you come in as an apprentice, you're learning all this stuff, you become a journeyman. That can take you to being an instructor, being an inspector. There's so many different ways that you can go about it. Go for it, just do it. It's just an experience that you can't turn down. My name is Jasmine Barshani. I am a 4th year plumber apprentice at UAPIC, BC.
Everyone, for anyone just joining us now, we're just at UA Local 170 doing the 2023 apprenticeship competition. They're well underway on day 2 of their trade-specific project. So yesterday there was common projects, which is kind of tends to throw everyone for a loop because it's not necessarily what they're used to. But today everyone's really into it. They're very comfortable doing what they do. This is Will Swartz with me. If you did not see him yesterday, he's our training coordinator here at our school, and he's kind of been the bones behind planning this entire thing, which I imagine has taken up a lot of your life for the last few months.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the crazy harebrained ideas. I'm sure Mark and Jordan have been cursing my name for the past few weeks.
Yeah, Will just comes up, says, I want to do a sports broadcast. He messaged me, Kim, what do you think about a sports broadcast? You want to come? And like, easy for me. I just showed up on Monday. We did a little rehearsal, and here we are. But he just came up with this crazy idea, and then Mark's obviously made it all come to fruition.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, we had a harebrained idea a couple months ago, really. And, you know, a lot of it came together as, you know, hey, do you think it's possible? And, you know, Mark's a sucker for his own punishment because every time I came up with an idea, he goes, oh, yeah, we can do that.
No problem, yeah.
No
and
problem.
Then he probably realized how much, well, now I know that first night when we had our rehearsal, and he's like, I think I'm going to sleep here tonight. I was like, really? Is that necessary? He's like, I just think it's easier for me to be out here to set up. I don't think he probably slept much. He's just been killing it. But I just saw Russ there from the newspaper. Now I can't remember what it was called. Site News. He was just saying, how are the apprentices judged, time, quality, or both? So I would say it is more quality. Yes. But the time constraint, obviously, there is a certain time where it's cut off. So if they don't finish it, they don't finish it. So, of course, that's going to affect the quality. But it's definitely not a big race.
No. And ahead of the competition, there's a marking rubric that's created for each project. So that's all hosted through the NOSC website. So they have everything predefined. There's certain dimensions throughout the projects that will be graded on, so they don't measure the entire thing with every single dimension.
Right.
But if we look at some of the projects, like on the repad behind us, there might be certain areas of that project
where they are really specific.
Very specific with the marking, and the competitors don't know which ones they're going to be grading.
Right.
So when they go through, the judges will go, and everyone has the same marking rubric. And then the judges input all of that different information in there. And some of it will be, you know, if they don't get it done, that could count as a 0 for that piece.
Right. And they have the judges have an iPad with all that where they have sort of menus they can enter it all in. Right.
Yeah. And as well as the projects that they're doing today, the big trade specific ones. Yesterday they had the 3 common projects that they did. So the threaded, the soldering and braze, and the bent tubing. Mm-hmm. And then tomorrow, this carries on with the written exam. So there's 3 exams that they'll be writing, UA history, trade-specific knowledge, and then a more general safety construction test.
Right, which I think from what I've seen in the past, it definitely sometimes does come down to that test, right? Like that can be a big part of it, right? Coming down to the test, that could make or break you essentially, right? So Absolutely. Everyone kind of has their areas to shine in. I think, you know, from talking to everyone's always a little nervous about the test because generally, you know, we're better working with our hands than we are at taking tests. That's kind of how why we're all here, because that's what we enjoy. But I mean, I think it'll be good. Everyone seems to be pretty focused and into their projects today. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see how it turns out. And
yeah, absolutely. We're just seeing on the screen here the steam fitters out back in the oxy-fuel area. So you can see the 6-inch heavy wall they have on there. He's got it set up on the tri-stand there. Good shot there of him laying out. So I believe this is the repad that goes on. So on the drawing behind us, the repad that we're pointing out is this piece right here that goes around. So what they have to do is use the template and cut that piece out, and then they'll work with the welder to tack that thing into place. So there's a few different areas within that 6-inch. So the repad, the stub, and then the dummy leg coming off it as well.
Right, and probably the hardest, I mean, one of the hardest parts, maybe that saddle on there, right? That's a bit, to get that to fit perfectly without big gaps is quite a bit.
Yeah.
Hold on. Oh, this is one of my friends here. Hi, Kim. Can you speak to the partnership between the work the pipe fitter does and the welder's job? Yeah, so I mean, really, the part the pipe fitter is doing, it's pretty important, because it's, I mean, as a welder, obviously, it's a big deal if they do a good job. So that saddle on, for example, if they haven't coped that out perfectly, there's going to be big gaps, which generally, you know, welders, fitters help each other out. So if a fitter does have a little bit more of a gap, the welder can deal with it and help them out and fill that gap. But the idea is to have it as tight as possible.
These competitors don't have a welder next to them where they can say, hey, is that okay for you to weld out?
Exactly. They're going to be judged on that gap and how well it fits. Whereas, you know, on a job site, you can say like, oh, hey, I kind of, you know, slipped with the torch or slipped with the grinder, and the gap's going to be a little bigger. And most welders are pretty chill and pretty happy to help their partner out, because how it works is we're always partnered up on a job site, fitter, welder, and it's you get a pretty tight relationship for sure.
There's nothing tighter than the fitter-welder relationship.
It's pretty crazy. Yeah, my fitter right now, we've like spent quite a bit of time together in the last year or so, and it's funny because I joked, I said like he's getting married next year, and I told him I'm going to be at your wedding, and I'm friends with his girlfriend now too, because she lives where we're working right now, and he's like, you're not coming to my wedding. And now it's turned to, I might be emceeing the wedding.
Oh,
because he's like, the only way you're coming to the wedding is the fact that we might need an MC. So, and then I actually have another fitter who asked me to be a groomsman in his wedding.
Wow.
Yeah, so you get pretty tight for sure. I mean, 10 hours a day, you know, for weeks at a time, 7 days a week. You spend a lot of time together. And
wow.
That fitter with the square right now, sorry, I'm just getting asked a question in my ear here. He's finding the center point of that pipe, I believe.
Yeah, so when they're lining up, they have their templates, and all the templates were given to them ahead of time, because template development is a full process. There's a lot of computers that are able to do it now, computer programs. But we still teach the old school way, where you bust out the T-square and the triangles, and, you know, you do your math to do it.
Yeah, because we don't always have, you know, the center finders and this and that, and laser angle finders and all that thing. Those things that all the innovative tools they have, we don't necessarily have those on the job.
And you should be able to do everything with the most basic tools. So what he's doing there is he's laying out the center line of that piece of pipe, so when he puts his template on there, he can make sure it's not askew, that it goes on. So then when he gets everything lined up and he's actually cutting those pieces and then tacking them together with the welder, everything fits the way it should. Exactly.
And like I was saying to Ryan earlier, is it's not that often on a job site these days that you'll see someone using a torch to cut. Like that's a good kind of old school skill to have, right? So these guys have obviously learned that in school, but to have to perfect it for the competition is a step up for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I know it's been a while, but I used to teach, and one of the main courses that I would teach would be steam fitting level 2, and in that is where we used to teach the majority of fabrication.
Right.
And part of that fabrication is exactly what we're seeing on the screen, using the cutting torch to cut it out, taking that back, and then tacking those pieces for a welder. And a lot of the apprentices really didn't like it because they would ask, well, why can't we use a grinder with a zip cut?
Right.
And the point of it isn't what's the easiest way to do it. It's we're here and we're in class. And sure, when you're out on the job, you're going to use the easiest option. But we need to train you how to do things with the most basic tools.
Especially because what about the job sites where you don't have all the tools, right? It's
Absolutely.
funny, actually, when I was in B level and you were teaching still, and I remember they had to do that project where there's a straight pipe and then two
the
mitered,
mitered,
the mitered
three-piece
pieces.
90.
Yeah, and Will asked me, come tack it, and he said, don't tell them, like, don't help them, right? Just let them do it and tack whatever it is, and like, basically he said what the test was is once it was tacked together, they were going to have to then try to weld it themselves. So if their fit wasn't good, which some of them were very, very large gaps, not easy to manage at all. Like most welders, you just can't. And then they understood basically after it was tacked up, they had to try. Sorry, they're talking in our ear. So they had to, after I tacked it up for them, they had to attempt to weld it to really. His idea was to show them how difficult it was going to be, so that when they're out on a job, they can't just say, why can't that welder just deal with the gap? Because they knew how impossible it was going to be.
Yeah, and that's, within the Skilled Trades BC curriculum, or back then it was the ITA curriculum. We get a lot of comments to the college about, why do we need to know this? This isn't part of, our trade. And realistically, the curriculum is set by Skilled Trades BC. We have a very specific program outline. And one of the little areas I would always try to fudge, and it's only an extra hour, but after they tacked that fabrication project up, I would send them out with the welders, and they would try to put a root in their own piece of pipe, and no one was successful. And the point of it wasn't for them to learn how to be a welder, it was to give them more respect for the welders that they're working with.
For sure, and realize how difficult it is.
And when they got a 3/8 or a half-inch gap and they're saying, hey, can't you fill this?
I remember literally having to lay 3 rods into a gap to try to tack their pieces together, and it was a good way to teach them. I mean, it's no different than the welders. We have to bevel and fit our own pipe in our course. We don't have a fitter doing it for us to show, teach us their side of the coin too. Because like we said, when you're partnered up, that's you got to have respect for each other, and you do spend a lot of time together.
Yeah, I'm just looking at that's a great shot there, doing the oxy-fuel cut. One thing to notice with that is the body positioning, how he's moving it quite frequently, not overextending himself as he's making that cut.
Yeah, he's repositioning the pipe every second, right?
Yeah, that's
and really bracing your hand. Like people who try to kind of freehand in the air, it's hard to keep yourself steady when you're doing it just freehand like
torch
that.
Looks like it's well set up, good neutral flame there. Really taking the time to make sure, because whatever he doesn't get with that cutting torch, he's going to have to lean on with the grinder, and that could be the difference of the time at the end of the day, how
100%.
much material you're leaving on that. You don't want to be too close to that line, because if you take too much off, you're going to be in trouble.
That's almost worse. Yeah, you'd rather leave a little extra if you can, but yeah, you don't want too much work with the grinder because of the time, and also just that's a lot of extra work.
Yeah,
right?
Absolutely.
They're already going to be sweating in there. That's a pretty big project. I mean, on a job site, that would easily be a 10-hour day probably to build this piece. So,
it depends on the person.
I guess that's true. Will hasn't been on a job site in a minute, if I might say.
A couple of years ago, maybe a couple hours, but yeah, I think we're running up there a little bit now.
Yeah, it's a big one.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think they're doing a great job. They are all super focused. But they're gonna be tired by the end of the day. I remember when I competed, I remember saying that's it's probably the hardest I've ever worked was in that competition. You're sweating for sure.
No kidding.
There's not a lot of time for breaks, but yeah, I mean it's good. Like I was saying before, that we take the breaks, the lunch breaks, and everyone has to take them because you don't want people thinking, they're going to gain it, because it's not going to be good for everyone if they're just working straight through and exhausted.
No. Number one, I mean, we need our union-provided breaks, our lunches. We need to make sure that we're taking care of ourselves, our bodies. We need to, even though the apprentices, I'm sure, would rather work right through and get the competition done, sometimes we have to make the decision for them for their best interest to make sure that they're getting a break, especially on a warm day like this, hydrating and, just even just taking a step away sometimes is valuable, because a lot of people come back from coffee break and they during the break they remembered something, or they're reviewing what they did in their own mind.
Yeah.
Or sometimes they're out having a dart and they talk to someone else and they realize
yeah,
that
exactly. They missed
up,
something.
right?
Yeah, some of them.
Yeah.
I did. One of the refrigeration guys was saying, he's like, I noticed so and so doing this. And, the other day I would have helped them, but like today's the competition
Right.
kind of thing, right? So yeah, they're all. But I mean, I feel like if there's really something they're confused about, they'll bounce ideas off each other, and that's fine. I mean, it's that's how it is. We're all brothers and sisters here, even though we're from different locals.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great, Kim. Thank you for having me on, and it's a great day.
Thanks for having me here. It's
really
been a really fun time.
Yeah, really looking forward. We still got a few hours left, so hopefully I'll pop back on a little bit later on as we're getting close to WRAC.
For sure.
But thank you.
Awesome. Sweet. All right, we'll see you later. Again, we're still figuring out this thing. There we go. Everyone freeze.
This union, so I'm really excited. I heard about the program through a friend's girlfriend. She had gone through the program a couple years prior and she suggested it to me. I love all the different types of welding we've tried. I've loved the support and all the faculty that are here and helping. Leslie's great, my instructor, Daryl West, he's fantastic. I would 100% recommend this. I've already started recommending this school to different people. I boast about this school to other people. I can't even count on my hands how many people I've already began to request it to. I didn't know that we were gonna get equipment, free boots, coveralls, tuition paid for. When the school came back and offered that, I was absolutely thrilled. I was boggled. Definitely felt supported throughout the program from the instructors, from my parents, from my friends, from everybody. Support is everywhere. And it's like a little mini family here, and everybody's really nice and very supportive. My name's Haley Dore, and I'm a welding foundation student at UA Pick, BC.
Hello everybody, we're back after a little break. My name's Dylan. I'm here with special guest Paul Godin. His son Mason is one of the plumbing competitors here this year from local 324. Hey Paul, great to have you. How you doing today?
Thanks, yeah, I'm happy to be here. It's kind of exciting to see him in the competition.
Yeah, it's really cool actually to have some parents out here. I'm sure lots are watching on our live stream, but I'm sure Mason loves having the support here of his family.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, my father's most likely watching right now.
Oh, okay, yeah, multi-generational,
Yeah.
right? There's a big history of plumbing in your family, isn't that correct?
Yeah. I've got my grandpa was a plumber. My dad was a plumber. My two uncles are pipe fitters. There's a little family competition there, and yeah, it's cousins and everybody sort of took it up.
So the piping trades are really the bread and butter of the Godin family.
Yeah, that's for sure.
That's pretty cool, yeah.
I'm sure you guys get into all sorts of good conversations, Thanksgivings and Christmases and family gatherings, especially having a couple steam fitter, pipe fitters.
Yeah, for sure.
In the family, there's always that fun rivalry. I don't know why it always seems to come up, but it's definitely alive and well. So that's pretty interesting. How long has Mason been apprenticing as a plumber for?
He's been at it for 2.5 years. So
okay, so he's coming into his 3rd year then.
Yep. Yeah.
That's it's really good. I've seen a lot of good quality work out of Mason and all the apprentices here, and it's really interesting to see where people are at, right? Because I think we have there's a few apprentices that are relatively green. I think Sydney, the sprinkler fitter apprentice, I've watched her project, and she seems to be doing really well, and she's just a first year, right? So there's a lot of skill floating around here. So.
Yeah, Mason was able to get here last year and do a little bit of a competition just amongst the school here and a couple schools. So
yeah,
he got some practice in on it and knows a little bit what was going to happen this year. So
oh, okay, yeah. So he's got the Skills BC background, so he kind of got a little bit of a taste for how things were going to go.
Yeah, and he was looking forward to it and a little bit of nervousness, but he's pretty happy to be there.
Yeah,
working away at it.
How does it make you feel watching him out there? I mean, we have that awesome vantage point up on the mezzanine in Lab 1 there. I'm sure you must be fairly proud of him watching.
Yeah, absolutely. I was fortunate enough to work with my dad for 12 years of 2 of them being my apprenticeship, and it was a pretty cool environment to have. I have a job that doesn't allow me to go out and work with my boys, but they're both plumbers, so it's been a lot of fun watching this competition and seeing their skills develop. And obviously I didn't teach him all the stuff that he's working on, but he's coming along quite well, and it's been fun to watch.
Yeah, I bet. I mean, I'm sure as a parent helping them through school and stuff, it's probably been very rewarding. It's interesting that both your boys have decided to get into the career. I'm sure you're pretty happy about that.
Yeah.
It's trades provide great opportunities for everybody. All the young men and women out there who maybe are thinking about it. You should really look into it, because it's really it's a great community, especially if you join a local union, right? You kind of get the way that we look at it is you're an extended family, right? With all your brothers and sisters here, everyone's here happy to help you out, right? When they can, when and where they can. And the union provides great support for mental health and addictions, depending on where you're at in life, right? We want to see everyone being healthy, happy, and successful in life, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I've seen both sides of it. I've seen, working with my dad for years, I wasn't in a union, but as soon as we branched off and became part of the local 170, you could tell that the skills development and the support behind the members was awesome. It was awesome to see, and there was safety things that you end up seeing. You're in better shape after working with the union.
Yeah, it's really nice to see the skills development, especially, right? I know the school here at UPIC in BC, with Local 170, they spend a lot of time and energy trying to develop new programs and new resources, like pulling together new resources to help apprentices be the best that they can be once they get to their journeyman status. Because the apprentices are really important to everyone involved, whether you're a younger journeyman who's relying on them to help you navigate the job site and the workload that's involved with getting your job done on a day-to-day, or whether you're an older member who's close to retirement age or who's already in retirement age. Like, we really need these young apprentices to have the skills in order to get the jobs done, to keep everything rolling along successfully, right?
Yeah, we definitely saw a huge difference in the workforce in the last few years, just knowing how many people that are part of the baby boomer. So we need as many young people as possible getting into the trades.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's pretty interesting. I know when I was in high school and stuff, trades to me was always a really viable option. I have my family's background is also quite heavily trade related, so it was always something that was promoted to me. But I think a lot of the stuff, like in schools, for quite a long time. It wasn't really promoted as a good option, right, or alternative to traditional academic schooling. But now we're here kind of in that late stage of the boomers all retiring, and there's a huge labor shortage, right? So it's very interesting to see the effects of that. It's something that's been talked about for a long time. And now, you can clearly see that, especially in BC, we're extremely busy, and there's not enough labor force to man the jobs, right?
Yeah, and skilled labor. It's hard to get that skill up as quickly as possible when it comes to knowing that there's a shortage and being able to have people that'll be skilled enough to take over some of those roles that they had as the older generation.
Yeah, I know, and that's one of the reasons why I think competitions like this, UA Canada is also heavily involved in apprentice development. Hosting competitions like this, they're really great for the competitors involved, and even the competitors when they go home to their locals and to their jobs and talk to the other apprentices that they work around or they go to school with. I'm sure they're going to be able to share some of the critical thinking skills and maybe a little bit of the leadership skills that they picked up here, right? Because I mean, they're really just on their own at this point, which I'm sure a lot of them haven't really had to make those kind of decisions before, right? Kind of on the fly. Hey, am I doing the right thing? I'm not sure. Usually, you can ask somebody.
Well, sometimes on the job site, you're 2 or 3 apprentices to one journeyman. So, a competition like this sort of amplifies that you are responsible for your own job and your own job site and your own ability to do things skillfully and tidy and clean.
Yeah, well, yeah, I think it's important. That's like the whole technical training aspect of it, right? I mean, yeah, sure, it's really important to be able to have the skills to physically to get the jobs done, but also you need to make sure that you're really paying attention when you're in school, because you only get to go through it once, right? And there's most of the piping trades. It's a broad, like really broad spectrum of like what you're doing for work. There's different little specialty niches in different departments, right? But you have to rely on those skills a lot more as you get into like being a more experienced journeyman, We just had a little tweet in the ear. I think we're getting ready for maybe another guest, but Paul, it was great to see you.
Excellent.
And we're happy to have you here. Welcome to Local 170, and good luck to Mason. Best of luck to Mason.
Right on. Thank you very much.
That was great. Thanks, man.
I heard about the program through a few different friends that have made it to Red Seal or just went through the Foundations program, and they highly recommended it. I really enjoy the hands-on experience. I very much enjoy
different
being
microphones
creative.
today. These ones
The fact that we're working all the time.
Pick up less of the background noise.
Welding
in the headphones, you'll
studying,
hear it
it's
sounds
very
better.
immersive class. 75–80% more in the shop, and then I'd say the other 20% is in class or at home studying. This entire time I've felt complete support, whether it be from the director, whether it be from the supportive staff or my teacher directly. Both of my parents are very supportive. I have a younger brother who's extremely supportive. Just extremely excited that I've committed to such an awesome program with such an awesome opportunity. That was the decision to make the jump, was really to get myself certified and have a spot in the industry. I would say 5 years from now, I hope to be Red Seal. There's many different avenues within the industry, and welding's just the beginning of it. I would recommend it 100 times again, and to anybody, and I have been currently recommending it to a lot of people, just for the fact that you have a very hands-on learning experience. Everyone around you is willing to support you, whether it's your classmates, your teacher, your head welding instructors, your counselor. Everybody is there for you. Makes you really want to work harder and do the best that you can. So it's just a very supportive, positive work environment to learn in. I'm Alex Gain. I'm a welding foundation student at UAPIC, BC.
I got little intro videos so we can switch off. Oh.
Gotcha.
Hello, we're live. Sorry guys. I have Amber back here. I don't know if anyone was watching yesterday. We were just kind of talking about, what it's like to be a girl in the trades, and the goods and the bads and everything. But so we kind of understand each other. I know whenever I see another girl on a job site, you like smile, and the other guys are like, "Do you know her?" Like, no, it's just a thing. You just know this. You know this the woes that we all struggle with for sure. But we love it. So, how do you think the competition's going out there?
Competition's going great. Everybody is like really taking on all the different challenges and overcoming them and doing really well. So
yeah. So Amber's one of the judges. I was just asking if she can kind of get a feel of who's where. She said obviously they're all pretty close, so maybe it'll come down to that written test. But the project they're doing today, I just saw her discussing with one of the other judges that you guys are thinking maybe it's a pretty big project. They might not finish.
yeah, definitely. They're doing the pipe work. Everybody is pulling their vacuums, and they'll probably get it charged up. But it'll really come down to the wiring skills and the like technical ability of.
So are they building an actual fridge? Is that what's happening over there?
They are. They're building a reach-in freezer, basically.
Cool.
So the entire box underneath will be ice cold, like
right.
So if you got
so
beer,
if it's
put
not
it in
cold,
there now.
that's bad.
yeah, exactly.
Okay. And then at nationals. So you did nationals.
Yeah.
Did you have to build a walk-in freezer? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So is that like a lot more labor-intensive than this?
A little bit more. The pipe runs are bigger. You're working inside a box and at your like main station where your compressor and stuff is. So you're going back and forth a lot.
Right. They're not like right in one like this.
Exactly. Yeah. So it does add a little bit, and you're going up and on top of the box, so you're on a high ladder. Like there's definitely just a few more little things that are thrown in there. That
and
makes
normally,
it
if
harder.
you were doing like a walk-in freezer install, you obviously would not be doing it by yourself, right?
Yeah. No, probably not.
So that's a lot because I feel like when I was at nationals, a big thing for that was them trying to finish it in that day.
Definitely,
was a lot. I know they have. I think it was the biggest project for all the trades kind of thing, right?
Definitely, yeah.
So where did you do nationals? Was it in Toronto?
Yeah, we did nationals in Toronto.
And how did you find it there?
Amazing.
Yeah?
Loved it. Yeah, it was my first time in Toronto too, and
nice.
It was great.
You got to be wined and dined, obviously.
Definitely, yeah.
How many competitors were you with there?
There was me and another guy from the East Coast.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's how it was for me too.
Yeah, nice.
And you didn't walk away with a ring, did you?
No.
Yeah, neither did I.
Sadly,
Such
I
a
did
heartbreaking
not.
moment.
I know, right? And it
yeah.
came down to the test.
Me too. Oh,
2%.
me too.
Like,
Oh, I know. That was the same. When sitting in that awards lunch, I remember thinking like, we actually don't know, right?
Yeah,
it's not
exactly.
It's not an obvious tell.
You think you see somebody beside you who maybe got a little bit further ahead, and so you're like, oh, they're gonna win because they completed more of the project. But in the long run, it comes down to who did it more precise, who followed the instructions better, who is spending the time making sure that it's like precise.
Yeah, someone was commenting earlier and asking about how it's judged. Is it time? Is it quality? And I'm like, it is both for sure, but I think it is more quality. You know, it's not supposed to be a race. If it was just based on a race and not the measurements, if the little quality didn't matter, it really changes the game a lot.
Definitely,
for sure,
yeah.
Right? So,
and we're measuring to the millimeter too, right? So
yeah,
those are some precise measurements.
That's some precise measurements. Yeah, everyone's pretty focused, and you can see, even the sprinkler fitters, they're rushing, but they're still trying to be precise, right?
Definitely, yeah.
It's like you said, just because seeing someone more ahead right now does not necessarily, it's not a given that they're necessarily going to win or anything like that. So
yeah, definitely take your time, take a deep breath, like
for
make
sure
that everything is on point.
But yeah, it's I don't know, it's been super cool to have this broadcast.
It has been.
Amber
really
and I
cool.
were just saying both of our moms are watching right now. Hi,
Mom.
Hi, Mom. Yeah. Yeah, it's fun to have everyone's support. I know.
Definitely.
I don't know how your mom is, but I know my mom's always, she's loves that I'm in the trade. She's very proud.
100%.
So it's cool to have that support for sure.
Definitely.
Yeah, girl power, I guess, out
Yeah,
here.
I'm in the trades because all the women in my life are so kick-ass.
Exactly. A bunch of badass moms and sisters and everyone in your family who supports, which is super cool,
exactly,
right? And
yeah.
of course, I'm sure your significant other also, I'm sure he's super pumped
Definitely.
too.
I think he's watching.
That's awesome.
Happy
Love it. Yeah, we have lots of supporters out there. Yeah, it's been a fun couple days. I'm sad I'm gonna be leaving tonight, so I won't be actually here for the awards.
Yeah.
I have to go back to work, so I'm sad I'm gonna miss hearing how it all goes.
Definitely,
I'll have to obviously hear about it from everyone tomorrow via the phone, or maybe I'll FaceTime in to hear how it goes.
Exactly. I was gonna say we could just live stream it right to you at work.
Yeah, exactly. I'm really interested to see the people at the welcome dinner that first night who were kind of the you know, the little bit cocky ones, they were
Yeah.
pretty confident in themselves. I'm interested to see, you know, sometimes those people are the ones that pull
Yeah.
through and sometimes they're
I
not.
think you get a little humbled after the first day.
I think they're a little humbled, yeah.
You
The
start to
common
realize
projects.
it's not as easy as you thought it was.
Exactly. And the pressure, like, you know, we were saying, you know, it's never as stressful. Like, work is not this stressful, right?
No,
like,
exactly.
No one, I mean, you're getting judged to a certain degree. You have to do a good job, but, you know, you can ask for help. You can make mistakes.
Yeah.
And this and that. And it's, yeah, people aren't watching over your shoulders with an iPad, you know, making you feel it changes the game a lot for sure.
Yeah.
You can tell, Al was saying earlier, when we walked around the shop and some of the guys are just like, go away, right? Like, they don't want to talk to you.
Please
They're
stop looking at me.
hyper focused.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not like being in the trades. Not everyone in the trades is wanting to be the center of attention.
For
right?
sure,
Some
yeah.
of us like to hide behind. We're behind the scenes people
Yeah.
for sure.
Behind your big shield or something.
Exactly,
like-
yeah. Especially for the welders, they're
Yeah.
used to just being in the dark alone.
Definitely.
So it's but yeah, everyone seems to be having a good time.
Yeah, right?
Yeah. I think we're almost ready for lunch here, so we're gonna sign off, but maybe we'll get Amber back later at the end of the day and see if these refrigerators are cold. Maybe we'll get some beer in them to
Yeah,
really test
right?
them
That'd be
out.
nice.
Yeah. Awesome. Thank you
Sweet.
so much.
All right, well, thank you.
Bye. Maybe Ryan will get back in here before lunch.
Who do you want me to send in?
Hello,
Maybe
everyone.
send
We're
Ryan
filming
over
on
here.
site today at Ideal Welders. I'm here with Luke Felicia. Welcome to the hall.
Thanks, Ryan. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for coming on, Luke. So clearly you work here at Ideal. How long you been with Ideal for?
I've been here with Ideal from 2007, so about just over 15 years.
Wow.
I started here as a helper. I was in the metal trades division.
Yep.
Did that for a couple of years, helping out around the shop, loading trucks, things like that. Eventually took an apprenticeship and did a whole steam fitting apprenticeship all through Ideal.
Yeah.
A lot of shop work, a little bit of field work. And then eventually, over the last couple of years, I've been a foreman, helping run jobs around here.
Yeah.
Right now, I'm in the stainless steel division, our alloy division, actually.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's been pretty good. It's been a good 15 years.
Nice. So let's rewind a bit. So, what got you into the trade? How did steam fitting or even working in the fab shop, how did that come on your radar?
Well, it's funny because I moved here from the prairies. I was originally born in Winnipeg. So I moved here and I got a job on the island. It was just across the street from Ideal.
Yep.
And it was a trucking outfit. I was just helping out there. And we were doing a little bit of work for Ideal, hauling the loads and things like that. And so I'd have to come over to the yard and do a little bit of help there.
Yeah.
I got to know some of the yard guys, found out it was a union shop, and started asking around if I could maybe jump on board, get in the union. And a few months later, I was signed up. I put my resume in, signed up, and hired as a helper.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So you came in as a helper. So at that point, you probably did you even know what pipe fitting was or steam fitting was at that point?
I didn't have a lot of knowledge of the trade. No, I had a little bit of welding experience from shop and school.
Yeah.
But I didn't have a lot of knowledge of the fabricating trade.
So you're in the shop, pushing a broom, moving materials, that kind of stuff initially, or working in the yard.
Exactly that. Yeah, helping out whatever the shop kind of needed at the time.
Yeah.
Pushing a broom around. My main job at that time was shipper's helper.
Yeah.
So we'd be loading and unloading trucks a lot.
Yeah. And then so while you're doing that, you're walking through the shop and you're seeing guys fabbing and you're like, oh, okay, maybe I want to take a part of that, right? Or
exactly right. It's just learning skilled trade really kind of appealed to me. So I started asking around and kind of the options were there, fabricating, welding, pipe fitting. I think the guys that I kind of, coordinated and looked up to were pipe fitters. So I jumped on board with that.
Yeah, pipe fitters are pretty awesome guys.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, yeah.
So you start your apprenticeship and you go to UAPICBC. Is that where you did all your...
Yeah, that's where I did all my school. All 4 terms were with Dave Sales.
Yep. Legend.
Yeah, legend there for sure. He taught us a lot about boilers, the service side of things.
Yeah, which you forgot all
Which
of.
I forgot, because every time I'd come back to work, it was just fab, right? So.
Yeah, so how did you find what you learned in school fab-wise compared to what, you're doing on the job? Did some of that come across, or were you learning more in the shop from the guys?
For what we learned in school, I thought it was pretty basic for fabrication.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we did like a 3-piece 90 or something like that.
Yeah.
I think we did a saddle on T from what I remember. And doing it in the shop day in and day out, it was a bit of a breeze once I got to school. So
so you're third year, fourth year. Well, probably didn't do much in fourth year, but third year you're doing some fab in the shop, and your piece looks like a piece of art.
Yeah,
compared to some, you're looking at some of the other guys. You're like, you're not fabbing
well,
much.
you know what? And at that point, what I did is just try to help people out at the school and this pass on the knowledge that I learned at the shop. So.
I remember being third year, and we were doing one of those projects. It was like a T or something like that, and one of the guys' bevels looked like glass, right? It was just, the land was perfect. It was like feathered, and you're like, man, you spend some time with the grinder in your hand. He's like, oh yeah, and he knocked it out. It wasn't even an issue, right? And
exactly.
You see them all on the bench after, and you see his, and you see everyone else's, and you see some of them, you're like, they're clearly not working in a fab shop. They're doing a different thing, right?
Yeah,
so it's kind of a different, there's, in steam fitting as a whole, there's a whole bunch of different routes, a person could go, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of different paths, and, there's different choices you can make. And the fabrication side of things has been a good one for me. And I'm sure service and all other things, steam fitting, are great for other people too.
So your whole apprenticeship, did you work out of this location here, or?
I was at 660 for a lot of it.
Okay.
We had an older stainless shop before. It was at 420 Audley. I did a little bit of work there. Yep. But the most of my apprenticeship was at 660, and I came back to 1010 for the odd stint.
Yeah.
After I became a journeyman, I came over here for more of a full-time kind of thing.
So now in the fab shop, so aside from getting laid off to go to school, have you worked full-time?
At Ideal?
Yeah.
Yeah, been fortunate enough. I don't recall ever being laid off other than when I went to school.
Yeah.
So it's been a pretty steady gig for me.
Nice. So on site here, roughly how many members do you think you work alongside?
Oh, well, I know at our peak in the last couple of years, we've had on site here, I would say at least 70 to 80. Between both shops, I know at our peak we were up to 130 to 140 at one point. Yep. We had some major infrastructure jobs going on with KLTP, Trans Mountain, right? Yep. Same with LNG Canada, Fleur. Yep. At our peak, we definitely were manned up, and it was good. It was a lot to manage, but it was busy and fast paced, but it was good. Right now, our crew is around 12 at the moment in the stainless shop. Yep. So it's been a little steady, but we still got quite a bit of work to do. So.
Nice. Yeah, it's well, for people that aren't familiar with Ideal shop, we're right along the Fraser River, right near the Alex Fraser Bridge. And right behind me, actually, where we're sitting, is the river. And so you guys have your own dock here. So a lot of the large spools you guys are making are just getting shipped right out the back here, and off they go.
Absolutely. A lot of the LNG Canada stuff, we build it, we get it painted, sometimes in sections, we bring it back here, we put them back together, we hydro test them, we finish painting them here on site, load them onto these big 100-foot trailers, and then they get backed onto a barge here, and they get floated up the river to Kitimat.
Nice.
Yeah, it's a process.
Yeah, it's like the facility's massive here, right? Like just walking around, it's a big facility. What would you say if you're going to recommend, anyone getting into, say they're looking at becoming a fitter, and what are your thoughts on the fab shop life?
It's been good for me. I think just the amount of volume we get here really builds your skill set, whether it be learning how to interpret isometric drawings or blueprints. You just get drawing after drawing. That means joint after joint. So it's a great way to learn. I've been out in the field too, where some guys in the field, they have so much experience when it comes to rigging, installing, bolt up, field fitting, that that you can learn a lot from those guys as well too.
Yeah.
But I think in sheer volume, I think to really hone your skills, Fab Shop is a good place to do it.
Yeah, it's one of those things like it's some stuffs are diminishable skills, right? Like if you're doing one thing, all the time, you're probably not as good at other aspects of the job, right?
Absolutely.
But if you're in a fab shop, fabbing day in, day out, nice thing here is pretty comfortable environment. It's, I think, almost exclusively all indoors. Like there's probably very seldom you guys are fabbing outside, I'd imagine. So it's you're indoors, you're not in the rain, you're not in the cold generally.
Yeah.
And I don't know what you guys got. You guys probably got templates. You guys probably got all kinds of different tools at your disposal to really make production high.
Yeah, our fabricators have built endless amounts of templates for saddles, dummy legs, anything you can think of, right? So all the tools are right there at your disposal.
So you mentioned you're a foreman here. What are do you hold any other roles here? Or do you do anything else aside from your foreman duties?
I do the foreman duties. I've done multiple stints at first aid level 2.
Yeah.
Right now I don't hold that ticket. It's expired, but I've done it. I did it for about 6 years. So in the event of any emergency or injuries, I would be there to step in to help.
Yeah.
I did a small stint early on the joint healthcare committee.
Yeah.
At that point, I was just becoming a foreman, and they were kind of looking for someone more on the shop floor to get more of that kind of knowledge of what's going on the floor.
Yep.
But other than that, foreman running crews, helping out. I was over at 660 for about a year. I was helping manage that place when they're really busy with KLTP, Trans Mountain. So it's definitely been around to all the shops.
So now in the shop, like you guys been pretty busy, right? Like you guys are always hiring. There's always room for people coming in here. What do you guys see on the horizon? Like what's your workload look like?
Oh, right now we're pretty busy. We have assembly for C-span modules. So they're smaller kind of size frames that fit into the boats.
Yep.
And then they got some process piping that's installed into them.
Yep.
You can see them actually. They're right there in Bay 6. You guys want to take a walk through after. So we're pretty busy with that. We started off with I think 57 mods. We're down to the last 8 or so on those. And then I heard just from the project managers the other day that we have another 80 coming.
Oh wow.
So that and mixed in with a bit of parkland work.
Yep.
And I heard there's potential for another phase for LNG Canada as well.
Yep.
Whether that starts right away or a year from now, I'm not sure when it's going to start. But we still, we have a lot of material here, and I think it'd be in their best interest to keep us fabricating on that, keep the job going.
So 15 years, you haven't missed a day, and it doesn't look like that's going to be the case moving forward. So
doesn't look like it. Never know what the future holds, but it's been pretty good so far.
Nice. So for family-wise, one of the things, obviously, if you're working at a fab shop, you're going home every day, right? So there's no camp work, right? Do you have friends and stuff that work, doing shutdown stuff? Do you ever talk with guys to kind of compare the difference, right?
I do, actually. As a matter of fact, I just had a good friend, a welder who came out from Winnipeg to do the Parkland shutdown.
Yep.
And it was great to reconnect with him.
Yeah.
And we just shot the breeze about what everyday life is like. He's a welder.
Yep.
And he was having a good time at Parkland, welding together joints. They're putting up some pretty good stuff in the shutdown.
Yep.
So it's a different lifestyle, right? He travels around. He does the shutdown circuit.
Yep.
I'm in one place in the Lower Mainland. I go home to my girlfriend every night.
Yep.
I think both are good quality lives to live.
Yeah, it's just it's whatever suits your personality, right?
Exactly.
There's for me, I've always been an in-town kind of guy, right? And the same thing, I got lots of friends that do the out-of-town thing, right? And it's just different strokes for different folks, right? So, anything you'd like to add before we wrap it up?
No, I think that's it. I should get back to my crew and make sure everyone's doing all right. But thanks for having me on.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Look forward to talking to you guys in the future.
Right on. Appreciate your time. Thank you. Thanks everyone for watching this episode of the podcast. Please like and subscribe. And until next time.
see what happens. We can double it up. Go both ways. Oh, I wish. They're not going to, though. Check one, check one. How am I doing there?
Oh, we're live.
All right.
Perfect.
All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to... All right. My audio's a little wonky.
We're just sorting out some technical. Oh, I'll do the intro. Hello, everyone. I can't remember your name now at all now that we're on here. Oh, sorry. It's right here. Hold on. Oh, with the best handwriting I've ever seen. I literally don't even know what that says. Pardon?
Jeremy Allingham.
Jeremy Allingham from the BC Building Trades, Director of Communications. Welcome. Super cool to have you here, especially with your journalist background. You've been giving us some feedback on how you think it's going.
Well, yeah, I think it's going fantastically. The set looks amazing. The commentary, I was just saying, has been great for the competition. I was not expecting to come on, but happy to do it. Glad to be here on this. I was about to call it a makeshift set. It is not. It is like the full real deal. It looks amazing. When Al Phillips, the business manager, sent me the link to the YouTube earlier, I immediately clicked on it to see what would happen. And I was really impressed. It looks really, really great. You guys are doing a great job. How's it going for you?
It's been really good. Yeah, thank you so much. I mean, I think we've settled into our spots here. We're waiting for our job offers from Sportsnet now. Yeah, it's been awesome. And may I say, you told me just before that you had a radio show. I can tell immediately when you start talking that you've done this before. So I'm glad if you think we're doing a good job because, yeah, it's obviously this is a new thing for us.
Never saw a mic I didn't like.
Love it. Love it. And you don't just have a face for radio. You've got a face for TV, too.
Oh, thank you. That's so kind. I mean, I wore my hat and T-shirt today. I was coming from working from home, so glad to be here. Glad that Al cracked the whip and got me down.
Al's good at getting people where he wants them for sure. Al, I mean, he called me up and him and Will said, what do you think about this sports broadcast idea? I'm like, I guess so. It was an interesting thing to try to explain to my superintendent why I was leaving work for 3 days. He was a little on the fence about the idea, but hopefully they've all chimed in and seen what we're doing
lots
here.
of material to sell them on it too. And so I'm like, we can maybe do this both ways.
For sure.
I'm the editor of Trade Talk magazine, which is the BC Building Trades quarterly magazine where we tell stories about the unions, about the members. And I came down here to interview you guys about what's going on. So maybe you could tell me why do you think it's so important for these apprentices to see their skills being featured in such a kind of serious, big-time professional way? What do you think that does for them and their confidence?
You want me to leave this one to me, Brian?
It shows, for one, it's gonna boost their confidence, right? So we saw first day of the competition, everyone came in nervous, right? You could tell the nerves are there, everyone's quiet.
Because of the cameras?
Yeah, the cameras are here, and there's probably a whole bunch of things, right?
Just being judged in general.
Judged in general, because normally you're not judged, right? And at work, you're not really competing against your coworkers, right? But with the cameras on, it was, everyone's a little shy. There's some polite go-aways, right? And day 2 here, it's been all business, and we're more of a fly on the wall, I think, for them today.
So they're getting used to it. They're getting into it.
For sure, and I think the other thing that the nerves come from, I know personally when I was a competitor, is pretty much everyone knows back at your home local that you're here doing this, right? So you have in the back of your head, you're going to have to go home and tell them how it went and tell them, you obviously put your best foot forward, but of course they all want to go home and tell their home locals that they came back with the win and they got to go to nationals. So it's a little stressful to think about that and think about everyone at home watching. And this is, of course, a new way to go about it. I know when we were competitors, there was definitely no cameras. No one was watching us except the judges, and that was stressful enough on its own, for sure, just with the judging by itself.
I mean, there must be a level of pride that comes with seeing this setup, too, like seeing the cameraman in their face. It's kind of like a reality skills competition come to life, right?
Absolutely. I mean, Sydney, who's the one girl competitor, which obviously I love seeing, she came up to me this morning, thanks for saying my name on the broadcast, my boyfriend was watching, and super cool. I know there's lots of parents watching that I'm sure would love to be here in person seeing it, so it's cool that they can get on the feed.
Yeah, we had one of the parents actually was able to come over from the island to watch their son compete. They were on the broadcast talking about that and talking about what we got going on here. It's really cool to be able to share this aside from what we do.
And I got to say, Like the one thing I was kind of watching for when, yeah, we're gonna share that mic.
We're gonna go share
The one thing I was watching for when I first clicked on the link was live, broadcasting a live event is one of the kind of, it's like the apex peak of broadcasting because it's the hardest thing to do. And I was wondering, you got a couple of Ian Hannah Mansings here, calling this thing. You're so calm. You're moving from item to, maybe it's your producer. Is that the director? Is that the one? He's the highly skilled one here. But no, you guys are absolutely killing it. Where's this skill coming from? Oh, it's all coming down from the business manager.
Al's
Okay.
head doesn't fit through the door. Ours aren't going to at the end of this either now.
Yeah, you're gonna have to get a bigger hat size. But
No, answer my question though. Did you just sit down and just start doing it, and it was just working?
We've never even met before yesterday. Literally, I'm not even exaggerating that. Ryan and I have never met before yesterday. So
we're blue collar, So Kim's a welder, I'm a fitter, and so naturally we're left hand and right hand, right? So we sat down yesterday morning, and we started off the day at 8 a.m. sharp. And I think our first run was probably about an hour.
Yeah.
And we just caught our stride. And it's, it's one of those things. We started doing the media stuff here at UA 170. We started doing the podcast, the Hall podcast, and different things. And it's kind of one of these things. Al's like, let's just start doing it. And so I got Mark, the producer, in our ear here telling us, he's like, comms aren't up to his standard.
Yeah.
So we kind of just started knowing that we aren't going to be the best at it to start with, of course. But we're going to just start and we're going to go
yourself.
from there. Yeah. She came in top shelf. So and yeah, we've just gone from there.
Okay, and tell me a little bit about, I think there is some, there's a lot of power to that. Like we said, people seeing themselves, parents, family members, all that kind of thing. What kind of feedback do you get from folks who see themselves featured on the floor, but also on the pod every week? What do they say to you?
Well, people that are on the podcast, they say I didn't know that I looked like that on camera, right? That's the first thing. But we get feedback everywhere we go. So a lot of time if I'm out in the wage wagon, someone's like, hey, I saw the wage wagon, I saw a podcast, or I listened to a podcast, and I'm getting feedback from members. I'm getting feedback from retired members that talking about trade talk. We had a car show here last week, and I was talking to a retired member, and he's like, hey, you were in the wage wagon. I saw you in trade talk. And they're like, I'm getting phone calls from members and feedback, and it's just another way of kind of showing who we are, right? And kind of getting that message out. And it's coming back. It's it's started off as a trickle, right? It's the media, the stuff is just slowly getting out there, and I'm sure Kim, you're probably hearing stuff come back.
Definitely, yeah. The wage wagon is a super cool new thing that we have in 170 that people are talking about, people out on the job site. So I'm excited actually to go. I'm going back to work tomorrow, so I know I'll be going back to a lot of questions about how this all went, and people who saw the broadcast and obviously have no idea, because really Will just said to Mark, hey, it'd be cool to do a broadcast, and then Mark made it happen, right? So he's obviously definitely the man behind all this, but it's pretty crazy that it all came together, because Will literally said so many of these ideas just came from him just saying, hey, I got this crazy idea, maybe we could do this, and then Mark's made it happen. So it'll be cool to go back to work and tell them about, I had seen the wage wagon lots on videos that Al sends me on, whether it's Instagram, Facebook, but I'd never been inside of it and seen it, and it's a pretty cool setup. So we were talking, they just go and park at places, and it's a good conversation starter, obviously.
Well, tell me about your gift of gab here, because clearly you're built for this. You've got that free flowing, you're articulating well, you're on it. Is this just you on the work site, just kind of shooting the breeze all day long? Or?
Yeah, I like to talk at work for sure. Yeah. It's so funny. One of our pipe fitters, who's a boss on a lot of the jobs I work on, he calls me the linchpin, because he's like, probably it's part of being a female on a job site, but everyone will kind of be around, and we just will talk all day. My partner at work right now, we know everything about each other's lives because we just chat all day. When you're with someone 10 hours a day, tacking up pipe, you chat a lot. I think also that's just, I guess that's kind of just how I've always been. I MC my friends' weddings and
I see it.
Yeah, my partner at work, I was saying this earlier. He doesn't want me to be at his wedding because he says I have too much dirt on him. But now they need an MC. So he's like, I'm going from not invited to possibly MCing the wedding. So I don't know. I like to chat and I feel pretty comfortable back here. I've actually always wanted to start a podcast.
Okay, well, you got a demo reel now.
You heard it here first. I want to call it Steel Toes and Stilettos.
Okay.
Because I feel like, the women in the trades thing and
nice.
And just women working in male environments, which obviously is
I can tell you they would love to have you out at Build Together. I help with that committee with the BC Building Trades, and the women of the building trades would love to have you out and get involved. And
awesome. Yeah, I would love that. Yeah, I definitely need to get more involved. It is sometimes difficult just because I work on the road so much, but it'd be nice to get some opportunities and be at home more for sure.
Yeah, and I got to throw my props out to Mark as well, because I came for a tour of the school, I want to say like 3 weeks ago, and we walked by this spot in the building and he said, yeah, that's where we're going to do kind of like a live broadcast thing of an apprenticeship competition. And I said, that's a big undertaking. Like, how far along are you? I think it's coming together, he says. And I'm like, buddy, this is a massive amount of work, and to pull it off to this level really is impressive. So kudos to Mark and Will.
Will sent me a rendering of this, just a rendering on a computer, and then 2 weeks later, here it is built. So yeah, Mark is killing it. I mean, it's amazing.
Nice.
Yeah.
And so what are we expecting in the afternoon in the competition when everybody gets back from lunch here? What do we...
Well, I know the refrigeration guys, they have one of the biggest projects for sure. We were just talking about if they're going to pull off finishing the wiring and having that cold fridge ready by the end of the day, which is it's going to be a lot. I know the sprinkler fitters are really, really killing it. The plumbers are killing it. They're, I think, ahead of schedule. And then the welders, they had a pretty big project to start the day, and they have a totally different new project starting in the afternoon, whereas the other trades are kind of continuing on their big day project. The steam fitters, I think, they probably have ample time to finish, so everyone's doing really well. It might come down to the test tomorrow, because a lot of these people are very neck and neck right now. It's not like it's very obvious that someone's way ahead of the others.
I was going to say that, because I'm not familiar with these kinds of competitions. How do you gauge where you're at? Are you kind of checking your shoulder? Are you watching other people? Or are you just I don't care what everyone else is doing, I'm just going to power ahead?
I think you're checking your shoulder, except for the welders, because they're in a booth with walls. They can't see next to them, so they can see who's coming out for breaks, and maybe they're talking to each other. But the other trades are they're side by side, so you're sweating a little bit if someone's ahead of you for sure, right? But I think they're all pretty neck and neck right now, so that's good.
Yeah, we watched the plumbers, the three. I think my mic's working.
Okay, sweet.
We'll find out. The three plumbers all side by each, and at one point you could see two were kind of getting.
Your mic is not working.
I've been told it's not working. So we're back with this one. They two of them were putting pipe together, and it looked like they were kind of taking the lead. But the one contestant on the right, he was doing a lot of layout. He had the calculator out. And all of a sudden, the tide's kind of shifted, right?
Yeah.
So that's the thing with all these projects. There's multiple different ways to approach it, and not any one way is necessarily correct. So it's neat to see the competitors with maybe it's different thought process or different experience on the job site, how they approach these projects.
Yeah, that's interesting, because you could, I guess, stop me if I'm wrong, but if you could see someone who's out in front of you kind of speed-wise or progress-wise, but you don't necessarily know the quality of the work they're putting in, right?
Absolutely, yeah. So there's when it comes down to the judging, there's there's measurement. They're taking measurement, grade, height, elevation, all these different things, cleanliness. There's been instances where the final project, one person didn't finish it and another person did, but the person that didn't finish actually won. Because at the points, there's
speed is probably the least graded thing, I would say, of everything, right? Speed is finishing the project's important, but I would say the measurements and the qualities are more important than the speed.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Cool.
Wow, he's lost for words. So what is it you do exactly at the BC Building Trades?
Whew, what don't I do? I'm in charge of Trade Talk Magazine, so I'm the editor of Trade Talk Magazine, which is a magazine that goes out to 45,000 or so members every quarter, so that's a big undertaking. I've got kind of like a stable of excellent freelance writers, a production coordinator, and then, we hire photographers and stuff to make the magazine really shine. That's kind of one of my main things. I run the socials. I run all our major campaigns, so right now we're really focused in on the Get Flushed campaign, which is we started this last year, kind of before I started. I've only been here about a year, just less than a year, but our goal is to get flushed, clean, sanitary toilet facilities on all construction sites in BC of a certain size, so that our members aren't forced to use disgusting porta potties, as so many people have sent photos into the BC Building Trades to help us spread that message. Al Phillips will tell you that we've had countless meetings with decision makers, and we bring this up every single time because it's one of our absolute top priorities, is this kind of baseline, bare bones human rights issue that when people go to work every day, they deserve to be able to go and use the toilet that's clean and not terrible and disgusting and disease ridden and whatever it may be. We just came out of a global pandemic, or we're still in one, but out of an emergency, and still we don't have attention to this issue. And so it's really important for us to continue to push that forward. That's one of our big campaigns. Today at the executive board, time? Oh, okay. Today at our executive board meeting, I was reporting to the business managers about a new sports sponsorship program that we've rolled out in the last 3 months, which I'm in charge of. We are now sponsors of the Vancouver Canadians, the Vancouver Bandits, which is our Vancouver's professional basketball team, the BC Lions, and then a dozen grassroots sports organizations, which are the ones I really love because I'm a coach in the community. And so, we sponsor Hastings Little League, Langley Little League, North Peace Baseball, Castlegar Baseball. Like, we cover the whole province. The Kelowna Crows Rugby Club. We got Layritz Little League in Victoria, and we just want to show, and I think it's a really powerful program because we want to show not only our members, but just members of the community, that unionized construction workers, we're in your community, we care, we're here to contribute, and we're here to stay, really, right? Like, we're at the places you care about. When you go to the Ball Diamond, you'll see our logo because we kicked in to help your Little League. When you watch the BC Lions on a Friday night, you'll see our logo on the TSN broadcast because we know you care about this and we care about it too. I just think it's an outstanding link between unionized construction and sports in general because, really, I count myself within this, but who are the ones flipping the province to the other side and start and reading from the sports section? It's a lot of those are construction workers. We care about sports. We like it. And I think it's just a fantastic connection point for us. And then, just kind of like general political strategizing and, setting up meetings, going to meetings, all those kinds of things. I see you got down at the day of mourning or, the unveiling of the asbestos memorial at Canada Place when that came out. And it's really important for us to show up there with our flag and, loud and proud and supporting these kinds of initiatives. So that's kind of the snapshot.
Also, totally love the sponsorship of the Little Leagues because I think it's so important for kids to see that trades is such a viable option,
Totally.
right? Like, so many people, not that, going to university is great too, but I know even there's a lot of apprentices here who have said to me, we wish we started earlier, right? There's a couple people competing today that are probably in their 30s or maybe even 40s perhaps, and who wish they'd been in the trades earlier, but a lot of kids just aren't told that that's an option when they're young, right? So they just think they have to graduate, go to college. Going to a trades school, trades college is a great option for sure. Well,
and that's funny because I was out for beers with a few of my old CBC colleagues a couple weeks ago, and I was telling them that I toured this college, and they were kind of like, "Oh, okay, but would you send your kids there?" And I'm like, you should see this place. I would 100% send my kids there in 1 second.
State-of-the-art.
I don't think people understand the state-of-the-art level of these places, and I didn't before I started to see them. And now once you see it, you're like, everyone should want to come to a place like whether
it's not a dirty place,
whether it's United Association or somewhere else.
Yeah.
Like, these places are awesome with passionate teachers. And anyways, I'm like now a televangelist here, but
yeah, exactly. I mean the money to be made, right? Like, it's a great option. It's a great option. Like,
absolutely,
it's a great way to get ahead for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it was really awesome to talk to you.
Yeah.
You made us feel like we're killing it, which is awesome.
You're
Now
doing it.
Yeah, awesome. Love
yeah,
that.
thanks for having me. I came down just to snap a few photos and, got a little cameo. So that strokes the ego. I feel good.
Perfect. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem.
Thanks a lot. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you too.
Hello everyone from the Wage Wagon. You're currently with myself, Ryan, and Mark Donnery from UA Local 170. So we're heading downtown to Jackpool Plaza for the day of mourning, which is a day every year, April 28th, where we show support for workers that have died in the workplace, and to advocate that stuff like that doesn't continue to happen.
My name's Stefan von Citrowski. I'm the president of the Vancouver and District Labour Council. And on behalf of the Labour Council, the BC Federation of Labour, the Business Council of BC, and WorkSafe BC, we welcome you to our joint annual National Day of Mourning and Remembrance Ceremony, one of more than 30 which are taking place across the province today.
Good morning, everyone. It's an honor for me to be here with you today, to be the voice for my people, my family, my community, and our friends and relatives from Squamish and Tsleil-Waututh.
This day is critically important because we still have a long way to go. In 2022, in BC alone, there were 241 reported workplace-related deaths. This year, the Canadian Labour Congress theme for the Day of Mourning is Know Your Rights, Use the Tools, Defend Our Wins. It's aimed at supporting and empowering workers to actively participate in workplace health and safety. Workers have rights to know about the hazards at work, to participate in decisions about health and safety, and ultimately, of course, to refuse unsafe work. These rights can help make us safer, but only if workers know them and use them.
I want to extend my condolences on behalf of the government of British Columbia to everybody who has lost a loved one due to injury or illness or because they were killed on the job. I'd like to take this opportunity too to thank all the advocates, and particularly to recognize the role of the labor movement in making workplaces safer for all British.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the UA Western Regional Skills Competition. We're coming back to you live after lunch break. All the competitors have headed back to their stations and they're heading back to their projects. And just outside the dining hall, which is convenient because I'm sure the guys got some good grub, I'm here with Jamil from Milwaukee.
Hey, how you guys going? My name is Jamil Osborne, Field Marketing Representative from Milwaukee. Just hanging out in the school, supporting the Western Skills competition today, as they finish up a lot of their trade-specific projects today as well.
Yeah. Have you had a chance to get into the shop to see some of the projects underway?
I did. It's really cool to actually watch them working away, buzzing around, bending pipe and cutting PVC. It's really cool in that sense. A couple of the contraptions that they are making are, well, I mean, they look pretty intense to get into for sure, right?
I'm sure walking through the shop, you've probably noticed a red tool or two as you probably like, where's Waldo? You can spot all the Milwaukee stuff, right?
That's exactly it. You see a pack out over there filled with a couple fittings. You see a drill being used. It's always exciting to see for sure in that sense.
Yeah, we, from obviously myself being around UA, PIC, BC, I see a lot of the goings on here, and Milwaukee is a good partnership. We see a lot of your guys' stuff here for sure.
Hey, we appreciate that as well in the same end, and two, to have days where we can come out and support the initiatives that you guys do. It's amazing for our end as well, because we get to learn more about where the tools are being used, right?
Yep.
So big part of the sport end is also, rubbing elbows and hanging out. And then seeing a lot of the actual instructors themselves do their gig as well, because a lot of that goes unseen, and it's cool to just actually understand where that crossover happens to be, right?
It's neat to be an apprentice. Like I know for myself, starting out as an apprentice, you know, sometimes the first time you get a tool in your hand and you get a feel for it, and you're like, I like this tool, right? So you see some of the apprentices in there using Milwaukee stuff. There's a good chance that down the road, when they're in a position to buy their own tools, or you know, maybe they have preference, right?
That's kind of it, right? A lot of, you'll hear it in the industry, get them started early in the same end. But just having exposure across the board informs a lot of the perspective that you get into on site. And you can find the pain points of where, what fits what you're doing as well. A lot of what we focus on is application based. So it's nice to see them actually putting it in application.
We're gonna do-si-do here so they can see your face here. We're gonna change sides.
Appreciate
I
it.
got the producer Mark here in my ear.
Love to see it.
One of the things I know we've discussed before is just exposing people to the tools, so they know there is a certain tool for that job, right? Where they might not have been, aware of that prior.
Very much so. I think with how much innovation that Milwaukee tackles year in, year out, exactly that. There's always a new problem. So it means that there's always a new solution that we can come up with as well, which is cool. So.
Yeah, and aside from just innovation and having new tools for different materials or different processes, a part of it is tool education, right? Because I'm sure you've seen in industry where someone's using a tool incorrectly, and you're like, hey, no, if you did actually, you're supposed to use it like this, they're like, oh my God, right? They have that aha moment, right?
That's exactly it. I think that's what we live for as well on the education side for sure. I mean, whether it be instructors or even myself doing a foundations presentation, watching that, oh, okay, really click in is kind of where you see the application really match up with the knowledge that they're getting.
Do aside from like the partner engagements you do with like training facilities such as ours, are you working with like material manufacturers, like tubing producers or piping producers on like tool development as well?
So I'm sure that we have ranges in that way. Personally, I'm not too versed in that side of the business as it goes, but I can say from the product development side of things, getting the tools in hand is a big focus for what we do for sure. So in the sense of making sure that we take all the feedback in that we can, good, bad, in the middle, doesn't matter. All of it becomes valuable to us to develop that next set of tools as well. Right?
I'm sure walking around, you've seen the Milwaukee bike probably at some point with the trailer and all the pack out stuff on there.
Yeah, that thing is actually really cool. I can say you guys did a really good job in one, getting it together. Two, I mean, ripping around on that bike was really fun. I can say in the same way. I just got back from taking it around the college.
Yeah.
Oh, those things are sweet. I can say.
Yeah, it's you know what, it's for what we do, being out and we're trying to get in the public eye. We're trying to get in front of tradespeople, apprentices, and it's definitely a conversation starter when they walk up and they're like, hey, look at this thing, right? And then that just kind of opens the door, breaks the ice, if you will, to start the conversation and find out. Generally people see that, they're interested in that. They're interested in like working with their hands, and maybe the trade's a viable option for them, right?
That's a huge piece for sure, right? I mean, just even on job sites or even as you're taking on new apprentices, right? A lot of it is just being relative, right? And being able to relate to them in a real space. Not everybody's on the tools all the time, right? So have another entry point there is a huge piece. And two, I mean, it's cool. It's pretty cool in the same way. They rip around. I didn't expect how fast they were. It was kind of insane. So.
Yeah, helmet is required.
Yes.
So I want to thank you for taking the time to chat with us today. I know I think you kind of have a standing invitation to come to the hall and to the school whenever you got something to share, new tools, new ideas, and I would like to thank you again and thank Milwaukee for your guys' partnership.
Hey, we appreciate it, and being down at the UA and in the hall with you as well, Ryan, is always fantastic. So we'd like to say thank you again.
Right on. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Back to the desk. Like that, bro.
Beautiful.
That's
buddy.
good.
Beautiful.
TV in the lobby.
Clearly, I don't know too much about the refrigeration.
That's all
side,
right. We're definitely a different trade.
Yeah, I seen some hoses getting hooked up, and I was like, oh, that sounds pretty good over there. You know?
Exactly.
How long do you think those guys have until they're done? You think they should comfortably be able to?
I'm not too sure, really. It all comes down to the skill and the knowledge, I guess, of the wiring. I know if it was me, the wiring would be the hardest part. Yeah. But it seems maybe to be a little opposite.
I think there was a little bit of controversy there after lunch. I guess they all brainstormed together.
Yeah.
Maybe with a little bit of help from Google or whatever learning stuff they have on their phones. They tried to make up some wiring diagrams.
Yeah.
But you know,
you can't bring it into
the judges weren't too happy about that. So that was interesting to see.
Yeah, right.
You know, so they were a little bit unhappy about that. I'm not too sure how much they remember from what they drew out, right? But I would think that would kind of, you know, after drawing out the diagram, you should be able to.
Exactly. That's all you really need to get it like refreshed back into your mind.
Yeah. So when you're in the field, do you typically have to write up your own wiring diagrams, or you would get a schematic?
Generally a lot. Yeah, actually, you'll get to like a site and somebody else has set it up, so you don't know what Joe Blow did when he installed it, right? So you kind of look at your parts. Yeah, you make up your wiring diagram on the spot. You try to get down to what's actually happening in the system, and then try to troubleshoot it from there. So.
Wow, that's interesting.
Yeah. It's definitely a skill to have. It's one of those things in school. You're like, oh, I'm never going to need to know that until you get out there, and it's important.
Yeah. What's happening over here? It looks like we have a bunch of maybe our Common Core students there, because we've got a live and fully operating school, basically where the competition's taking place. We're just kind of using the lab areas and the welding areas and stuff to put this competition on. But there's active classes going on every day that we've been here, and they're going to continue throughout the week. So it looks like we've got a class of first years or Common Core just kind of poking around and checking things out, which is pretty cool to see. I mean, it's nice to get the next generation involved.
Very cool,
right?
Exactly. Yeah, you're looking at the next year's faces of the competition.
Yeah, it could be. It
right?
could be, yeah. Oh, I just got a little tweet in the air that maybe they're level 3. So clearly my knack for picking out experience is pretty bad. I think maybe they just look a little uneasy because of the whole, atmosphere of the room, right?
Definitely, yeah. I know with us, like, I did most of my apprenticeship through COVID and stuff like that over like the last 3 years. And so they never had this competition, and I didn't even really know it existed until last year, my apprenticeship. They brought it back, and I was lucky enough to be part of it. So definitely having people come out and see what's going on is like, that's awesome for them.
Yeah, it is cool to get people involved. I also didn't have any idea about the competition until like 2 weeks before.
Yeah, right.
Will was like, hey man, you should do this. And I was like, okay, yeah,
if
sure.
you think I can do it, sure.
Yeah, I'm happy you believe in me, man.
At least somebody does.
Yeah.
You know? Like, all right.
Yeah, but no, it's overall it's been really fun. It's been really fun being a part of it this year because there's no stress, and you get to kind of watch the other people freak out, and it's I always like de-escalating situations, right? It's
right.
I'm always the more relaxed kind of guy. I think that's my attitude towards thing a lot of the time. So when people are stressed out, I'm like, just kind of chill out, man. You know?
Exactly.
You're not gonna help anything by stressing out and worrying about it.
Yeah, people all feed off the energy.
Oh, okay. It looks like we have Ryan with a level 2 student here.
Hey everyone, we're on the floor here just out in front of the plumbing competitors.
You better watch yourself,
and we actually have some
you're...
students from UAPIC BC here, all just kind of taking in the show. What's your name?
Tony.
Hey Tony, what level apprentice are you?
I'm doing my second year right now. It's going all right.
Are you a union member?
Yes, I am. Yeah. Been for about a year now.
Nice.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on the UA Skills competition?
I think it's pretty awesome. I'm really wanting to do it next go around when I'm here for third year. So yeah, I see my friend, he's doing pretty good. We're here just cheering him on. So yeah.
Yeah, it's I've competed myself. If you get the opportunity to do it, I 100% recommend it. It's cool that you guys have an opportunity to come in here and cheer on your boy.
Yeah, no, he's probably the best apprentice I've worked with as far as my time working. So if anyone, I think he's got a good chance.
Yeah, you think he's got it in the bag? You need to put your safety glass on. Do you work on the job with him as well?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, he's also been working with PML. I've been doing the mechanical side, but he's been doing a lot of like the cast and other stuff like that. So, yeah, wizard.
Right on. Well, he looks pretty far ahead here. He's got some things on the go, but there's the other competitors here. It's a pretty close race. One thing with visually, you can never really tell till the end because aside from having the project completed, there's also scoring on measurements, grade, elevation, all that. So just because you complete the project doesn't necessarily mean you're going to win. So it comes down to the fine details for sure.
Awesome.
How much longer do you have in your second year?
We got rest this week and then one more week after that, and then we're back to the field. So looking forward to that.
So are they waiting for you on the job?
Yeah, I've luckily got a spot waiting for me when I get back, and I miss it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
All right. Well, hey, thanks a lot for taking the time to chat with us.
Thank you very much.
Right on. Enjoy the rest of the skills competition, and we're going to go back to the desk.
All right, we had there once again. We had Ryan there, our in the field guy today, interviewing that level 2 plumbing apprentice. From what I gather, I'm sure they're all excited to be out here. I mean, it's gotta feel good to know that you're part of an organization that is deeply invested in apprenticeships and apprentice. What's the word I'm looking for? Development, right?
Yeah, definitely. No, it's huge. You really don't realize when you're in your own local, you don't realize how big it is outside of that until you come to a competition like this or any of the activities, and you're just like, wow, eyes open to how big it truly is and how much help and support I guess you have from a ton of different locals.
Yeah, there's really an endless amount of resources available to you, right? If you need help with stuff, or there's all sorts of different refresher programs, even for journeymen or apprentices who are having a tough time obtaining their red seals.
Yeah,
right?
100%.
There's a ton of stuff that you can do to improve your skills. Even with the NOSC training stuff, right?
Yeah.
They have their rigging classes and stuff. It looks like on camera 4 here we have our 170 plumbing apprentice working pretty diligently on completing his project here. It looks like he's got some of his main solar waste stack is kind of hooked up there, and then he's got his floor flanges glued in, it looks like, and he's kind of just working on some of the venting, I guess, coming off of that symmetrical Y.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess their project looks like it's a basic bathroom group. So they're already. We have a comment. Carter says we love the UA. We love the UA too, Carter. Right on. Raven's carrying the plumbing industry. Raven is doing a lot for the plumbing industry as a whole, and also she's really involved in apprentice development for young women out there. She's a huge part of our program here, and we really appreciate having her. We have another shout out to Bread and Cheese, and I mean I can't shout out to that group of people over there enough. It's kind of tough when you're an apprentice financially, but I always seem to find the way to make sure I got some food from there, because they're spot on with their meals most of the time.
No doubt. I've only been here for 2 days, and everything that's come out of there has been like delectable.
Yeah. Looks like we might have a pop-up here pretty quick. Some of the HVAC guys. I mean, their project is a little bit foreign to me, but you could probably comment a little bit more on it.
For sure, yeah. I know a lot of our like piping trades don't deal with electrical and stuff too much, but as much as we do pipe, our trade is definitely like heavily involved in the electrical side. So that's kind of the part of the project that they're on to now, and Yeah, I'm excited to see how they tackle the challenge.
Yeah, it's electrical is definitely not a huge part of our thing. But here's Ryan with Chris Hendrickson from 179.
Hey everyone, we're out front here with the judge for the refrigeration contestants. How is it looking for them so far?
So far, so good. They're just coming off their evacuation. They're just getting ready to start their charge and wiring the project. So,
nice. So while they're charging, they can start doing some of the electrical portion?
Yeah, we've only got one bottle of refrigerant, so we'll charge one system at a time. The other ones will start wiring, and then we'll get them all charged up and moving forward from there.
So everyone was able to pull a vacuum during the lunch break?
Yeah, everyone's done with that. The evacuation's complete. The blank off was successful, so now moving forward, right?
I'm pretty confident everyone's going to be able to hit the switch?
We're hoping.
Right on.
We're hoping.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much.
All right. Talk to you.
All right, we'll get back to the desk here, and we're going to continue on cruising around the shop here and checking out how everybody's making out.
All right, it looks like we're back again.
We're back.
Ryan's killing it with those in-person interviews out there. And, I was really excited for that kind of stuff today. Yesterday was a little tough to get out there and really get a sense of how things are going or talk to the apprentices and the judges because there was just so much going on.
Yeah, everybody's changing
you want us to sneak down and
trying to even just get their bearings on the project they're working with at the time.
Yeah,
so.
first day jitters. So yeah, it's really nice to see everybody in their trade specific places, right? Because we can kind of go out and get into a little bit more detail about what they're doing.
Definitely.
And get a good sense of how they're feeling, which is a lot of fun.
Yeah, and outside from the common projects, everybody now gets to do their own bread and butter.
It's
what they're good at. It's what they kind of trained or had in mind coming into the competition. So.
Yeah, I mean, the UA Canada does a really good job of kind of keeping things sort of fair for everybody, right?
Totally.
I mean, I know before I came out to compete, I had really no idea about what was going to happen. I knew that there was going to be some common projects, but I had no idea what the projects looked like. And same thing with our trade-specific project. Until it was actually time to start doing the project, I had zero idea about what I was going to be doing. So. And I think they've obviously done a good job of that again this year because at the beginning of the morning I kind of seen some head scratches and a little bit of stress. I think everybody's kind of worked into it now that we're towards the end of the day. But I think we're gonna have the steam fitters on here pretty quick, and those guys their project it's I can speak from experience. It's a lot to do.
Yeah, definitely. It seems like a lot.
So it'll be interesting to see who gets it done. But here's Ryan in the field.
It's a big project.
Hey, we're live here back in the shop where the steam fitters are competing, and I'm here with Jordan Falk. How's it going so far?
Yeah, really well. Steam fitters are progressing. A lot of torch cutting in this area. A lot of grinding to this project. So all the piping out here is heavy wall sked 80. So. Not sked 40, so it's about twice as thick. So a lot more work involved prepping their fit ups. So we just extended the time for all the competitors, so they got a little bit more time to be sure that everyone can get their projects done.
Awesome. That must be welcome gift. That little extra time. Who do you have in here doing the tacking for them?
So we got Jerry Rise here, our steam fitting instructor. So. When the competitors are ready, they'll call Jerry over. He'll do a tack, and he'll be bouncing around the 3 different bays. So we haven't quite got there yet, but coming quick.
It's definitely a lot of fab, and we saw everyone kind of tackled it the same way. Everyone went for the dummy leg first, and then now everyone's starting to work on the saddle-on tee.
Yeah, exactly. So right now they're going to be doing re-pad or saddle reinforcement pad. So that's out of the 8-inch sked 80 right there. So they're all laying it out. They'll all be torch cutting that. And then again, quite a bit of grinding on that to make it weld ready. So.
Yeah, we got a guy on this side here. He's currently torch cutting the reinforced pad as we speak. And that's a lot of layout and it's a lot of cutting, right? And you got to be strategic as to how you cut that.
That's right. And in all honesty, a lot of I don't think any of these competitors have ever made one of these before, so I'm sure it's presenting a challenge, and yeah, it's definitely something new. So,
well, that's the thing with steel pipe fab. It's the same but different, right? So if you're comfortable with the layout, you're comfortable with the fab. It's just the same thing but different. And so sometimes you just got to stop and think about your procedure and how you're going to tackle it. But you see the guys here competing, they're making it happen.
Yeah, that's right. So from the start of the day till now, you can really see how much more comfortable they are firing up the torch, how quickly they're doing all that, and they're still apprentices. We need to remember that, right? And there's such a variety of experience coming into this, depending on what industry, whether they're in the shipyards or a fab shop, new construction shutdowns. So, one competitor might have been doing, torch cutting for a whole year in a fab shop, and another one might not even have touched it since school, right? So.
Yeah. Yeah, the nice thing here from being out here, from our vantage point, we can see all three competitors, and it's not like any one of them's like running away with this, right? It's a pretty close match so far. So
yeah, they do look really evenly paced.
Yeah, they do. It's and they're all you can tell the training is similar. They're all taking the same approach for some of the layout, and it's really cool to see this project come together.
Yeah. No, exactly. They are attacking it all in the same order, which is really neat because they're not told what order to do this all in. The fact that they did all choose the same steps is kind of interesting, right? Yeah. 3 different schools and 3 different instructors till this point, and yeah, it's really neat.
Right on. Well, thanks for taking some time with us here, Jordan, and we'll let you get back to, and we're going to go back here to the desk. Thanks.
Cheers.
Nice.
Okay. It looks like we're back. Yeah, so I guess they took you for a little tour back there in the steam fitting project area.
Mm-hmm.
Those guys are working pretty hard. I mean, I'm sure they're feeling the time crunch.
Definitely. And it is a hot day back there too, and they are just sitting over top of a torch.
Yeah, it's beautiful spring weather out here in British Columbia today.
Yeah.
Which is kind of a rarity for Vancouver at this time of the year, but it's great. I'm probably not going to get to go golfing today, but it would be nice. Yeah, those guys I'm sure they must be feeling the time constraints for sure. Like, I mean, some of them are starting to cut out their repads, but those take quite a bit after you torque cut them. It takes lots of prep work with the grinder and stuff to get them looking good enough to tack up. So
wow.
We'll see how far along they get. I think it's tools down at 3:15 today, so they've got about an hour and a half, hour and 45 minutes. So
wow, yeah. Feels like you have all the time in the world in the morning, and then all of a sudden
it does, and
you
I mean,
blink
we talked about this a little bit yesterday too. It's like when you're on the job, time does not move that fast. It feels sometimes like time is at a standstill. It's you can get stuff done depending on the job, right? But a lot of the time everything's going right because you've planned it out and it's something that you're familiar with, right?
Yeah.
So that experience kicks in, and everything just kind of works out, and you feel like you can get a lot done in a shorter amount of time.
Yeah.
Whereas when you come here, the time just seems to fly away. Before you know it, you're in the position there, and where we've had our last break, and we're about an hour, 40 minutes into our competition, and it's stressful.
Yeah, the final stretch here.
Yeah.
Really comes down to this, and then tomorrow you got your tests and.
Yeah, and then some closing ceremonies, that was one of the highlights of the thing for me last year. I really enjoyed the closing ceremonies.
Definitely.
Everybody kind of had a big load off their chest, right? It's just big weight off their chest. No one's stressed out about anything anymore. They've all done what they could do.
Exactly. Yeah.
The written exam's over, so it's just time to hang out and.
Yeah. Finally, time to take a big deep breath. And
yeah, exactly.
Take it all in.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's definitely a very unique experience, and only a certain amount of people each year get to go through it. So.
Yeah, Yeah, it's definitely a lot of fun, and it's an honor to be picked to come and represent your home locals.
100%. Yeah.
I am a little bit jealous of everybody that gets to travel to come here. But I mean, I think BC is a great place to host it.
Yeah.
No disrespect to any of the other provinces. You're all beautiful in your own ways. But I definitely love the Vancouver area, or anywhere in British Columbia, really. It's a good spot to be.
Definitely, yeah. It's beautiful. A lot of people come out here and they've never seen the ocean before. So you know what? I think it's a pretty awesome experience.
Yeah, it is really nice around here. I was in the Kootenays for a few years, and I spent some time in Kitimat working, and after work I was driving around, and there's the big inlet there, right? And I was like, man, this is nice. Like, I should probably move back down to the coast, right? So wasn't too soon after I left that job that I decided to move back down here, and
nice.
It's been good.
Yeah, we're like, having the competitions here is the best recruitment thing we could do.
Yeah. So I was just wondering, we got the refrigeration guys on. Like, how do you think they're doing there?
It seems like they're doing pretty good from what I can tell. Nobody's thrown their tools away and walked off, but
yeah, it looks like they're fairly underway with their
I can
their wiring.
see our 516 Nolan. He's got his refrigerant bottle on the scale, so he's starting to fill up his unit.
Okay, so does that mean he's got it fully wired?
No, most likely not.
Okay, we're going to Ryan.
But yeah, it's hard to see.
We're in the back of the oxy-fuel lab where they're doing the oxy-fuel project, which is basically a piece of plate where they have to torch cut a profile. They have to torch cut a circle and then torch cut a bevel down one side. So all the sprinkler fitters have finished their main project, and then this is one of the common projects that's getting thrown in here at the end for them. So neat to see the sprinkler fitters with the torch in their hand. Some of them may or may not have much experience with it. So as you can see here in the shot, we have all 5 of them here, each in a booth, making it happen.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the booth. This is Will Schwartz, Executive Director of UA Pipe Industry College. Joining me right now is Mr. Jordan Falk.
Hey Will, how you doing?
Good. Program Manager for UA Pipe Industry College. Great looking shirt, by the way.
Yeah, we're both just impressed today.
We really are. Those early morning text messages, what are you wearing today? Really pays off.
Exactly.
Yeah, so how is your week going so far?
Extremely busy is how I would describe it. I think I've done about 100 laps of the shop and the building every day. I've been putting some kilometers on, but it's been great. The days have gone really, really quickly. My goal of this whole week is just to make sure that the competitors have as seamless as it can be when it comes to their projects, their competition, and really their experience here. So if I need to be running in the background, that's fine as long as everything goes well out there.
The optics, the front of the house is fine, but the back of the house is on fire. Honestly, I mean, I saw firsthand the amount of work you put into this, and the other volunteers we have, the instructors. But I mean, the hours and late nights that you were doing, leading up to this 2-3 weeks. It's tireless. It's a lot thankless to a certain degree because no one really knows the hours that go into it. And all of it for the good show for the apprentices. So when they show up, when our hosts come, our judges come, our guests, the other training coordinators, everything has the appearance that everything is easy, and it's nothing but.
I relate a lot of what I do still back to construction, right? And when I was a supervisor in the field, you try to set your crew up for success, right? You're trying to look 3-4 steps ahead of the job, right? And when it comes to material, hours, having the right people in the right place, that's where my experience and most people here, where our experience comes from, right? Now we're doing very different things, but a lot of that, learning and expertise is still brought into this building from our experience in construction, right? So, yeah.
Excellent. No, it makes a lot of sense, and it's one of those things, like you said, we pull from our previous experience when you have a big project or you have a lift lined up on the job. Days ahead, you're making sure you have your rigging in order, everything's set up, you've done your pre-lift plan. And that really translates to, as oddly as it is, events like an apprentice competition, the logistics and planning, how well it translates.
Yeah, for sure. And you know what? This is kind of a mini construction project, right? Coordinating the material, the equipment, making sure everything is there, everything has been tested and counted. And, like I said, the apprentice comes in, they've got what they need, they're given clear instruction, and they can just go right at it. So. I think we've done pretty well.
We all have done a great job.
Like you're saying, it wasn't just me at all, right? There's Mark, yourself, our staff at the front, the instructors, and even some of the students in the building. Everyone's been all hands on deck preparing for this. We need to include the other training coordinators, the judges, the alumni, right? Because as soon as people showed up at the building, it was, hey, how can I help? Where do you need me? Put me to work. And, everyone's so eager to get in there and help. And, that just speaks to the people at this event.
Absolutely. I love that. Yeah. So we're getting the birdie in our ear. They're waiting to get out to Ryan in the shop here, and then we'll carry on this conversation. Let's kick it over to Ryan in the shop here.
So we're down here in the welding shop. I'm here with Eric Fox, one of the welding instructors here at UAPIC BC. How are the competitors getting along so far?
They're doing pretty good. Some good challenges. And
so the second part of their challenge here is the second coupon. What are they doing?
They're doing, we call them super coupons. It's an extra heavy wall 2-inch pipe. They welded that out in stick. And now they're just cutting out their coupons to do side bends. Okay. Yeah.
Awesome. And then what position did they weld that coupon in?
6G. 6G? Yeah, so that's on an angle.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then, so once those coupons are cut out, they be going on the bend test?
That's right. Yeah, they'll have to sand them and prep them, and then we'll bend test them.
Yeah. So these current coupons, those were stick root and stick fill?
That's right.
And then will they be working on another coupon as well, or?
So right after this, they're doing a TIG, a 2-inch pipe, all in TIG. And it's, I believe, a Sketch 80, so a lot thinner. So we'll be able to weld it out a lot quicker.
Yeah.
Should be interesting because it's welding pipe in TIG is quite advanced for them.
Yeah.
So it would be a good challenge for them.
Yeah, we were peeking in earlier to watch the progress, and you look at that gap on that heavy wall pipe, and that's a lot of weld in there.
Yeah, that's a lot of time welding, especially in a nerve-wracking situation, right?
Yeah.
So, and I think Brandon, I think that was his 4th time ever welding one of those, ever, right? So that's pretty nerve-wracking to do that in a competition.
Well, like a lot of people say, oh, you're like welding's welding, it's metal, but when you're welding pipe, it's a different animal.
It's tough.
Yeah, we at the lunch break, Kim and I snuck in to just take a peek at the root pass, right? And they definitely had a different look from one to the next, and I'm a fitter, so I can't tell good from bad, but it'll be curious to see how they both fare in the bend test.
Yeah, I'm excited to see.
Awesome. Thank you for your time, Eric.
No problem.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Back here with Mr. Jordan Falk. Carrying on our competition. Our competition, obviously. Our conversation about the competition.
That too, yeah.
So, you know, we're getting to the end of day 2 with the practical. Obviously, a much different feel tomorrow with the written exams. By no sense over, but, you know, with the practicals wrapping, that's got to feel nice knowing that in a couple hours here.
Yeah, for sure. I know with the competitions today, the trades, being that these were trade-specific projects, I think the competitors felt quite a bit more at home as opposed to yesterday when they were cycling through the common projects. So definitely some of the trades saw some things that I know that they weren't prepared for, which is neat to see anyways, right? And being that they are apprentices, everyone has a different background, right? So yeah. Today, for sure, you saw a lot of the skill coming out in the sprinkler competition, the plumbing, and everybody's just really flying at it today. So, yeah.
Absolutely. So let's just take a look at what we got on screen here. We got one of our welders in the booth prepping up his coupon. Looks like he's got the blending disc out. Not sure, he might have already tried to tack that thing up and he might be trying to clean it up a bit, or he might just be putting a nice little edge on it. You spent quite a bit of time yourself putting bevels on the end of pipe.
That's for sure. Yeah, the blending disc. The blending disc is one of my favorite ways to actually finish up a prep. Obviously, you're coming in most of the time with a 1/8 grinding disc, but that blending disc really gets a nice finish and doesn't take off too much material, so it's very controllable, I would say, right?
Yeah, we I know when we would use them, we'd always end up where you had to be careful because you can end up with almost a concave bevel to it. So you had to be careful and use the 1/8 disc to get that nice sharp edge, and then use that blending disc to make it nice and pretty. But
that's right.
Yeah, it's great to see the welders out there. You know, it's obviously something we can see that they're hustling back there pretty good. You know, time is of the essence. I know they're probably doing their countdown backwards if they're just working on getting pieces tacked up. They know how many passes they're going to have to put into that.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, refrigeration guys too. You got anything to add about them? I honestly...
I was over there earlier and I was getting the crash course on what was happening. I said to Chris, I was like, can you explain some of this to me? So right before we went to lunch, they were putting like a vacuum purge on the system.
Oh yeah.
So before they were actually ready to introduce the refrigerant, they were pulling a couple pounds of vacuum to actually evacuate any contaminants or moisture out of the system. So they actually let that run, I think, for about 45 minutes over lunch.
Wow.
And then, and to my knowledge, actually now, I think they're getting into the wiring portion of the project. So
interesting.
They've got to, choose their layout and their wiring schematic and how they're actually going to connect this whole system and hopefully fire up at the end.
yeah. It's for anyone hearing it live, we have the emergency test alert going out to everyone's phones, push notifications.
Canada-wide,
Yeah, everyone's scrambling for their phones right now. So if you heard that in the background. So with that, let's kick it over to Ryan King. He's got a guest on the floor. Over to you, Ryan.
I don't know if we're live yet. Hey, I'm here with Amber from UA 516, and we're just watching the refrigeration competitors go on here. What are your thoughts so far?
I think they're doing good. Yeah, they're overcoming all the hurdles that we've put in their way. So, they're really showing what they're made of, and they're doing a good job.
It's definitely a dynamic project because it's not just the piping, the electrical controls, but the competitors are also putting, the oil in the vacuum pump, right? They're setting up everything, right?
100%. It's all about how you would do it in the field, right? Like all the proper steps, making sure that you're being diligent on how your equipment works and what you're doing. So Yeah, it's definitely testing all of their skills.
Yeah, so right down, so all 3 competitors had their projects under vacuum prior to lunch,
Yeah.
which was nice to give them that chance to pull it down before they came
Definitely,
back, right? And then I think we got the last competitor now is putting refrigerant in.
Yeah, the other 2 are fully charged, and now they're just working on their wiring.
So do they have to measure no volume for weight of refrigerant, or are they told that, or do they have to calculate that?
Yes, so we have the amount of refrigerant that needs to go into the system. They just need to read the instructions and follow the directions. So yeah.
Sometimes harder to do than it.
Definitely, or you just overthink it, right? You skip past it, or
Yeah. With this project, clearly with the amount of detail that needs to go into the electrical and the control side, if you skip a step, it could be detrimental.
Yeah, definitely. Mostly when you're doing the pipe work and stuff too, it's just like you want to have that thing under vacuum as soon as possible, right?
Yeah.
So.
Well, the nice thing is before they get too far into it, they pull the vacuum. They know if they got a leak or not, right? So they're like, okay, no leaks, on to the next step, right? So I love watching this because it's so dynamic.
For sure.
I'm hopeful that they all start up.
Yeah, right. Me too. Yeah, it'll be nice. Be nice to see one working.
Absolutely. And for people watching at home, the actual, we'll go back just to one sec. The gray box that they're building their project on, the inside of that box for people watching at home is actually a mock fridge. It's all insulated on the inside, so they will actually be making cool air.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, the inside will be a complete reach-in freezer.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So we wish them all the best of luck, and we'll go back to you guys at the desk.
Definitely.
All right. Looks like we're back at our desk. It's Kim and myself this time.
Hi everyone. We're back. Yeah, Mark, you're allowed to take a break. Mark's just asking if he can go take a water break because he just has to be on all day. Oh. There we go. We're back. Oh, okay. Sorry, Mark. Mark's like, I'm not taking a break.
No breaks for Mark. He's
that's awesome.
Full go. It's double time all day for Mark.
Exactly. Yeah, it's been a crazy day in here. Hopefully they're coming to the end here. I know at least maybe the steam fitter project, I heard them talking about if they were going to maybe extend it another half an hour.
I think it would be beneficial to everybody over there. No, none of the competitors over there are really too far ahead of each other. Everyone's kind of at the same spot.
Right, so it'd be a fair move to add a half hour.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it would be. I would hope if they're going to do that, they'd kind of let them know sooner than later, because I'd hate to see them rushing through it when
if
they
not
don't have
necessary,
to.
For sure. Yeah, that's where the mistakes come in. Hopefully, I mean, I haven't been back there in a little bit here, so I'm not totally sure what point they're at in it, but they have the dummy legs on and they're on the saddles, or?
Yeah, they've got the dummy legs on. I was back there not too long ago. It looks like they have their saddle on. Most of them look to be pretty happy with how their fit up looks, and I think they've all kind of moved on to the repad.
Right.
But they're kind of in various stages of the repad. I think Jordan or Jake, from 324, he was a little bit farther ahead than Tegan from 179, and then our local boy Isaac, he was a little bit behind Tegan. So they're all
neck
pretty
and neck kind of thing.
Close, yeah. And to be honest, when I was looking at some of the fit ups that they have over there, they're all pretty even. So it's gonna come down to the wire for those guys. I think no one's you sometimes partway through the day you can kind of tell, hey,
someone's way ahead.
Yeah, there's an obvious favorite here, but from what I've seen, I think it's going to come down to the wire, and
then maybe even come down to the test tomorrow.
Like I think maybe they'll have to judge them, critique their fit ups and stuff pretty harshly to be able to figure out who did a better job.
Right, for sure.
Yeah, because everything over there looks pretty good so far.
Yeah, it's funny because I feel like a lot of people don't necessarily study maybe as hard for that test as maybe they should, because you don't really realize that could be the deciding factor.
Yeah, it is a kind of a make or break thing for a lot of people. I know when I was competing, I probably could have studied a little bit more. I think maybe I was studying the wrong things the night before the test.
Mm-hmm.
So
how did you find the UA history part of it?
That was pretty tough. I mean, I kind of crammed it all in within a short period of time just before the exam. So. Mm-hmm. Which is something that in hindsight I wish maybe I did differently. I would hope that the competitors here took the time to do it over the last week.
For sure.
There was a lot of people when I was competing that were also doing the same thing, kind of in the morning. Hey, we got to
100%.
do this.
I think people.
So.
That's okay. Yeah, I think people don't really realize, the UA history part. Like, you just don't take it that seriously. Like, why would we need to know that? But I mean, if that's what it's coming down to, because I feel like the other test is kind of similar to, the exams you've done in school.
Yeah, they're pretty basic. I mean, the Common Core one is there's a lot of for at least for the piping trades, it's what is 1 foot head of water, pressure wise, and
stuff that you have to know for your trade anyways.
Yeah, a lot of common terms and equations show up. So like that's
the UA history stuff. Like, I mean, I don't know. I think it's hilarious now at work to drop a random fact about UA history that people are like, why in the world would you know that?
Yeah,
but,
like a lot of people in the field, they don't really. A lot of them probably don't really care too much about it too, right?
For sure. Yeah. So it's funny to know the facts on it. I know they're just panning over to the plumbers here. Looks like their progression's doing pretty well here, and they all seem, I feel like as I've walked past throughout the day, they all seem like they're pretty neck and neck in it. At one point, one of them looked a little more ahead, but I think it was just because he was taking his calculations a little more focused, and so that can be what makes or breaks you. Right at the end of it, you might all be done, but if one's actually the proper measurements, they're gonna have the leg up for sure over the speed.
That's the big thing, right? I mean, it's not a speed competition. Everybody, as long as they get done, they're not judging you on how fast you can get it done. I think maybe if it really came down to it and it was kind of a tie, then maybe they would say, well, this guy got it done in a more efficient manner, but. Typically, if you're moving faster, you're going to be making a few mistakes, right?
Yeah, 100%. No, it's I don't know. I'm excited to hear about how it goes tomorrow. Are you going to be at the awards sort of dinner when they announce the winners?
Yeah, I'd like to make it there. I think we're going to be broadcasting live for that as well. So
I hope I can tune in for that and see, because it'll be interesting to see.
As long as my work schedule works out for it, then it should be good.
But you're going to go back to work tomorrow as well?
Yeah, so it's tough for everyone. I think we have Ryan King here with business manager from 496.
Say
hello to them.
Over to you guys.
All right, so we're down on the floor here at the Plumbers where they're competing. I'm here with Trevor Robertson, business manager of 496. And we're just watching the progress on the Plumbers. How's it going so far?
Yeah, it's going amazing. Like I said, they've got an interesting project here. There's a number of different materials they're using, going from PVC into cast iron into copper. So they've been at it all day. I've kind of been walking around and just kind of watching and judging and seeing how things are going. But they're making some remarkable progress. They're doing some great work. When you stop and think that these are just apprentices here, and with the pressure on them, and the number of people that are here looking over their shoulder, it adds to the pressure for sure. But some remarkable progress and some great workmanship being done here, as you can see.
You made a really good point there. We forget while we're walking around and we're looking at some of these projects and we're looking at perfection, right? We're looking at everything being level or proper grade or whatever, and we forget that these are in fact just apprentices getting after it here.
Absolutely, and it's great to see the differences that they can employ for different materials and stuff. Some use split rings, some use the support rings and stuff. So it's just great to see the differences that they bring to the table and they use as they're putting these projects together. It's also interesting to see they approach it from different perspectives. Some start here, some start there, some work on this before they get to that. So it's interesting to see the differences that they utilize, as they go through the project. But at the end, it all comes together. They're all working towards the same goal, and the progress that they're making today has just been nothing short of remarkable. So.
Yeah, we've been watching them and we've been commenting about the different ways to approach the task, right? There's not necessarily any one correct way to approach it. What we're seeing now is a lot of the competitors at a point where they're tying in the venting, and it's kind of free air. So it's a little tough to measure off stuff. It's a little, and so we've seen it's almost it appears like the progress is slowed, but it's a little bit more technical area of the project.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, there's different approaches. Some people are doing a little more of the prefab, on the tri-stands and stuff. Take it over, attach it with the MJ. Some are building it, right on the stands themselves and right on the platform. So yeah, everybody's got a little bit of a different technique, and that's what's great to see. We've all got different experiences, we've all got different backgrounds, and to see the different ways that they employ their skills is what it's all about. And let's be honest, there's a little peeking back and forth, between competitors to see what they're doing and how they're doing it. So, and that's perfectly fine. That's what we encourage. We want them to work together and work collaboratively, the same as we do on a job site, right? So that's what it's all about.
Well, one thing you notice when you're watching all three of these guys here, they're doing it right the first time, right? You can tell they're doing it perfect. You're not throwing it in to adjust it after. They're doing it right as they go.
That's right, and I mean, you can tell that they've worked with experienced journey persons. They've been mentored the right way. They've brought a skill set with them that is exactly what the UA promotes out there, right? Yep. Doing it right the first time. So if it takes a little longer, if it takes an extra step or two, we're going to do it, and we're going to do it right. So they've obviously been taught that, they've been mentored to that, and they're exercising that here today, and you can see it in the different techniques and the different mock-ups that they're doing here. So
yeah, it's I look forward to seeing how it all hashes out here. I know we've given there's been some extra time allotted for some of the projects, just on the thought that we want everyone to complete it, right? So not that it's unfair to any one competitor. It's everyone's pretty evenly matched throughout. The steam fitters, the plumbers, the HVAC mechanics here. So we want to see all these guys kind of get to that finish line.
Yeah, for sure. And these are no easy tasks. If you're watching at home and looking at it, it looks neat and stuff here, but they start with the drawing, right? And from the drawing, they got to take their measurements. They have their tools. They have the material. It's a daunting task to get this done in the run of a day, and it's designed that way. So we do want them to finish. If they finish, great. If they're not able to complete their project, that's okay too, right? Yep. It's about the experience, and it's about working together and the camaraderie, and working towards getting it done. So we allow them a little extra time, that's fine. We want them to have that sense of satisfaction that we all get on job sites from completing a task. So we're working towards that, and we'll see how we make out, but there's nothing set in stone.
Yep. I know I can say for myself as a past competitor, when I competed, one of our projects was allocated more time so that everyone could complete it. And for some of us, that was a breath of fresh air. Okay, all right, this is because nobody wants to just slap it together. These guys are working with precision, and they don't want to have to just rush it together to finish it out. They want to finish it the same skill, care, and attention they started the project with.
Yeah, absolutely, and nobody is rushing and just trying to slap it together. You can see in the workmanship here. So we're at different stages at each different station, but it's good. Like I said, they've got pride. They've been taught properly. Like you can really tell the mentoring that they were able to achieve out on the job site before they even got here. So it's refreshing to see, and it is the UA way, like you said. That's what we want to see from our apprentices. So,
all right. So we got a comment on the screen here from somebody that goes by the name of Al Phillips, and he says, Trevor must be a plumber.
Trevor is a plumber. So I graduated high school, went right into trade school, got my Red Seal Journeyman Plumber ticket in 1998. Worked on the tools for many, many years. Obviously worked my way up through the union hall to become business manager, but definitely a proud plumber. So I have no qualms in making sure that everybody knows that I am in fact a Red Seal Journeyman plumber and proud of it.
So a full career in the trades has been putting meals on the table in your family from the get-go.
I've been a fortunate person to be able to achieve the things that I've achieved, from where I came from and where I started out. So, I had a number of siblings that went on to university. They racked up a lot of student debt. They ultimately didn't work in any of the fields. They ended up in retail and stuff. So being the youngest of 6 children, I said trade school was for me. I went into trade school, and again, I'm proud to say that it's definitely provided me and my family things and opportunities that I wouldn't have had otherwise. So, the sky's the limit. You're a plumber today. You could be, supervision. You could be the owner of a company. You could be working in the union hall. There's really no limits to the opportunities that you can achieve.
Yeah, the progression never stops, and for the apprentices that are here today, this week, taking part in the competition, this is an experience they'll never forget. in their careers, they'll always remember their week here. And this is really just the beginning for these folks.
Absolutely. The experience is one thing, but the camaraderie too, getting to hang out with each other, getting to share experiences from different provinces, from different locals, and getting to meet everybody that's here. There's a lot of people behind the scenes here that they do get to interact with, they get to share those experiences with. So that's really invaluable, As tradespeople, we can all do the work, we can put the projects together, that's what we do. But, the other side of it, the camaraderie, the networking, there are friendships that are going to be made here that are going to last a lifetime. So
Absolutely.
no matter where people go, it's a small world. We'll end up on job sites together again, these apprentices, and it's happened before, and it's really an opportunity all around to share those experiences. So,
well, thank you again, Trevor. You're a great on-air personality, and we're going to go back to the desk there when they're ready.
Awesome. Hi, everyone. Welcome back to our apprenticeship competition here. Ashley, correct?
Yes.
I have Ashley here. She's just been, pulled in out of the hallway because, as we've told everyone, the school is still very operational while we're having the competition in the shop over here. And Will just asked if she would come and say a word. So she's just getting used to hearing this headphone yelling in her ear while we're thinking here. So what are you taking in school right now?
Foundations for piping.
Nice. So have you decided, are you going to go the plumbing or the pipe fitting or the steam fitting route?
It's all very interesting, but I'm thinking steam fitting.
Thinking steam fitting.
Yeah.
Nice. I support that because I work in the industrial world.
Yeah.
Pull your microphone a little bit closer. Just pull the mic just a bit closer here. So I agree, steam fitting. I think steam fitting is the way to go. Plumbing is a great option. There's lots of work in town and in the city, but steam fitting is it's definitely a different world in industrial. Yeah. But I think it's the badass way to go for sure.
For sure, yeah.
Maybe we can be partners one day.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, it's super cool. The welder fitter relationship is it's super unique. You know everything about each other. You know everything about each other. It's crazy. Just 10 hours a day, you're best friends basically. So
yeah, side by side.
It's definitely a vibe. Yeah. What made you think about coming into the trades?
I've just heard a lot about it. I have friends in the trades, and the diversity, the things you learn, the skills that you develop. It sounds really good.
For sure.
Get
And
that brain going.
You make a great living, without.
That too. That's
it's totally different route and different way to go for sure.
Yeah.
Did someone suggest piping to you that made you start there?
Yeah, a friend of mine is in steam fitting, and they're all for it. They're
nice.
Yeah, you can do it. If I can do it, you can do it.
For sure. And is it a girlfriend or a guy or a guy friend?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
But we can do anything the men can do for sure.
That's right.
And better, perhaps.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. So you're enjoying the course so far?
I am. Yeah.
Yeah, and you
I'm
feel
learning
like you're
a lot.
understanding it.
Yeah, there's some difficulties because some areas that I need to learn more, and I feel like the course, the foundation course, is a good steady pace.
Awesome.
To ingrain all the things that I do need to
How
learn.
long have you been in it so far?
I started in March and it ends in August.
Yeah, it's one of the longer ones to start
it's a
for
long
sure.
haul, yeah.
But I think it's good. You'll come out of it with an understanding.
Yeah.
And then hopefully you can. Right now is definitely the best time. There's so much work right now.
Yeah.
I'll definitely give you my info, and we'll get a job. There's a lot of work out there right now. Wherever you want to be home, you want to be away.
Yeah.
Lots of options. Yeah, it's awesome.
Cool.
Okay, awesome. Well, thanks for coming to chat with us.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
You too.
Thank you.
Hey everyone, we're back on the floor here. I'm with Darren Vaux, Training Director for UA Local 324. How's it going, Darren?
Good, Ryan. How are you? Thanks.
I'm doing well, thank you. What are your thoughts on the competition so far?
Been a great competition. Yeah, this is my second Western Canadian competition, so it's been really good, the quality of the work I've seen so far. I'm one of the judges here in the plumbing competition, so it's kept me pretty busy. I haven't really been able to see what the other competitors have been up to today, but I know that they've been busy as well, so yeah, we're getting near the end here too, so they're sort of in the home stretch.
Yeah, they're definitely in the home stretch. I can tell you from looking around, the fitters and everybody, they're taking it right to the line too. It's not like any one group is kind of banged it out and has their feet up. It's everybody's going right to the time limit for sure.
Yeah, and I've noticed that you'd see people slowing down at this point, but I've seen people working harder, as we're getting close to finish time here. So.
Yeah, they're getting that second wind when they got that time restraint coming down. Watching the plumbing here, it's
crazy to see what, they started out with a blank platform here, 4 or 5 hours ago. Now they almost got a bathroom group roughed in.
Yeah, actually, like I said too, the quality has been pretty impressive. We've got a couple of younger apprentices I know involved in this competition this year. They're only halfway through their apprenticeship, so to see such good workmanship at this point is pretty impressive.
Yeah, it speaks volumes as to where we're going with the trade. We talk about the baby boomers retiring and this thing, and that we need apprentices coming in at the bottom, right? Coming in fresh, and it's kind of a breath of fresh air when you see this level of skill from the apprentices that are, like you say, only partway through their apprenticeship.
And I think it speaks, well for our contractors too. The type of quality that obviously is available to them from our locals. So really happy about that.
Yeah, for myself on the organizing standpoint, I see a lot of apprentices coming in, and we work closely with the training directors in the school here, UAPI, CPC, and we tell the apprentices, like, make sure you're getting some exposure to different things. Make sure, you don't want to be a second or third year material handler, right? You really want to make sure you're getting exposure to different things. And by seeing the three gentlemen here, they definitely have been exposed to some different materials, some different skills for sure.
Yeah, and that was pretty, that became evident yesterday too during the other tasks they had to do with the tube bending and brazing and threading and that. So yeah, these apprentices definitely were well selected by their locals to represent them at this competition.
Yeah, I competed in the past, and I thought it was quite an honor to be asked to come, and obviously everyone here is trying to put their best foot forward for themselves, but they're also representing their local, like you say. So it's good to see. How many competitors do you have in the local or in the competition?
We have 3 this year. Yeah, we have a plumber in the competition, Mason Godden. We have Jacob Ash is our steam fitter, and Evan Fraser is our sprinkler fitter. Yeah. So yeah, they're all busy trying to get these projects done today.
Right on. Well, thank you very much for your time, Darren. I appreciate it. And we're going to go back to the desk here. Thank you.
Hello again. That was Ryan and Darren out there on the field. We've been getting some awesome shots from in the field today. It's really nice to see that happening, so everyone can kind of get a sense of how things are going out there. To my left here, I've got Rob Densaw. He's a sprinkler fitting instructor here at UPIC. How are you doing today, Rob?
I'm doing good. Yourself?
Oh, it's really good. It's really good. How do you think the competition's been coming along this year?
Well, it seems like it's going really well. I've been actually teaching a course at the same time, so it seems pretty organized. And the competitors they get their hands full, but it looks like they're having fun out there. And
yeah,
it's a good experience.
Yeah, it's been pretty good. I've noticed you kind of popping in here and there when you can. How have you found the experience has been for the students? Is everybody pretty happy to have this here, or?
Are you talking about in the competition?
No, your students, like your.
It's we have a lot of fun. Classes are a lot to learn, but we also have a lot of fun at the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gone well. I've really enjoyed it.
Yeah, but how do you think the impact of the competition has how much of an impact do you think the competition has had on your students this week so far? Has it been?
Well, I've got one of my guys competing, so definitely a huge impact on him. But yeah, and the guys are rooting for him and stuff. So yeah, it's a good experience for them to see it. And in the future, they're only level 2, so they should be able to have time to compete in one themselves.
Yeah.
Maybe in the future.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, no, I think it's pretty cool that our school is still holding classes, right? I mean, we had a level 3 class, I believe, come out and do a little tour, the plumbing class. I think they're still kind of poking around here and there. I was just over at the steam fitting area, and there was a few guys kind of checking out what was happening there, which, it's nice to get that kind of exposure to the different specialty niche markets in the different trades, right?
Yeah, not only that, too, is it's really good for the competitors to meet people from other provinces and network, and it really opens up their opportunities across Canada, meeting all the other locals and all the other boys, and it's a really good networking.
Yeah, well, that's the thing with it all, right? I mean, it's a friendly competition, but at the end of the day, the networking and the relationships that you make while you're out here, those last a long time, right? I mean, they're invaluable. It's just like when you go to different jobs and you make different connections with different people, right? Those things, they tend to help you out for years into the future.
Yeah, 100%. And when whoever makes it to the nationals gets to meet even more locals and more different guys, and the big UA competition down in Ann Arbor, that's a big one too. So they get to meet everybody from North America, Australia. I don't know if Ireland's still competing or not, but yeah, they meet a lot of people.
Yeah,
a lot of networking.
Yeah, it's pretty cool how everyone comes together. You know, if you end up doing well enough in your trade designation, your regionals, and you can go on to nationals and then into international, which, you know, that's a pretty big deal. I mean, personally, I didn't get to go very far, but I guess the small regional competition that I went to, it was definitely life changing. You know, it's stuff that you remember forever, and I still keep in contact with some of the guys that I was competing with. So it's definitely a really cool event.
Yeah, one thing I've really noticed too over the years of doing this, this competitors really care about each other. It's a real brotherhood. So you'll see some guys finish early, and they'll notice somebody struggling, and they won't just stop and let that person struggle. They'll actually go and help the other competitor and help them finish their projects, which is super cool to see. Which is, teamwork is amazing.
Yeah, well, teamwork makes the dream works, right? I mean,
yeah.
It is a competition, but at the end of the day, it's a friendly competition, right? And we've kind of echoed that throughout our broadcast over the last couple of days. I mean, we had the tube bending project, and everyone was kind of really side by side when they were doing that, right? So I mean, someone, you know, at first they were like, well, it's kind of cheating if you look at other people's projects, but I mean, you know, that's not how things go out in the field. That's not how things get done on the job site, right? Everyone relies on each other to get the job done in a timely and efficient manner.
Yeah, and it's a really good learning experience for not just the competitors, but everybody who's running the competition and everything else. So it's really good.
Yeah, overall, it's a really nice experience for everybody. I mean, I've talked about that too. It's nice being on the other side. You know, being behind the microphone is a little bit of a new thing, and it's kind of been a bit of a challenge. But it's definitely a lot easier than actually being involved in the competition. You know, trying to figure everything out and come up with a high quality product. It's, you know, it's a lot more fun. I get to cruise around and, you know, lighten the mood a bit when I can, when I see people sweating and stuff.
This is a really good idea. Doing this presentation like this is fantastic.
Yeah, I think we have another a guest speaker here, Ernie. It looks like if he's ready to come on. I think so.
Okay,
yeah.
Well, thanks for inviting me.
You bet.
Man.
Thanks for coming out, Rob.
We'll talk to you soon.
You bet. That was Rob, sprinkler fitting instructor here at the school. Great personality. He's a fun guy to bump into in the hallways and stuff when you're in school. He's always got a good attitude. Yeah, here we got Ernie. Looks like C-SPAN employee.
Former
employee. How you doing, Early? I'm Dylan.
Nice to meet you, Dylan.
So what do you think of the competition so far?
So far it looks really interesting. Haven't really gotten a good look, but I like that you guys do this, you know, pretty often, and it gives the students or people from 170 to, you know, showcase their skills.
Yeah, it's a really fun event. Well, tell me a little bit about yourself. What's your trade background?
Trade background is I'm a foundations welding student.
Okay.
Started off at C-SPAN as a laborer, and then through my years working there, I realized welding was for me.
Yeah.
And so I actually had a friend that went to this school, and he recommended it, so couldn't say no to that, and here I am.
Okay, right on. Yeah, no, our school has a lot of good foundations programs, and then even after that, I think like they have a robust curriculum, right? And obviously our facilities are really nice here, which I think a lot of us maybe sometimes take for granted. But then when you hear about some other facilities that people in industry are using, I feel pretty lucky to have what we have here.
Definitely, I'm extremely fortunate to be here. I mean, government-funded program for level C, like, you know, who's gonna say no?
Yeah,
right?
No, it's very true. It all comes with the big labor shortage, right? I mean, there's a huge push for young unskilled workers to, you know, get their training and certifications up so that they can continue helping into the future in a more viable aspect, right? I mean,
Yeah.
everybody needs laborers, right? But it's good when you can kind of start there, identify, hey, maybe I'm interested in this, right?
Mhm.
And then you can take that knowledge, and the government's there to support you and your transition into a new career, right?
Definitely, yes.
Yeah. Yeah. So you're thinking maybe one day you'll be a pipe welder, or what do you think?
Oh, definitely. That's one of the goals
that's
for sure.
the big goal, eh? Yeah, I think pipe welding's the way to go. There's tons of opportunity in it, especially at C-SPAN. I actually just recently started there, and let me tell you, it's a wild place.
Yeah, on the JSS?
On the JSS, yeah. That's where I've only been there for a few days, but it's a big job site, and it's there's a lot going on, which it's interesting to see it all. I'm not used to working on such a big job site. There's lots of moving parts, right?
Yeah, it's crazy over there in SOC 7080.
Yeah. So.
Are you a welder by trade, Dylan?
I'm a steam fitter.
Steam fitter? Okay.
Yeah. Gotcha. So I competed in a prior competition. I got my TQs earlier this year. So I've been there for a little bit, and it seems pretty interesting, right? It's pretty fun place so far. There's a lot going on, and it's a huge project, right? So it's very interesting to see it all come together.
Yeah.
I was working as an apprentice at Deal Welders for a few years, and I actually was building a lot of the pipe spools there, fabricating the spools in their shop there, and then they were getting shipped to C-SPAN. So I've you can kind of always you remember certain things, but you can see your handwriting on some of the spools, and you're like, hey, I built that, right? Whenever we completed spools, we'd always write complete, and then we'd write the date on them. So it's pretty cool to see something that I built 3 or 4 years ago, sitting on this vessel. So it's pretty cool to see it all come together, and I'm looking forward to the rest of my time there. I'm not too sure how long I'll be there for, but for now I think it's a good spot to be.
Yeah, definitely, man. A lot of OT for you there too.
It does sound like the overtime's there, which is good, right? I mean, typically as an industrial guy, you kind of depending on where you're at and what you're trying to do, the overtime is pretty essential, right? I mean, a lot of the time I feel like personally I'd rather not work, but when I'm working, so overtime is good, right? Because it kind of affords you the freedom to say, hey, I think I'm going to take a little bit of time for myself. Yeah. So it looks like on some of the cameras we can see here, we've got the plumbers still working away.
Oh yeah.
And the HVAC technicians. Everyone's working pretty hard. We're kind of coming down to the wire here. We got about half an hour left in competition time. I think there might be a little bit of a minor extension for the steam fitters, which would help them out quite substantially. I think they're all working really hard over there, and they're pretty close. But I think they could use the extra half hour if that's what the judges are going to go for.
Right.
I don't know if you've been over there yet, but they're coming along, but they're really close, but they're just not quite there. So it'd be nice to see them come up with a finished product.
Yeah, definitely. So how many teams are there? How many groups of guys?
So the competition, we've got a list here. So there's I think 5 locals.
Yeah.
So we have 516, which is the refrigeration local. So that's the guys working on those great desks.
Yep.
And then we got 496, which is out of Calgary. They have a plumber and a sprinkler fitter here. And then 488, which is out of Edmonton. They have HVACR tech mechanic here, and a welder. And then 324, which is Vancouver Island, our sister local here in BC. They have a sprinkler fitter, a plumber, and a steam fitter pipe fitter.
Oh.
And then we have 179. They've brought a sprinkler fitter, a refrigeration mechanic, and another steam fitter pipe fitter.
Yep.
And then of course we've got a pretty stacked field here with our 170 local apprentices. We've got a sprinkler fitter, a welder, steam fitter, and a plumber.
Yeah.
So we got the most ponies in the race. We'll see how it all boils down at the end. I really don't think anyone's run away with any of their projects yet. I mean, as we were looking at the plumbers a little bit earlier, their projects are all looking really good, and they're all kind of in the same area as each other. No one's really leaps and bounds ahead of anyone, and their dimensions, everything looks pretty good. I haven't really looked at it with the tape measure or anything, but just by looking at it, things look like they're supposed to be where they are. So it's gonna be tight coming into the last half an hour here. I think a lot of the points are going to come from the really minute details, right? You know, is your measurement bang on? Well, if you're 3 mils out and the other guy's bang on, then I think you might get a couple extra points, right?
That's true.
So
that's true.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. We got about half an hour left, 29 minutes, I guess. The clock keeps ticking, so.
Who are you rooting for? Obviously 170 guys.
I don't really hope anyone wins. I think it would be nice to send some 170 guys or girls to nationals, obviously. But I think as long as everyone has a good time and they learn something and take something away from the experience here, then I think that's a win. So it'll be nice to see who comes out on top and as far as their trade designations. But I think overall everybody's been doing a really good job. So I think everyone's winning at the end of the day.
Nice. Yeah. That's true. I'll have to take a look on my way out.
But it is going to be really tight.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see the plumbers are working on some of their copper venting, I guess, now, and it's all going to be really tight. I think those are some of the final connections that they have to make. They have their stub ups done for their vents, and they have their sanitary line in or their common vent header there, I guess, piped up. So it's coming down to the wire here. Looks like the HVAC technicians are also getting pretty close. I think they're just finishing up some of their wiring. Which is something that you won't see out of any of the other trades here. Actually, is so the HVAC technicians they use low volt controls extensively in their day-to-day jobs, and most of the other piping trades that's not typically part of our day-to-day jobs.
Right.
If you get into some of the boiler maintenance or some of the gas fittings, you'll use some of that stuff for troubleshooting.
Yeah.
But typically, steam fitters, plumbers, sprinkler fitters, we're not running a whole lot of electrical. So it's interesting to see the HVAC project and how much it actually does differ.
Yeah.
All right. Well, hey, Ernie, it was great to meet you. I think we're going to take a quick break here. But when we come back, I think we'll have another guest speaker.
Yeah.
So stay tuned for that.
Thanks, Dylan.
My name is Haley Dore. I'm in the Welding Foundations program. I'm super excited, especially with the union and what they can provide. I know that I've got my back covered, and I know that there's a lot of really good people in this union, so I'm really excited. I heard about the program through a friend's girlfriend. She had gone through the program a couple years prior, and she suggested it to me. And I love all the different types of welding we've tried. I've loved the support and all the faculty that are here and helping. Leslie's great, my instructor, Daryl West, he's fantastic. I would 100% recommend this. I've already started recommending this school to different people. I boast about this school to other people. I can't even count on my hands how many people I've already began to request it to. I didn't know that we were gonna get equipment, free boots, coveralls, tuition paid for. When the school came back and offered that, I was absolutely thrilled. I was boggled. Definitely felt supported throughout the program from the instructors, from my parents, from my friends, from everybody. Support is everywhere. And it's like a little mini family here, and everybody's really nice and very supportive. My name's Haley Dore, and I'm a Welding Foundation student at UAPIC, BC.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the desk here. My name's Ryan, I'm the host at the desk now. We just swapped out. I'm here with Haley Dore. one of our welding apprentices. How's it going?
It's going great. I'm having so much fun getting to see lots of things and come in before, after class. Check it out. It's cool.
So what class are you in currently?
I'm currently 2 or 3 weeks out from finishing my welding foundations program.
Nice. So how did you end up in welding foundations? How did that take place?
I was exposed to welding. I lived a year abroad in Australia. I worked on a cattle station, which was really cool, and I got to like build fences and stuff. And then I was like, this is sick. And then when I came back, I had met somebody who had just gone through this program, and they boasted about the instructors, the union, and just like the schooling that's offered at UAPIC. And so I applied and got in and have loved every second of it so far.
Perfect. So you're a few weeks out.
Yeah.
I heard you say you're writing a test tomorrow.
Yeah, got our ITA test tomorrow.
Wow.
Feeling confident, but also worried, of course.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. and then a couple CWB tests, and then away you go. You're a C-level welder.
Yeah.
That's exciting.
Yeah, stick and flux. I'm gonna go for first, and then go from there.
And then so obviously being around the shop here and seeing kind of what we do, what is pipe welding in the future for you? Is that
100%. I soak in every possible thing I can from every opportunity that I've seen, and love learning and love watching, and it's a profession of perfection, if you will.
Absolutely.
I love just
that's a really good way to put it.
Thanks. I love just being encouraged to strive for perfection. It's awesome.
We have there's no shortage of knowledge in this building, especially in the weld shop. Like there's if you have a question, someone has an answer.
Oh, big time. Like our instructor Darryl West, he's got lots of experience under his belt, and then we've got Len, who's again lots of experience. Andre, awesome guy, lots of experience as well. They always know and will give you different perspectives and different answers. It's awesome.
Yeah, throughout our membership, there's some absolutely incredible welders that have come out of this shop.
I believe it.
And you'll be in the next phase of them, from the sounds of it.
I hope so. There's lots of amazing people, great learning opportunities, and I'm excited to move on and up.
So what are your thoughts watching the competition? Have you been peeking in on the welders? Have you saw any of that stuff going on? What are your thoughts?
Oh yeah, everybody from the all trades peeking in and seeing. I mean, I feel their nerve. I can sense that. I mean, I'd be hecka nervous as well to see it. Yeah, and but yet excited as well, because they look skilled, they look focused, they look driven, and they look like they're just ready to get it done. It takes hours of work, but it's really cool to see, just look over their shoulders, see what they're doing. Yeah.
It's the atmosphere here for people that are watching at home. You think, it's like competition, there's some tradespeople doing their thing, but the atmosphere is incredible. Like the energy in the air, everybody's giving it their all, right? It's really cool to watch.
Super cool to watch. Lots of people working hard, lots of support from instructors or other people kind of around, or people learning, people seeing who's kind of doing what. It's cool.
So what does it mean to you now, Haley, to be an apprentice?
It means the world. I mean, for starters, it means learning kind of the next thing. It means experiencing things from other people, and then it means one step closer to the future of a welding profession. So I'm just really excited to work underneath anybody really at this point, or multiple people, and kind of get those different perspectives, because that's the cool thing about welding is you might learn one thing from one person, and then the next person will maybe do something a little bit differently, and you can take in all perspectives and then make your own kind of way of doing it as well, which is cool. So I'm just really excited to learn and keep learning.
Yeah, I think you'll find around here and within the union stuff, a lot of people are pretty eager to share the craft.
Yeah, I think people, that's also why I've loved being here, is people are really eager to share the craft and really eager to teach and learn. And then not only are eager to teach and learn, but then are proud of you for being excited, or proud of you for doing it, which there's nothing more encouraging than having a good support system and people who are proud of you. It just makes you want to try harder by the end of it.
Unfortunately, you can't be like a career student. So at some point you got to go out to work. But when you go out to work, the atmosphere, you know, the place changes, but the atmosphere is still the same. It's still, you're still learning. You're still within an atmosphere where people are encouraging you to be better. I know when you're at the school and you're in school, for myself included, I did a lot of school kind of every 6-8 months. I kind of went back to back with some of my schooling. And I'm like, I just like being here. Right?
Yeah, cool. I've heard that from a couple of other people as well that came in there like, school's fun, just keep doing it, you know, touch back in. I mean, and then brush up on your learning and your knowledge and everything. And I mean, the real world is the real world. You never know what to expect. The shop's cool because it's kind of a consistency. But I mean, I hope everything is all butterflies and roses. But I know there's going to be challenges that
absolutely
come
that's
forth.
life.
And and it's just.
It's how you overcome those challenges. The great thing about being a welder is you'll be back for, you know, renewing some of your tickets. You'll be back for weld tests. You won't be a stranger to the shop for sure. Even after you get your B pressure and you get your A card and you're off and running, you'll still be back from time to time. So
100%.
Awesome.
It'd be cool.
Well, do you have any closing remarks you'd like to make? If someone was going to come to you and say, Haley, I'm thinking about getting into the trades, what are you going to tell them?
Oh, I mean, do you want the long story or you want the short story? I would encourage it 100%. I mean, if they're hardworking, driven, likes to put everything, give their all into everything and are interested in it and have drive, and I would recommend this school to absolutely anybody. I'd recommend this shop. There's just so many awesome people that are here and people that support, and like I said, like I'm excited to come back. I'm excited to be done. It's bittersweet, but it's great. It's all just a little mini family here, and I love it.
Well, if anyone's watching at home and you're wondering if, you know, the trades are for you, you don't just need to take it from Haley. You can come down to the UA PICBC, and someone will gladly give you a tour of the shop.
Oh yeah.
And maybe check it out. Maybe it's time for a career change, or maybe it's time just for a career.
Yeah.
Right? There's definitely a difference between having a job and having a career. And we don't offer jobs here. We offer careers for sure. So if someone wants to come in and check it out, we encourage them. And I think Haley does as well.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. We're going to switch out the guest here at the desk. And thank you, Haley, for coming on. It's
Thanks
been
so
a pleasure.
much. You as well. Thanks, Ryan.
Absolutely. All right, we're back on here. We're back on live here at the UA Western Apprentice Skills Competition. On the desk here with me, I have Johnny Michalek.
That's very good.
How are you?
I'm very good, thanks.
So for people watching at home, Johnny, what is it you do around here?
Well, I've been a plumbing instructor for 13 years. I started in 2010. And I've been teaching levels 1 and up to level 4. Teaching level 4 coming up in June. So yeah, I get to teach all different levels, and I get to see, the best thing about it is I get to watch the progress of the apprentices when they start from scratch and see them mature and progress through each year. It's pretty amazing.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You see them come back, you know, from a year on the tools or whatever, and then they come in the shop, and you know, they all of a sudden they have some different skill set, right? You talking to me?
No, me.
Yeah, there you go.
How's that?
Sorry, we got the eye on the sky here. We got Mark Donnery, our producer, in the ear here.
Sorry, a little technical difficulties there.
So, Johnny, 13 years. Did you start at the old location, or did you start at this location?
No, just before the grand opening here.
Yeah.
I was hired on in January of 2010. Al Phillips, who was the executive director at the time, hired me on. Prior to that, I worked at BCIT for a piping foundation course for 6 months.
So you watched this place develop from its infancy.
From square one, basically, in this building. From square one, I've seen a lot of people come and go, but it's been a great experience right from the start and continuing on. And the great thing about it is that I look at what we're staging today and the organization of this event. It's amazing where we have come from, and where we are going. So
I've in the 10 years I've been around, I've watched the shop change and grow and different things. It's just like the job site. It's constantly evolving. So there's if there's a new process or a new technique or a new material, there is the means to get educated on it within these walls.
Absolutely, and that is the thing. I always tell my students, you never stop learning. I learn every day, and I learn from my apprentices. Pick up little things from everybody. But I think it's how you approach it. You have a positive attitude, and that you actually put in the effort, and you're going to go a long way. And you just keep your ears open, listen to instruction, and just follow your path. And it's been great for me. I've had a career 35 years in the union. I started when I was 22, and here I am. 35 years later, and it's just amazing. It's been an amazing journey. And I look to continue it. So
well, we were out on the floor earlier watching the plumbing competitors there, and the comment was made let's not forget that these are apprentices.
Exactly.
Right. So we're looking at their projects with a critical eye, and we're kind of looking and we're seeing if it's straight and wherever. And you have to remind yourself, some of these apprentices are first year, second year, maybe only one term of school under their belt, and maybe less than 2,000 hours on the tools, and some of the stuff they're producing is quite remarkable.
Absolutely. I'm amazed at what I'm seeing right now from all the individuals taking part. And that's the great thing about it, is we get to see the progress as they go. I've been involved in the BC Skills competition since I started 13 years ago. And I don't know, I take pleasure in being part of a bigger group, the greater part of the group, and we all work together to organize and set up these competitions, and then choose individuals to take part. And we take pride in it. A lot of pride is involved here, just to pass on the experience and the expertise that we all bring to the table. And watch these students grow.
Well, it's the apprentices clearly are the future of the skilled trades.
Absolutely.
And it's really comforting to see, all the apprentices here in the different piping trades, to see their skill level, to see how, not only how they work one alone, but how they work amongst themselves as a group, and just how they carry themselves as individuals. I think it's pretty safe to say that we're in good hands. If the future of apprentices are coming out of the gate like we're seeing here today, we're going to be in good shape.
Absolutely. I'm currently teaching a piping foundation class in the evenings, and I have had so much support from them and help to set up and organize this event. And it's funny, we look at the youth coming up today, and we tend to generalize, where
we're quick to generalize.
We're
I think,
quick to
at
generalize
times.
people, and then when I meet these individuals in my class, I'm amazed, at the amount that they care, the amount that they want to learn, and it's great to see. And we're in better shape than people realize for the future by watching the people that I'm teaching and those around us. That's what I see more than anything, is we're in good hands for the future.
Yeah.
And that's what I hope that we get across to people, that when you come here to the school, you're going to learn a very viable trade. You're going to make some good money in the trade, but you're also going to network. You're going to make relations with other people and become, you're going to grow. You're going to develop with those same people throughout their career.
Yeah.
So you'll have these, friendships that go along with it, and it could be a lifetime friendship.
Yeah,
if you're
absolutely.
part of the union, right? And that's why I'm so lucky. I consider myself very fortunate to be in this position, to share my experience, and pass it on, like you referred to earlier. Pass the information on to others, so they can achieve what I felt I've achieved throughout my career.
Yeah, and that's the nice thing about what we got going on here. It's everybody's willing to share their knowledge, like you said, and pass on the tricks of the trade, if you will, or pass on the skills they've learned over time. And you see that even with there's newer processes. There's all these new things you can learn.
Absolutely.
But there's also a lot of old things you can learn. When I was on the tools, some of the old the old boys are they didn't just replace parts, they would rebuild it, right?
Exactly.
Sometimes that gets a little lost, right? And the things you learn if you're willing to listen, right? And I've found, while I was an apprentice, asking the right questions and being open-minded to stuff, you'd be surprised at the knowledge that will get shared with you.
No, absolutely. That's a great point. I get asked questions all the time on the process and how it works. And there's a lot of, first of all, there's a little bit of nervousness from the students when they enter.
Mm-hmm.
But it takes. Yes? What's wrong?
Nah, just keep going, Johnny.
Okay.
You're good.
There's a process that takes place, and it takes a little bit for the students to become, I don't know, just more comfortable in their situation.
Yeah.
So what I would like to do is help them, encourage them to be there, share my experiences, and hopefully they will take charge and follow.
Like
my lead.
it's one thing, the apprentices gain some confidence, right? But
Yes.
there is as an apprentice, to be humble. There's power in admitting you don't know something.
Yes.
Right. And if you just say, hey, it's okay to not know everything, because guess what? I bet if you grilled half the journey persons, they don't know it all as well, right?
No.
So when whether it's a new tool or it's a new process, or it's especially if it's in regards to safety, ask the questions, right? And I think you get a kind of a level of respect when if I have an apprentice that says, hey man, I've never worked with this, can you show me? It's like, yeah, right. I actually rather show you, see you learn those skills, than see you try to fumble through it on your own and maybe either wreck a tool, damage a piece of property, or whatever the case might be.
That's
right.
right. That's right.
And at the end of the day, job's getting done. The apprentices are more skilled, right? That's I think in our system, that's one of the things you see is everybody wants you to be your best.
Absolutely, I agree. And what I'm seeing now, and with my class in particular, they ask questions. They want me to show them and demonstrate. And the big thing is we work as a team. I expect everybody to be available and work together. And I think when they do that and work together in class or in the shop, they get to work with each other and learn together. And I think it's all about team, right? We're all about the team here, right?
Yeah.
And I think collectively we provide a good, valuable expertise to the group.
Absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely. So we have a bit of a green room here. Are you guys waiting? Are you guys on deck? Yeah. All right. Yeah, we'll tag out here.
Yeah. You betcha.
Johnny, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And I want to say, for the record, thank you to your class for all the work they've done.
You bet.
Behind the scenes, I know firsthand. I've watched them moving gear from here to there and there to here again, and then back to there. And so, thank you to your class, and thank you for taking the time to sit at the desk with us.
Thank you, Ryan. I appreciate it very much.
Awesome. We're going to swap out, and we'll have another guest here with you shortly. Thanks.
Thanks.
Hey, it's Kim. I'm back with you guys, and this is Mark.
Hello, everyone.
Mark is from Local 254, which is in Winnipeg.
That's right.
Definitely we're excited for Mark to be on here because I think his family, maybe he has some little ones at home who are excited to see Dad on the big screen.
Yep.
I'm sure they're missing him at home, but
Yep.
he'll be back by the weekend, I think, right? Friday you're going home, I'm assuming?
Sort of, yeah.
Sort of.
I've got some family out here that my wife's from Vancouver area, so I've met up with a few of them, and I might do a little bit of visiting, maybe a little bit of adventuring.
Nice.
Before
Well,
back.
while you're out here, why not, right?
A little bit,
I'm sure
yep.
it's you don't probably get away from home too much.
No, we have my daughter's 5 years old. Hi, Quinn. And
I know it's hard when they're talking in your ear.
And so I just wanted to say hi, and she's 5 and kind of misses me a little bit, but I miss her more. I love her more. She always says, I love you more, but parents always love the kids more,
Oh, yeah,
right?
absolutely.
Yeah.
So she's an only child?
No, we
you have
are lucky enough also to have a 3-month-old boy.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, Malcolm. So
you've left your wife at home with the newborn.
This competition is probably, and the sweat that I've put into this competition is probably after 2 days, my wife after kindergarten pickup.
I bet. Yeah, every day.
Yeah.
I know. Being the one left at home, that's no joke. I'm sure. I mean, obviously I go away as well, so I don't have any kids myself yet, but I always imagine. Well, I mean, obviously it's a little different being the girl leaving town, but it's no joke to be left alone for sure.
Yeah,
especially with 2 little ones.
Yeah. So I love you.
What is Quinn? Quinn's the 5-year-old.
Quinn, my girl. She's 5 years old.
What does she think of the little brother?
Oh, she's the best.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, she's so happy to be big sister.
Nice.
Yeah, we're just so happy to have them both, and she's got a new bike before the end of the end of kindergarten, so she's cruising outside.
Is she riding on it now?
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Oh,
that's
yeah.
awesome. Wow, that's young. That's impressive.
Yep.
So what does she think? Does she understand? Do you try to explain what you do for a living at all? Try to explain it to her?
Yeah. Like I'm one of those guys who just, whenever we drive around, it's like, I built that building. I built that building.
Totally.
I built that building.
And what were you doing before you started your apprenticeship?
Well, I kind of done a lot of different things brought me in here. So if I was working backwards from my apprenticeship time, I started when I was around 37 years old.
Okay.
And it was an opportunity that kind of came up when I was in Winnipeg. Great place to find an opportunity in case anyone's wondering about
And probably a little bit of a
trades.
cheaper place to live compared to here.
Compared to Vancouver, absolutely.
A little cold, but
if you've got a good work ethic, and you can find a good opportunity in Winnipeg, so that's been great for us.
That's awesome. Are you from there originally?
I'm actually originally from Hamilton, Ontario.
Okay.
And then
making your way out west.
If this is like a Tarantino film, 37, I started in as a sprinkler fitter, going all the way back to
Yeah.
the beginning. So I was grew up in Hamilton.
Yeah.
And school, college, I worked in IT PR for a little bit, and then my cousin actually just said, hey, I'm going to go to the oil field in Alberta like around 2005. You want to come? He never made it to the oil field, but he actually got a pretty good gig. He started working at Sunshine Village.
Nice.
So when I knew where I was going to go when I had my days off.
Absolutely.
Sunshine Village.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and then so I started roughneck motorhand for Ensign Tri-City Drilling.
Okay.
I did that for what I think was around like 3 to 5 calendar years. It all gets pretty crazy
Which is
out there.
much longer than most people do that job, because that is a hard job,
Yeah, it
from
was
what I've
a
heard.
pretty hard job, but good experience. Definitely turned the dial up on me for sure. And
Right.
then said, okay, well, I think I'd like to do something else. Went back into Calgary and went to university, got my teaching degree while also working in specialty demolition, concrete cutting, specialty demolition.
Wow, that's a
Yeah.
lot to do at the same time.
Yeah, it was. It was a little bit like I had the great bosses doing that.
So how old are you at that point now?
Oh, 22, 23.
Oh, okay, so you've already done- okay.
So then basically from 23 to 37, I was in demolition. So there's buildings all across the country where I would drive by and say, that was me. I was there.
Because you were building and demoing.
Just, bank vaults. If you ever gone into
Right, where you do a demo in
Yeah.
order to build something there.
Yeah, absolutely. New elevator shafts in high-rise buildings, like what's happened here at 300 Main.
Right.
A lot of underground work. I was involved in that.
So you've worked out here before?
Yeah, here, but then also Telus Sky. I had an opportunity to be there for a minute. Brookfield Place. Some big projects.
Right.
LRT in both Calgary and Edmonton did some work there. But
how-
it's a hard.
I was gonna say.
hard on the body.
So how is sprinkler fitting so far compared to that?
Well, a benefit for me is that I've got the field experience,
Right.
the safety experience, a way to say, I'm not killing myself for this situation that we could do smarter.
Mhm.
And
Yeah,
I'm
work
not
smarter, not
afraid
harder.
to ask.
Right.
Say, hey, how you gave me that job?
Mhm.
How would you do it? And
Right.
and the
Oh, we got a message from Quinn on the board. Oh, look, it says,
Oh
I
my
love you, Dad. Oh my gosh, I'm
Aw.
going to cry. That's adorable.
That
So she's
is.
pumped to see watching you at home. That's
Yeah,
awesome.
yeah.
Nice. Oh, that's
So-
adorable.
Yeah, and this becoming an apprentice and working in sprinkler fitting has been great for my family. I think I've mentioned that like 3 or 4 times doing this.
Right.
But it's really meant a lot for us.
That's awesome. And it's huge. I mean, obviously if you live in Winnipeg in the city, correct? Yeah. So, I mean, it's really huge. Sprinkler fitting's obviously great in that's a huge developing city still, right? So
Yep.
I'm sure there's a lot of work. You can be close to home. And you're saying you're good at asking questions and being willing to do that, which I think as an apprentice is huge. How did you get selected or how did you volunteer or look into doing this competition? How did you end up here?
Well, being busy and trying to focus on getting everything done around the house, sometimes I don't always make the local meetings, but I do always make sure to read all the newsletters and everything. And it was in the bottom of the newsletter, hey, we got this competition coming up. And I thought it's an opportunity to work under pressure, and it's an opportunity to challenge like a version of the Red Seal exam.
Mhm.
And I'm not going to get that anywhere else.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
so-
And I mean, like that stress we've said earlier today, it's not, you're not going to have this stress even in the busiest, craziest workday. It's still not going to be having people watching you with an iPad and a camera and this and
yeah.
that. So how do you feel about the theory test tomorrow?
Got some practice to do for sure. I've got a couple practice exams and.
So you're going to keep studying tonight?
Yeah.
You're not going to be out partying and celebrating that the
Oh.
practical's over?
Oh, no.
No? That's
No,
good.
no.
That's good. How do you feel that the practical went today?
Well, today's practical was interesting because the type of plastic pipe fitting that I've been doing is a lot of condos where we're working with full lengths of pipe and then just, getting to the end of the run, getting to the drop, and moving on.
Right.
If you have scrap pipe, you bring it in the next room and you keep going. So this was pretty interesting. And
More intricate, small little project.
Small
Yeah.
scale, yeah, exactly. And it wasn't until, of course, at the end when things weren't quite fitting, I'm like,
Uh-oh.
this is a 3-dimensional project and I did 2-dimensional math.
Like there was a little trigonometry
Yeah,
missing,
it was
perhaps.
a little bit of
right.
a little bit of a eureka moment.
Right.
But
well, I can say I obviously we don't have a camera right on his project right now, but from what I've seen, I'm just a welder, so I don't really know my stuff, but it looks like it looks pretty good to me.
Yeah.
It looks like you did a pretty good job, considering if you did the math a little backwards.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. One of my apprentices, or sorry, not apprentices, journeyman. One of my first journeymen when I started working with Vipont, Dan Lambu, when I told him, oh, okay, I got to leave your project, which was a steel project, and I had done a lot of steel up until that point. Oh, I got to go do glue. Oh, I got to go do a glue job. It's my first time working plastic. He just said, there's no such thing as too much glue.
So you were telling yourself that today?
So there was a couple times in there when I was looking at a problem and I just said, there's no such thing as too much glue.
Nice,
and
nice. So you can go home and tell him that, even in your head the whole time?
Yeah, had a little bit of information. But then, right now I'm on a big rush project, a condominium complex with 2 journeymen. We're working super hard.
So you're heading straight back to work on Monday?
Oh, as soon as I'm back, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I tried to, the last week and a bit that I was there, they said, okay, we need 2 floors of drops made. We need all the shields in for these wings, and we need all the pipe in the air. And the 3 of us worked super good together.
Yeah, they're like, if you want this time off, you better get all this done. Yeah.
And so, like, in the back of my head, I'm just like, oh, wonder how far they've gotten without me, and I wonder how much. I've got just stickers. Okay, I got the stickers. They said make sure you bring back stickers.
Maybe he'll
from
bring you
other
a
locals.
shirt or two. There's definitely some shirts.
I have their sizes. Okay, local
okay,
170. I need a medium and a large.
Oh, we'll get you your medium and your large for sure. Just 2 shirts.
Just 2 shirts, just so that
sure.
I don't have to hear about it too hard when
Absolutely.
I come back.
It's so funny. I'm missing work too, and I literally just picked up a bunch of shirts just for that reason, so that you don't catch too much flack when you go back.
Yeah, it's surprising what that can do, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I know a shirt goes a long way with these people. It's interesting.
Yep.
That's awesome. Well, I think you're killing it. I think you got a pretty good shot from what I've seen. So
thank you.
Hopefully Quinn and what's the little man's name?
Quinn, my daughter, Malcolm, my son, Samantha.
I was gonna say Samantha needs a shout out too.
Yeah,
not
she
just
certainly
the kids.
does.
She's killing it at home.
Yep.
Well, I think you should be super proud of your dad and husband. He's killing it out here. Awesome. Well, okay. We'll see you tomorrow again, and hopefully maybe on some sort of podium with a medal.
I can only imagine.
Yeah, imagine you get to go to Montreal. That'd
Marshall,
be pretty cool.
we'll talk just in case by magic. By dark horse magic, I end up having to go to Montreal.
Yeah,
we'll talk.
It's gonna need some more time off. Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, if you get there, you got to do it. You got to get that ring.
Okay.
Awesome.
Well,
thank you so much. Nice to meet you.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
I don't know if we're still. Oh, we are still on here. A little bit of technical difficulty between the switchovers here, but Mark's making it happen. It's a lot for him to manage all at once.
Everyone from the Wage Wagon. You're currently with myself, Ryan, and Mark Donnery from UA Local 170. So we're heading downtown to Jack Pool Plaza for the day of mourning, which is a day every year, April 28th, where we show support for workers that have died in the workplace, and to advocate that stuff like that doesn't continue to happen.
My name's Stefan von Citrowski. I'm the president of the Vancouver and District Labour Council. And on behalf of the Labour Council, the BC Federation of Labour, the Business Council of BC, and WorkSafe BC, we welcome you to our joint annual National Day of Mourning and Remembrance ceremony, one of more than 30 which are taking place across the province today.
Good morning, everyone. It's an honor for me to be here with you today to be the voice for my people, my family, my community, and our friends and relatives from Squamish and Sligostown.
This day is critically important because we still have a long way to go. In 2022, in BC alone, there were 241 reported workplace-related deaths. This year, the Canadian Labour Congress theme for the Day of Mourning is Know Your Rights, Use the Tools, Defend Our Wins. It's aimed at supporting and empowering workers to actively participate in workplace health and safety. Workers have rights to know about the hazards at work, to participate in decisions about health and safety, and ultimately, of course, to refuse unsafe work. These rights can help make us safer, but only if workers know them and use them.
I want to extend my condolences on behalf of the government of British Columbia to everybody who has lost a loved one due to injury or illness or because they were killed on the job. I'd like to take this opportunity too to thank all the advocates, and particularly to recognize the role of the labor movement in making workplaces safer for all British Columbians, so that when people go to work, they return home safely to their family and friends, because every person deserves a safe place to work. My kids have a grandfather that worked on the docks for his entire life. And the stories that he tells of the harrowing conditions, especially in the early stages of his career as a longshoreman, how close he came so many times to a life-changing injury that could have been asbestosis, like Greg faced. It could have been being crushed and killed or injured, disabled at work. He got lucky. And in British Columbia, we can't rely on luck. Everyone who has died at work or been injured at work is loved. Their sons and daughters, their parents and grandparents, those who died left behind children and partners, friends and coworkers. And the collective grief of the loved ones is felt today. You can look over here and see the names of so many people killed at work. We have a website where people can be remembered, where we can reflect on the tragic loss of life. People can put tributes up to loved ones who have passed away. And as I was looking at that site, I saw one bereaved person wrote, "No one should go to work and not return home to their family." I know we all agree with that, and we won't rest until it's the case. Thank you very much.
We have come together on this solemn day to remember and honor the lives lost and the families forever impacted by workplace accidents and illnesses. And I'm honored and humbled to join you here today and people across BC and Canada to pay tribute to all workers who didn't make it home safely at the end of their day. So I want to take this moment to thank you to all those health and safety committees who work tirelessly, doing a thankless job, saving lives and saving injuries for all the workers in this province.
Loss and anger, pain and determination, grief and action. These are inseparable. And so on behalf of the million members of the unions that make up the BC Federation of Labour, I want to say again, we mourn the dead and we fight like hell for the living, today and every day. Thank you.
Today, as I work as a health and safety facilitator with the BC Federation of Labor's Health and Safety Center, I talk to young workers about their rights. I tell them that there are workplaces where their lives are not valuable, employers who will put their safety at risk. And I tell them what to do about it, how to refuse unsafe work, how to take action against dangerous employers, and how we can stand up for each other if nobody else will. My challenge to you today is to change that landscape, to create laws that uphold justice, that tell workers their lives and safety truly matter, to change the systems that so badly failed my father and my family, to truly honor the lives of the people that we're remembering today. Thank you.
Let's remember what we heard today from all of our speakers and translate it into action in our workplaces. This will conclude our ceremony. Again, thank you so much for being here today and observing this important day of remembrance and rededicating yourselves to action for health and safety on the job. Now I will ask you to join us for a short period of silence.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Yeah, it was a good little presentation on day of mourning, and obviously safety is a big concern to everybody on and off the job. But we'd like to see everyone coming home safe every day. With that, I have a new guest speaker here, Jamie McPherson with UA Canada. Thanks for coming on.
Oh, you're very welcome.
Jamie works tirelessly to help set up and facilitate these competitions around the country. Can you tell us a little bit more about your position with UA Canada?
I'm a training specialist with the UA, dealing with all the piping trades. Assist all the training directors in setting up different training and that sort of thing. All the NOSC programs, anything that's related to pipe, whether it be steam fitting, pipe fitting, plumbing, sprinkler fitting. We get all those different courses that we put on, the supervision courses, anything NOSC. I have my fingers in it somewhere and that sort of thing. So.
Yeah, it's really interesting, and I know myself and pretty much all the apprentices and membership that understand all the stuff that you guys do. I think we all really appreciate it. It goes to show with the quality of journey persons that are coming out of our schools that you guys all care very deeply about apprentice development. Like competitions like these, I think, are invaluable not only to the competitors, but even to their colleagues and their classmates. Right? I mean, I think everyone that comes through here takes a lot away from this, and they can share that with their colleagues and classmates.
Yeah, it's so important to get the apprentices up and learning about the different stuff, all the trades. You're giving them a way to make a living. You're teaching them something that they can use for the rest of their life. I mean, it's more than just the skill set to do the job, but it's also a little bit of life in general that you try to help out as an instructor and that sort of thing. And, it's not part of the curriculum, but it probably should be. You know, the one thing that my father always stated to me was the fact that, you know, you don't go outside of the collective agreement, but the thing is you still have to make money for your employer. If your employer is going to stay in business, is the only way that you're going to still have a job. So you still have to make them, you have to put a good day's wages, or a good day's work for a good day's wages. So it's a fair both sides. Yeah, so you just got to make sure that they're working to the agreement and working hard, putting that full day in.
Yeah, that's a good talking point actually, because I mean that's kind of the whole point of the apprenticeship, right? Sometimes I hear grovelings about, oh well, maybe they could have taught me this a little bit more, taught me that a little bit more, but you know, I've gone through 2 apprenticeships now, and they give you enough material and they explain things in a thorough manner, right? But it's up to you to make sure that you're going through the program material and you have a good understanding of every little facet of your designated trade, because they can be quite broad depending on which areas you're in. And there's some specialty things that obviously you can't know everything about everything, right? But it's important to come out of it with a good understanding of the bulk of it, right? So that you're able to make sound decisions on your own once you get your journeyman status.
Yeah, and I was very lucky going through my apprenticeships and that sort of thing, as I don't know if it was the journeyman and the people on the job site that had respect for my father, because he was in the trade for such a long time, and as a vice president and so many other positions at Local 324, they trained me or mentored me in all those things to make sure that I did well, and always made sure and looked out, you know, that I was learning and that I was getting better. You know, I was motivating myself to do the same, but they were always, there wasn't as much the hazing, you know, and that's, you know, we got to get out of that mindset. I always have told all my apprentices, especially the 4th year class, that, you know, if it may have happened to you back in the past, you know, fun's fun, but the same thing is they're still people, and you want to make sure that you treat them as people.
Yeah.
Not as yeah.
It's interesting. I think that trades as a whole, I know definitely in our local, we like to harbor safe environments for everyone to be successful in, right? So it's been really nice to see the inclusion and the general overall like respect that everybody has for each other,
it's
right?
come a long way, that's for sure.
Because I definitely remember 10 years ago when I started in the piping trades, things were, even that short amount of time ago, were quite a bit different. You know, and to see where things are at now, and to see how happy and eager young and inexperienced apprentices are to be there, it makes me really happy, because you know, if somebody's happy, then they're going to be more productive, and they're going to be more interested and engaged in what they're doing.
Yeah.
Which is a pretty big deal, right? Because all of us collectively are relying on the people who are coming up after us, you know, to help us, you know, as we move up in positions. We need people that we can trust and lean on 100%. That are skilled to help us complete the job. And as we move through our careers into like our pensionable ages, then we're relying on our fellow brothers and sisters to keep doing good jobs out there, to keep the union strong, right?
Yeah.
So. It's pretty imperative that people are coming out of their schooling when they get their trade qualifications, that they're you know, that they feel qualified, and that they can make qualified decisions, right?
Yeah, and you know, they need to learn that just because you have your ticket doesn't mean you know everything, right? It's a learning process all the way through. I've never stopped learning. You know, it's now 36 years that I've been in the trade. Officially 35, because first year they didn't indenture us, so it took another year to get our indentureship sort of thing. So the whole way through I've been with the UA, but it's one of those that you just don't stop learning. It's not that you get a piece of paper saying, I have a red seal, I'm done. Now I'm, you know, get more, learn more, become more employable. All these other skill sets, whether it be a cross connection, a medical gas certifications, rigging certifications. There's all sorts of things you can have to be able to go and make yourself more employable, and you'll be you're working more. I mean, yes, right now you could be almost a dead piece of wood and you could be working.
Yeah.
But it's not going to always be that way.
This is very true. And you know, it's funny that you talk about always learning. Is shortly after I got my first TQ, someone said, all right, well, you have a ticket to learn now, right? Which really stuck with me, because especially as you take on more responsibility and the expectations for your day-to-day job, they get a lot higher once you receive your trade qualifications. But at that point, you do have a ticket to learn, because you're on your own most of the time, making your own decisions, and sometimes they work and sometimes they don't, right? And it can be really frustrating as a green journeyman, just because things sometimes they're hard and they feel like they're taking too long, right? And then you see somebody else with a few more years experience, or maybe many more years of experience, and everything is just going so well for them, and they make it look easy, and like it's they're not sweating, so it's all those things that, like, you're always learning, which is why I was really interested in trades myself. Every day is a new challenge, right? A little bird in my ear said we're going to the floor for a second.
Yeah.
So, okay, right on. Yeah, I think it's going good.
I was gonna when I started in. So when I started in the trades, as a sprinkler fitter was the first one I started off with. Everything was steel pipe, and the new one that they came out with was some copper pipe they were putting in some different places, which then had some other issues with the water quality and mick that came along with it. But then they talked this pipe dream, this big plastic pipe they were going to come out with, and all the guys would say, no, not a chance. There's no way that this is going to be put in.
Yeah.
And now you can see one of the projects of the CPVC, Blaze Master. They use so much blaze. I mean, it's almost an industry in itself. And that's why the ticket to learn. There's fusion pipe. There's all sorts of stuff that you're going to go through, and it's always changing. The evolution of different things. It's just the technology is how changing and that sort of stuff. You got to stay on top of it.
Yeah.
Again, it keeps you more employable by being able to understand. I mean, now we're getting into fusion of all sorts of different things.
Yeah.
Right. Carbon capture. There's lots of stuff that we're going to.
Yeah, technology is always really changing, and then even to NOSC has UA Canada and NOSC, they have tons of upgrading things that you can do. Like you have your rigging certification, right? Which in my opinion is an extremely valuable course. It's nice. I'm currently registered for it in June out of Local 170, which I'm excited about, because when you're in the field and you have these complex lifts going on, as you get more and more experience and as you get more responsibility, then you can ask somebody, but a lot of the time on smaller jobs you're the expert, right? So it's nice to know with full confidence, hey, what I'm doing is right and what I'm doing is safe, especially when you have other people around you that you're responsible for their safety in these situations, right?
Yeah. Another course I'd recommend out of there is the supervision course, whether you want to be a supervisor or it just helps you understand their position on what they have to do to run things. Same as any supervisor should also be taking the shop steward course to understand what their role and duties are there, right? So it's a lot of understanding to be able to be in those positions and to understand what has to go on to things work.
Bye, guys.
See you, Kimmy.
Bye, everyone. I'm going back to work now.
Back to the island.
That was Kim Webster. She's been with us all week. I'm sure you guys have seen quite a bit of her. But as per usual, Welder's always busy and she's got to go. But yeah, no, you're definitely right. It does take a lot of understanding to be in any kind of a leadership position, or even as just taking a call as a regular journey person trying to get out there and get the job done. If you're thinking outside the box and you can understand, okay, hey, like the client is really breathing down my contractor's neck, which in turn filters through the GF into your foreman. It all comes downhill. So yeah, sure, maybe your foreman's feeling a lot of pressure and he doesn't convey his message in what you feel is the nicest manner. Well, instead of having a reactive attitude to that, if you've taken some of these courses and you can take a step back and think, okay, hey, well, you know what, right now is the time that he really needs me to perform, right? So maybe just leave it at that and go and try to do my job to the best of my ability to try to get us out of whatever kind of hole we're in, or because it's really easy for jobs to go well when everybody's happy and timelines are being
100%.
met, right? But then as soon as things kind of start to, roll downhill a little bit and there's some kind of issue, it all depends. A big thing, I think, is attitudes, right? Attitudes out of the workers, attitudes out of supervision. So it does go a long way.
Attitudes, communication lines, making sure you're communicating properly is probably one of the biggest things. But yeah, as I said, like understanding of what their roles are, you can have more empathy for what a supervisor has to go through. I mean, they get their $2 or whatever you want to call it for being a supervisor. There's a lot of heartache, a lot of stress, but it's also rewarding as well.
Yeah.
So it's the same thing, like being an instructor. This retirement job and this sort of thing. Not really. You put a lot of long hours, long days in there that are not the same. They're not getting paid for those extra hours you're putting in and that sort of thing. But you get to the point where it's a lot easier to do because it's like second nature to talk about a subject and that sort of thing and go through it. It's the same as any job, right? You got to put the time in to understand it and to become better at it, more proficient.
Yeah, I definitely have a lot of respect for all the teachers and anybody that's facilitating apprenticeship development, right? Because, I actually had the pleasure of helping our plumbing level 4 instructor tutor his class before their IP last week, which was really rewarding, and it was really eye-opening sitting on the other side of the desk, right? Everybody's really stressed out and they really expect you to know everything, which was, that was pretty huge for me because I'm like, well, hold on a second, right? Nobody can know everything. But I think that, if you've never thought about it before, like instructors definitely, they take a lot of that stuff home with them, right? They want to see everyone succeed. They care about everybody in their class, right? So it would be very, very tough, I think, especially for like a younger, greener instructor, right?
Yeah, but I mean, that's all what I've always told any new instructor and that's coming through is you will not know everything. And if you don't know, don't bullshit them. Tell them you'll find out and you'll get back to them. And make sure you do get back to them, even if it is, I still don't know.
Yeah.
But I am looking.
Yeah.
I am trying.
Well, I think that's the biggest thing too with, as you get your trade qualifications, that's what I was always told is you don't know everything, right? It's a ticket to learn. But what I did learn in school is that if I don't know something, I can figure out the answer and I have the resources and I know where to look. It's the biggest thing, right? Mm-hmm. So yeah, maybe I'm not sure about this particular field, but I can open up a book and I know, hey, well, this is where they were talking about this, right? And I'm not an expert in this subject matter, but I can go take a quick glance, learn what I need to learn, right? And then I can also bounce that off, somebody else, a coworker, a foreperson, a general foreperson, right? Just to kind of confirm that, hey, this is actually what's happening, which is a big thing, and which comes down to, like you were saying, is always learning, right? There's always something new out there, or something that you haven't worked on or encountered, which is it's basically like a big problem-solving thing, right? A lot of the time, it can get monotonous, and things can be the same depending on where you're working and what the environment's like. But new challenges do seem to come up a few times a year where it's like, hey, this is a great experience for me to learn something, for me to mentor whoever's working underneath me as well, right?
Yeah, and don't be afraid to mentor them. It used to be people were afraid to help because they were afraid of losing their job or making them better than what they are. You should be proud. If you can make somebody better than what you are, you're putting back into what's giving you that living now. They'll remember you by doing that, right? You'll remember the guy that helped you out and got you to the point where you're at to be the tradesperson that you are. And I've had a lot of great tradespeople that have assisted me throughout, and you just don't forget them. Unfortunately, there's a lot that have now passed, but that happens when you get older.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Yeah, it's really interesting, especially, being a part of a local union. Is these are lifelong relationships that you have with most of the people in your local, right? I mean, you're going to be seeing them out in the field. A lot of them you'll see out on the golf course or at other social events, or maybe you become really good friends with some of them, right? You see these people forever, and I've kind of noticed that as a younger person, right? Some of my friends and brothers and sisters in the local, they have kids, and then you kind of have those talks about, well, hey, it's pretty crazy milestones that we're all going through here together, right? Like, we all got our tickets, and some of them are having kids, and it's like, well, one day we're going to be the old guys talking about so and so's kid coming into the hall, or you know what I mean.
Yeah.
It's so it's really cool to think about the long game, right? And that's why it is so important, like you said, to make sure that you're mentoring the people below you, so that you know they can also grow and become successful journeymen and continue on with their lives and be a part of your life into the future, right?
Yeah. I had a journey person that I used to work with when I was an apprentice, and he's good friends of my father as well. And he unfortunately passed away on a job site, electrocution. And I always use that incident when I talk to first-year students to try to prevent things from happening again. Well, it turns around, his grandson was then coming through. This is years down the road, about 8 years ago. So I mentioned to him beforehand, is it okay for me to talk about? Oh yeah, no, not a problem, he said. So I go through and talk about it. So it was basically, he was asked to plug in a welding machine, and unfortunately the nib was broken off. So he had a 1 in 4 chance of hitting it, and he hit the hot wire on the ground and lit up like a Christmas tree. He never knew. Nobody ever told him.
Oh, really?
But he was happy, but at the same time, I was a little, but at least I checked prior to letting him know. I mean, but still, it was one of those, and in that same class, I had another person that I worked side by side with for about 10 years. His grandson was in the class. So, yeah, you do see the generations coming through. For sure.
And it's really nice, you know. I would hope, I definitely know for sure that as the generations go on, all these safety things they become more prevalent, because you know it's unfortunate that these accidents happen. But when most of the time when a bad accident like this does happen, some kind of ratification is made to your WRAC Safe BC regulations and overall just the general feelings about safety around these things, right? And I'm pretty proud of our working conditions around here. You know, I know there's far worse working conditions in other parts of the world. So for safety culture to be so prevalent, not even in the industrial world, even in the commercial sector, it's all becoming, that's the main thing, is keeping everybody safe, which for a long time it wasn't. The main thing was let's get the job done, right?
Again, that was 33 years ago when he passed away from it. So definitely huge strides as far as the safety between that time. This is sort of the same thing as we were talking about the hazing.
Yeah.
You know, 36 years ago is different than what it is now. It's just leaps and bounds the way that it's been growing and the way that we're dealing with apprenticeship and apprentices going through there. You don't see anywhere near as what it used to be, which is a great thing.
Yeah, I think it's really nice. You know, especially being a part of a local union, you don't see hazing really at all anymore, right? It's not something that's accepted. It's really looked down upon, right? But I have heard stories of people who have signed up partway through their apprenticeships, and they always say, like, man, like it's really good around here. Like everybody's like happy to see me, and they generally care about, you know, how my night was last night if you're you know, on an out of town project, right? Like, you know. So there's a big sense of community, and like it's not something that happens anymore, which is really nice to see. And even you know,
that's what makes it more of a safe and inclusive job site.
Yeah. Which the inclusivity is really nice to see. I know we've made major strides in the last few years with women in trades, right? Which is nice to see, because I know for a long time they felt like they've been underrepresented. So it's nice to see them at the forefront of you know, the trades movement, and the government is helping with grants, not just for women, but for any underrepresented groups or individuals, which is nice to see. I guess got in my ear, it looks like they're on the camera here. It looks like they're grading the sprinkler projects, which I thought they went really well today.
Yeah, no, they did a good job. I mean, it's as we talked about the piping, that was one of the piping that used to be something they were dreaming about, and it's definitely being used heavily in industry. Yeah, they all seem to do a pretty good job on it. It was a very, very tricky, as far as the math, to figure it out. They could figure it out in a few different ways, but if they did the true math on it, it's a very difficult
Yeah, I was, well, they all ended up finishing with enough time. They seemed pretty comfortable with their time frame. So I did have a chance to talk with some of the competitors this year about how they went about doing the math. And it's interesting. Everybody had their own little way of doing it, right? So it was fun to hear everybody's solution, right? Because they all, at least from my eye, I didn't measure anything, but they all looked to be fairly close to their proper dimensions. So it was funny to hear everybody's take, because not one of the people I talked to had the same direct answer to the equation, right? So and then even I have my own little way that I would have tackled that. So it was interesting to see that for sure. I know some of the competitors were having issues interpreting either east to west or north to south on the drawings. So that was a bit of an issue. But overall, I think they all did really well.
Good. Yeah, I didn't unfortunately get to see a lot of that part of the competition. I had some other stuff I had to be working on during the competition, but yeah, it's been going great, and yeah, sprinklers.
Yeah, Jamie's a big behind-the-scenes guy, like Mark Donnery. they're all both very integral to the success of this whole operation, and they I don't think they get the thanks that they deserve sometimes.
All we care about is making sure it's successful and the apprentices have a good time out there, and that there's nothing holding back, and trying to make it easier for the instructors and the judges so that everything's smooth. There's no issues on the transference of the marking system as it goes through, and it goes right into the grade book. There's no physical mistakes that happen on the transfer, which unfortunately has happened in the past.
You guys have been pushing to make it an all digital judging, and so you have you're using a program where everyone just kind of inputs what they have in live, and then it goes in. Yeah,
there's a marking rubrics for all of it, so they know exactly, and then it just gives the criteria of how to mark it, and it's just you press on the square that it is, it automatically gets uploaded into D2L. They just hit publish, and it goes into the grade book. Everything is filled out as far as their percentages and the weighting for each of them. We take the how much time is allotted to it, and that's what that project is then going to be weighted for. And then we turn around and they have a theory exam. There's actually 2 theory exams. One is on UA history, and the other one is just a basic theory of the trades. That one there, tried to put it about a level 3, so that it's not totally, because they're not supposed to be a level 4 student, or at least not have their time in as the way it works. So most of them don't have that level 4 skill set to be able to draw from, so we don't get into a lot of the heavy troubleshooting or something like that would be in it. But the rest of them, it's still going to be it'll challenge them. If they about the same as last year, it'll be 65 to 75% on their theory for each individual trade. And hopefully we'll get a few 100% on the theory, because they've all been told to watch the UA history, go through the foundations course and take that, and that's what part of the whole test for that UA will be based on the foundations program.
Yeah, the foundations program is actually pretty cool, and I'm guilty of it myself, and I think a lot of other competitors from the past, and even some of the competitors I've talked to out here in the field this week, we put it off until the last minute, which I've kind of tried to be mentoring them and say, hey, this is actually a really cool thing to get to go through. So don't put it off until the last minute, because once you go through it, you can't go through it again, right? So it's important stuff for the UA, and it's really nice stuff to know, because it's nice to be able to bring it up in conversation if you're working beside or along somebody who also is interested in the UA history. Because there are a lot of people who multi-generational guys or guys that who have been with the UA for many years, and if you're a 30-year member or a 25-year member or any kind of a long-term member, obviously the UA has had a profound impact on your life, right? It's your livelihood. So it is it's really cool stuff to be able to go through. I think it's a great privilege to be able to take that course for sure. So yeah, on our screens here, I think there's you can see some of the steam fitters. They're still working away pretty diligently, trying to trying to get the finishing touches put on to their projects. I think there was an extra component this year that maybe the timeline.
They did an extra dummy leg on there.
Yeah,
we thought because we had all the tool sets and everything available to do it, we thought they'd be able to do that complete on the project this year. Where last year they only did one dummy leg because we were over at Local 516, who has a great facility, but they are a straight line refrigeration local, so their tooling and everything that isn't the same. We didn't have the welders available and this sort of stuff for it. Where, of course, here we're well situated for fabrication.
Yeah, it's been really good so far. I mean, we're kind of winding down here with the end of the practical proponent of the competition. It looks like the sprinkler fitters, they're all getting graded right now, so it'll be interesting to see who kind of comes out on top in their different trade designations. I don't think in the past, I think you can kind of see midway through the day maybe there's a favorite coming through, but I think everyone today was pretty neck and neck. So the theory exams could be pretty heavily weighted when you look at where people are stacked up.
Yeah, it's 20% of their overall competition is the theory. So, because it's about a 3.5 hour exam. So, I mean, they have to have some weighting based on that. But the big chunk, of course, is the practical that they do out here. And it's going to be the same down in the States, right? Theirs will be a 5-day project. It'll increase up the length. When they get into the nationals, it'll actually be 3 full days of practical, or 2.5, and then the last half they'll be doing the theory exam. So it's only half a day more for the national, but they do a full week. They start on a Saturday and they finish on the Wednesday.
Okay.
Down in Ann Arbor. So it's a good go when down there. So
yeah, I've heard good things. I think we're going to do some final wrapping up here, but we really appreciate you coming on and chatting with us today. And
You're welcome.
I know I do, and I'm sure everybody else involved really appreciates the work that you and Ray continue to do with UA Canada and apprenticeship development.
Well,
Thanks
thank
for
you.
coming out. All right, we're back at the desk for the final time. I have Mr. Ryan King with me again. We're just pretty much wrapping up for the day. I think overall it's been successful 2 days of practical competitions.
Yeah, it's been a couple days for sure.
Yeah.
For us is one thing. For the competitors, it's a whole nother story. You could see some sighs of relief and some just sighs. For
sure. There was I didn't see any blood, but I seen some sweat, and I might have seen a tear or two, right, swelling up. There was some frustrations out there this week for sure.
There was definitely some lessons learned in the shop, and what a incredible experience! Like the energy on the floor. I can't stress it enough for any of the people watching at home or wherever you're watching from. These apprentices, they poured their heart out in the shop.
Yeah, for sure. I saw it all day yesterday, and even more so today. In their trade-specific projects, they were really focused, laser focused. I went out and seen the steam fitters a few times today, and I think that maybe they were a little stacked as far as time went, and you could see on their faces that they were visibly overwhelmed at points, right? Yeah. But it's good to see that they're still out there working hard. They've been given an extension because obviously we want to see everyone have a final finished product, right?
Yeah. They're everyone's going right to the time. No one. That's the one thing. There's been some struggles along the way for sure, and no one has given up. Everybody's like put in everything they got, gone to the time limit, gave it their all right up to the final second. So that's been really cool to watch.
Yeah, no, it's been great. I think that pretty much wraps it for today. I'm looking forward to tomorrow's events. They obviously have some some exams tomorrow.
Yeah.
And we'll have our closing ceremonies. So it's going to be interesting to see where everyone kind of falls in their respective trades, and it's going to be really nice for everyone involved, and especially the competitors, to just kind of have a nice meal and talk everything over.
For sure.
It's going to be great.
Yeah, for everyone, before we close out, I'd just like to thank all the guests we've had on the live broadcast. This is our first time broadcasting anything live through UA 170 or UAPIC BC. I want to thank all the guests. I want to thank all the apprentices that have traveled to come to this event and trained and prepped for it. We want to thank the training coordinators and any other staff that have volunteered and attended. I want to thank Dylan, and Kim's already left, but thanks to you, Kim, for coming in. And it's been a big production, and there's been a lot more that has gone into it, aside from us sitting at the desk.
Yeah.
And but it's been a great experience, and we look forward to tomorrow to see how it all shakes out.
Yeah, it's going to be really nice closing ceremonies, and everybody who's been supporting their friends or their family or fellow brothers or sisters, I definitely recommend tuning in tomorrow evening to watch the presentation.
Yeah, if you've been binge watching us, you don't want to miss the final episode, because that's going to be the good stuff, right?
No, that's great. Thanks very much, everybody.
Awesome. Thanks, everyone. Have a good evening. That's that.